East Africa, but in relation to other research themes as well. And I would like to recognize besides IDRC, we have two co-funding partners for GROW, and those are the Gates Foundation and the Hewlett Foundation. So I'd like to recognize them as well. Women's economic empowerment is, as we know, an economic and a social imperative. When women have equal access to decent work, productive assets, and decision-making opportunities, entire communities thrive. The research and innovations generated by GROW East Africa directly contribute to global commitments such as SDG 5 on gender equality, SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth, and SDG 10 on reduced inequalities. So while challenges persist and might even get more difficult, the evidence-based solutions generated through GROW serve as stepping stones toward transformative change, not just for individual women, but as Jane said, for families, communities, and entire economies. Since its inception, GROW East Africa has worked to bridge the gap between research and policy, ensuring that gender-responsive strategies are not just discussed, but implemented at scale. So the program has done 4 things. It has developed and tested scalable childcare solutions to enable more women to enter and stay in the workplace, has engaged policymakers on unpaid care work, a key factor limiting women's participation in formal employment. It has equipped young women with gender-sensitive skills training to access better paying jobs, particularly in non-traditional sectors, and has supported women entrepreneurs through research on gender-responsive public procurement. And we'll hear more about public procurement tomorrow, particularly from our colleagues in Kenya and Tanzania, if I'm not mistaken. I wanted to share just a couple. There are many examples of change coming out of the GROW East Africa work. I just wanted to share a couple stories of change. In Uganda, a study by the Economic Policy Research Center, where are you in the room? There we are, right up front. So our colleagues at EPRC in Uganda found that women spent nearly 3 times more hours on unpaid care work than men, which limited their ability to earn an income. And so the project team introduced community-based childcare solutions and trained men in positive masculinities, encouraging shared household responsibilities. So what was the impact? I stand to be corrected, and we'll hear more about this later, but as far as I know, there was a 40% reduction in women's unpaid care workload amongst those households that participated in this study. Men who participated in the training took on more caregiving responsibilities, a major shift in gender norms. And the study contributed to ongoing policy dialogue on Uganda's national family policy, advocating for more gender equitable care work distribution. Let's give a hand up for the researchers in Uganda. And just a thumbs up if I got that more or less correct. Okay, no thumbs up. I'll be corrected tomorrow. A second story comes from Ethiopia, the Policy Studies Institute. Where are our colleagues from PSI? Okay, welcome. Glad to see you all. In Ethiopia, a study by the Policy Studies Institute examined barriers preventing women from accessing high-paying jobs in technical fields such as construction and manufacturing. The project team provided gender-sensitive vocational training, employer engagement, and mentorship to improve women's entry into these fields. What was the impact? Over 60% of trained women secured jobs in sectors traditionally dominated by men. Employers reported greater confidence in hiring women, recognizing their technical expertise and reliability. And finally, the Ethiopian Ministry of Labor is now reviewing gender-sensitive labor policies informed by this research. So let's give it up for our colleagues from Ethiopia. And a thumbs up if I got some of that correct. Okay, no thumbs up. I'll be corrected tomorrow. So the knowledge and evidence from all of the countries in which GROW was present will be shared over the next 3 days, and it's being translated into actions to transform lives. So as we look ahead, we have the opportunity to strengthen gender-sensitive economic policies, ensuring that childcare, unpaid care work, and decent work opportunities are at the heart of national economic strategies. We have the opportunity to scale successful employment and training programs, ensuring that more women have access to high-quality, decent jobs. And we have the opportunity to encourage government, businesses, and organizations to adopt gender-responsive procurement and workplace policies. Though GROW is wrapping up, the work, as we know, does not end here. Let us continue to be in contact, to learn across borders, and to promote women's economic empowerment in times that are easy and in times that are difficult. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Okay, another round of applause for Catherine. We will be hearing more of these stories in the course of the next 3 days. So thank you, Catherine, for giving us that flavor. I'll go back to the agenda and say that I should have notified you that we were expecting the Honorable Agnes Wangobe, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, Ministry of Gender, Culture, Arts, and Heritage in Kenya, but unfortunately she had to attend to another, some other competing government engagements this morning. I do know that we have representatives from the ministry. They have not arrived when I was talking. I know they won't be talking, but maybe you could please wave. Yes, we have Dr. Biegon and Florence. They are in the room. I think we'll be interacting with them. Thank you very much for coming. Of course, we do miss to hear from the PS, and please send our regards to her, and hopefully she might be able to pop in over the next 3 days. I think that's what we've been told. I know Catherine also did not mention, but because it's also on the program, we were also expecting Janine Coker from the Canadian High Commission. She was not able to come now, but okay, Catherine, please, yes, just mention.
Yeah, Janine said that she wanted to come on Friday.
Yes.
But we do have several colleagues from the Canadian High Commission here today. If maybe you can just raise your hand so that colleagues can see you. We have Linda, and then we'll have, are there other colleagues that I missed? Linda's here, and then we'll have different colleagues from the Canadian High Commission coming through on different days. So please encourage your colleagues to make themselves known when they're here. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And then Annette did say there was no one from Gates Foundation, but I think Joy, you are. Joy, please start a wave to the crowd. At least I know Joy works with Gates Foundation. Thank you very much, Joy. Perhaps maybe later you rise with Annette and you might get an opportunity to say something. So then I think from there, we will go to the next point, and I'll be inviting Annette to take the program from me, just to let us know who is in the room, so that even if we will not take time to introduce each and everyone, you know what that will mean, but maybe she'll tell us who is in the room, what to expect, so that then when we go for the break, sorry that I don't have my tag, but I have it there, please let's wear our tag, so that then it will be easier for us to speak and to mingle. And then because I'm not going to come back here, I just want to say that remember you are all invited for dinner today, Kenyans, we are very good. I'm addressing Kenyans. We are very good at always refusing to go for dinners. Please know that you are invited. So we are looking forward to being together to the end of the day. All right? Please, Annette. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Then I'm back, and it's simple. I'm just going to introduce Dr. Joy Keiro, who is here representing Gates Foundation. She'll tell us just a little bit more about what she does for Gates Foundation and anything else. Welcome. Let's welcome Joy.
Good morning, everyone. My sincere apologies. I know it's lame to blame the traffic, but what do I say? And that's the only reason I have. Please forgive me. Next time I will be up here early. I just received a message from Amy, the owner of this grant, when I was on my way here. And she was like, Joy, Diana is not able to make it. I know you are going. Would you please say a few words? But before I go into that, I'd like to say thank you very much. It's bogged me down, so please forgive me on that one. I'm extremely informal. So my name is Joy Keiro. I am a supporting consultant to the Gates Foundation. I specifically help take care of the investments on the women economic empowerment in Kenya. And I work with many of our partners. More specifically, I work with the Kenyatta University, who are our grantees. I work with the University of Nairobi, who are our grantees. Where I work with M-COPA, who are supporting us on matters of digital inclusion. I work with FSD, who are supporting us on matters of gender data and financial inclusion. I am also working with the one for IDRC just was closed. So basically those are some of the main partners that I'm working with. And what are we doing at the foundation? We are trying to work with partners to ensure that we implement projects while at the same time having the learning part of it. To ensure that there's women economic empowerment. In fact, during Melinda's time, she said, don't talk about women economic empowerment, talk about women economics power, because what you want to do is to ensure that women have economic power, not just for themselves, but because there's evidence that when women are economically empowered, it's not just for themselves, first and foremost their children. Nutrition, health, education, and the human capital has been all associated with very strong, and there's very strong evidence to that, to improving child outcomes and building the human capital and ensuring that there is economic growth. So empowering a woman is not just because of for themselves. It's not because we pity women or we are like, oh, they are so marginalized. No. We are doing this for the good of everybody, for the family, for the community, for the country, and for GDP. In fact, there's evidence that just closing the gender gaps in access to the various economic opportunities would raise the GDP by a couple billion US dollars, the global GDP. So in other words, it's really a big loss to the economies when women are left behind. And that is why the foundation is so passionate about women economic empowerment, because it is one way of bringing everybody up. So that said, Amy says that she really enjoys working with you, and she's specifically looking forward to the deliberations of this meeting. And she is hoping that the learnings, that the policy partners are keen to share the learnings of this work and see what can be scaled up. You see, what development partners do is to support policymakers to understand what works to achieve various development goals. And therefore, it is our hope that the work we've been doing in CARE, there's a time I interacted with that work for some time just when there was a transition between Sumana and Anna and Amy. There's a time I interacted with Anita on this work a little bit. So I know that, and one of my work at the foundation I didn't say is to read all these reports. So, for example, I have read all the reports. I know the work happening in CARE. I know the work in skilling. I know all the different works happening in Rwanda, Uganda, because that's basically what I do. And she's excited that today we'll be sharing these findings and that policymakers are in the house. And most importantly, we'll be sharing learning across all the projects and would like to see what do policymakers think of this work.
Touch on the various aspects that they are working on. A bit of change of the program, and again, I think we are not very well coordinated. Florence will be making remarks on behalf of the PS, so I'll invite Florence to come to make remarks on behalf of the PS. Welcome, Florence.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Florence. I'm from the Ministry of Gender, Culture, the Arts, and Heritage. I am from the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. Today, I'm representing our PS, Anne Wangombe. She has sent us with Dr. Piekon to represent her because she was not able to make today. But she might join us in the next 3 days. So she sent us with a speech which I'm going to read on her behalf. So this is her speech. I'll read as she has written it. Distinguished guests, esteemed researchers, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure to join you today in this workshop as we deliberate on the issues today on the growth and economic opportunities for women in East Africa, which has been organized by the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs of the Republic of Kenya in collaboration with Canada's International Development Research Center, IDRC. The State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action is mandated to implement programs and projects on gender equality and women empowerment. The department is also responsible for undertaking research and developing policies on gender equality and women empowerment, including advocacy and capacity building on gender and unpaid care work, which is an impediment to achievement of gender equality. I want to appreciate Grow East Africa Workshop for advancing women's economic empowerment across the region. Women's economic participation is key to sustainable development. It's not just about equality, but a fundamental driver of economic growth and national prosperity. Gender equality in the world of work distributes directly to global goals, and particularly SDG 5, SDG 8, SDG 10, which is on reduced inequalities. It is encouraging to note that research from GROW East Africa highlights critical barriers to including 1, unpaid care work, which is limiting women's ability to engage in paid employment. 2, lack of access to decent jobs and male-dominated industries. 3, the need for gender-responsive policies and workplace structures. Evidence-based solutions from GROW East Africa serve as stepping stones for transformation. While challenges remain, these insights provide a roadmap for creating inclusive labor markets and policy frameworks that work for women. Moving forward, research must translate into action. As we engage in discussion today, we must commit to ensuring that these findings inform policy and practical interventions at all levels. Unpaid care work is now an area of concern. The importance of addressing unpaid care work is well articulated in Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 5, Target 5.4, which commits the member states to recognize and value unpaid care and domestic work through provision of public services, infrastructure, social protection policies, and promotion of shared responsibilities within household and family as nationally appropriate. Unpaid care work limit women's ability to engage in paid employment. I appreciate the fact that GROW has researched in critical barriers to we including unpaid care work, which is limiting women's ability to engage in paid employment, lack of access of decent jobs, and male-dominated industries, the need for gender-responsive policies and workplace structures. Evidence-based solutions from GROW East Africa serve as stepping stones for transformation. While challenges remain, these insights provide a roadmap for creating inclusive labor markets and policy frameworks that work for women. Moving forward, research must translate into action. As we engage in discussions, we must commit to ensuring that these findings inform policy and practical interventions at all levels. I am excited that GROW East Africa program has generated critical evidence to inform policies that remove barriers to women's economic empowerment, which include 1, developing and testing scalable childcare solutions to enable working mothers to pursue economic opportunities. 2, engaging policymakers on unpaid care work, a major factor limiting women's participation in workplace, providing gender-sensitive skills training to equip young women with the tools to thrive in male-dominated sectors, promoting gender-sensitive procurement, ensuring that more women entrepreneurs benefit from government contracts. It is encouraging that GROW East Africa has an impact across Kenya, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania. The program has produced critical insights that are already influencing policy. Childcare accessibility significantly boosts women's workplace participation, as evidenced in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia. However, childcare provision alone is not enough. Holistic policy solutions must also address unpaid care responsibilities. Soft skills training, when combined with technical expertise and mentorship, improves young women's job prospects, particularly in non-traditional industries. Gender-responsive procurement programs, such as Kenya's Access to Government Procurement Opportunities ACPO program, show that women-led businesses can compete effectively when provided with the right support. I am aware that there are many success stories from the key findings which we can relate with of young women who have improved their financial status through access to childcare services. A completed study by the African Population and Health Research Center tested the Kidogo project in Kenya as a social franchise model, providing affordable, high-quality childcare services. The study revealed that access to childcare enables mothers to engage in productive work, improving the financial stability and well-being. I am glad to inform you that I have visited some of the Kidogo's project myself, and I can attest of its success. Development partners and funders, I can urge you to support the scaling of successful interventions, and for policymakers and private sector, adopt gender-responsive strategies to remove barriers for women in the workplace. In conclusion, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to IDRC, the Gates Foundation, the Hewlett Foundation, and all GROW East African partners for their invaluable work in advancing women economic empowerment. Let us use this workshop to forge stronger partnerships, drive evidence-based action, and build an inclusive, gender equitable future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Florence, on behalf of the PS, for those great remarks. And as I said, we miss having her. I know she's also very passionate. She's really trying to change her agenda, her calendar for the day to come, but she was not able to. And I think it's very exciting for us to hear that she's already interacting with the GROW project on the ground. I think you can then imagine that work from GROW East Africa should feed into policy. There shouldn't be a problem with uptake. We are not doing very well on time, so without much further ado, now I invite Annette. Annette, don't hand over to me. You take it now too. You'll be starting in between us and our break, eh? So please, welcome. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Is it on? You can hear me? Yes. You hear me, eh? Oh, good. Thank you very much. What a joy to be here and standing before you this morning. I've been introduced. I'm Annette, and I've been managing this initiative. It's been a journey, I should say. It was a 5-year initiative, and I can't believe we are concluding, but in a good way. So my job right now is quite simple, but I thought we could just appreciate our speakers, just give them really a good round of applause. And thank you each and every one of you that has come to join us as we mark this important milestone. I can't even emphasize how important it is to us, but thank you so, so much for coming to join in the celebration. Actually, it's a celebration. So without any further ado, my job here is really for us to get to know each other, to know who's in the room, so that during the breaks, we know who at least to reach out to in case we need any further information about the work we do. So first and foremost, at least we've been introduced to some of the key people in the room, but I would like to introduce the teams that we're celebrating today, the teams that have been out there generating this evidence that has informed policy, as we've heard from our speakers. And I would just invite projects at a time, and eventually we'll get to recognize who else is in the room. So we've had a cohort of 15 projects, and I would like to call upon the team that was led by the SC, Policy Research Institute, Uganda. Where are we? That project was supporting parenting care child facilities and markets to reduce unpaid care work for vulnerable business women in Uganda. Okay, We have George behind there. And then we have the project that was led by the APHRC, Africa Population Health Research Center. And this project was testing the Kidogo model to see how effective it is in reducing unpaid care work and also empowering women. And we have the team from Child Fund Ethiopia, or led by Child Fund Ethiopia. The project tested models to reduce childcare provisions, and they specifically tested the community-based approach. And then let's see who is from the EPRC, Economic Policy Research Center, Uganda. Okay, Medina, you're there. This project was testing a novel approach, shifting norms around unpaid care work. And maybe, let me add a disclaimer. These were just the lead institutions. So the partners from other institutions that came together to form a consortium in implementing this research. And then we have a team from IPA Rwanda. And these were testing a novel holistic approach to reduce unpaid care work using homegrown solutions. We have the team from Oxfam Novib, Uganda, and these were strengthening capacity of effective women's economic empowerment and care work interventions in Uganda. We have the team from Policy Studies Institute, and these were testing solutions to also support women's economic empowerment. Thank you. And then the team from Profam, Rwanda. This was also, we're working on care policies in Rwanda. And then we have the team from PEP, our co-host. These were testing gender-sensitive training and employee incentives to improve women's labor market outcomes. We have the team from Dauerberg Research. And these were advancing women's participation in Kenya's construction industry, and they work closely with BEODHA. And we have the team from NEWA, Network of Ethiopian Women. And these were testing solutions to enhance young girls' prospects in high-value sectors. And then those are how many? Who has been counting? Number 13. We have the team from Africa Freedom Information Center. Those are the government procurement folks trying to foster gender-responsive government procurement. The team from Strathmore University. Excellent. That's also procurement. They're also trying to enhance the effectiveness of government procurement programs in achieving women's economic empowerment. We've been told to call it women power. And then ESRF, number 15, last but not the least. In Tanzania, yes, those were also trying to enhance the capacity of women-owned businesses to benefit from government procurement programs in Tanzania. Have I missed out any project? I guess not. So those are the teams that have been doing this work that we shall be sharing or showcasing today. But besides that, I would like to also recognize our partners in the room. Just quickly, my colleagues from IDRC. We have colleagues from the International Network for Advocacy Science and Policy in USP. Those have been working with us and streamlining our work to ensure that it informs policy. Science Africa. Those are the communications bureau. They've been working with us to ensure that we package our information in a manner that is digestible. Then we've had our technical resource persons who have been active working with these teams. We have Professor Amba there, and then Professor Gaudo is here. Oh, you're there. Gaudo. Yeah, you. From Canada, yes. And then We'd like to also recognize the presence of representatives from the World Bank, in case we have our representatives from government ministries, agency. I won't really mention who is here, but we have quite a number of policymakers here, parliamentarians. If you could just wave to introduce to you. Are you sure? Okay. I missed one team accidentally. I don't know how that happened. Include of it. These were also they're testing solutions to provide technical assistance to evidence users. Yes. Sorry? Oh, thank you very much. And then our guest here. Thank you very much. Yes, please. Okay, those were part of AFIC. Okay, thank you very much.
Annette?
I think that's it.
Yes, sorry, just to add, we are also live streaming on Zoom and on YouTube, and currently we have 13 people following.
Okay, so we would like to recognize also the presence of our colleagues online. I think they deserve a big hand clap. And then, did I miss a group?
Joanne Satella, Africa Research and Impact Network.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Those are part of the GLOW. Yes, thank you very much. I think we know who is in the room, so use your breaks to make sure that we interact, we get to know each other, share our work, and also explore opportunities for collaboration. I think without any further ado, I would like, how are we doing on time? Okay, just a minute. So is this, do I need this? Probably not. Do I? Media? Do I need it? No? Okay. So, ladies and colleagues in the room, it's with great pleasure that introduce to you our keynote speaker for today, who is none other than Miss Cleopatra Mugenyi. Many of us probably could be knowing her, but she's quite a key person to us in the women's economic empowerment field and gender equality. So Cleopatra is a founder of Piker Consulting, but before that she was heading the International Center for Research on Women. So Cleopatra is a distinguished gender and health expert with 2 decades of experience in sub-Saharan Africa. Just come as well. And her work has spanned multiple disciplines from immunology and epidemiology to women's economic empowerment, livelihoods, sexual and reproductive health rights. She has not only led research projects, but she has also managed large-scale research programs and has been instrumental in policy analysis, strategic planning, and evidence-based advocacy. Cleopatra's extensive expertise includes youth livelihoods, violence prevention, governance, accountability in health systems, and the intersection of gender and development. So having worked with research institutions, NGOs, think tanks, and private sector, she brings a wealth of experience in translating research into action, ensuring that evidence informs national policies and tangible solutions. Her deep commitment to real-world problems, coupled with her proficiency in mixed methods, impact evaluations, and strategic program management, makes her a leading voice in gender development across the region. So please join me in welcoming Cleopatra Mugenyi to deliver her keynote address. You're welcome.
Thank you, Annette. That was a very comprehensive introduction. I'd like to say thank you to you, Annette, for the invitation, Catherine and Jane. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to all of you. And when I was asked to give a keynote address, I said, well, this is speaking to other experts in the room. And what can I say and what can I bring to this must be almost 1,000 years of research, expertise, and experience in the room. What can I bring to it to help the thinking as we go into these 3 days of this Endline workshop? So I'm not going to go into the reasons why. We all know the reasons why women's economic empowerment is important. Everyone in the room is convinced. We've all carried out research, and we have positive findings, and we also have evidence that can and should and will inform policy. But I want to take us, stop us from thinking about, the focus of our key projects to look at the larger picture. When Grow East Africa was conceived, and when the call for proposals went out, at the time, I was, like Annette said, the Africa Director at ICRW. And I also my team put in applications for this. We put in proposals. We didn't get it. You guys did. So you guys are the best of the best, right? So acknowledge yourselves. So Catherine, I'm happy to be involved in Grow East Africa, at least as a keynote speaker at the end. So when that call went out, we were in the middle of unprecedented times for all of us. COVID, the world just stopped. We didn't believe the world could stop. And when this call went out, obviously, there was also thoughts about women's economic empowerment in this unprecedented time. And when we were there in the middle of COVID, writing these proposals, we obviously thought that COVID is going to be the biggest thing that will affect our work at the time. But in the past 5 years, I think we have been living through unprecedented time after unprecedented time, right? There's been the increase in severe weather events because of climate change. We've gone through recessions because of COVID and because of other factors. We've had an increase in conflicts. We have populations that are being forcibly moved from their countries because of conflict, because of weather change, because of a whole lot of things. We have added to that the understanding that what happens in one part of the world can actually stop everyone else. So we're highly interconnected. We've had an increase in connectivity, and we have young people who are more connected, more informed, and have higher activism energy than we've actually seen before. We have AI that has come along. We're dealing with the fourth industrial revolution. So there's a lot going on. And with all of that noise, the fact that your research studies and the evidence that you have generated has actually had positive impact is very important. Because to have positive impact during times when times are very unsettled, it means that your impact is going to be amazing when things are more settled, right? So your impact is probably, or the impact that these projects can have is probably twofold more than you actually imagine, simply because you've been working with populations and households and individuals that have been highly stressed. The last 5 years have been extremely stressful for everybody. There have been households where they've lost their income. You have women who have had to change what they were doing from before all of these huge events to what they're doing now. We have loss of jobs. We have people earning a lot less than they used to. So the fact that you have this evidence, and this evidence is positive, means that when there is an upturn in the global situation, in the regional situation, in the national as well as county situations, these interventions will probably work even better because households will be less stressed. Individuals will be less stressed. But how do we get from here to there? I think we need to really think about what next. It's great that we have the policymakers in the room. But having them in the room is the first step. The ones we have in the room are probably convinced, but they have to convince their peers. They have to convince heads of departments. They have to convince a whole host of other individuals to actually let the evidence that has been produced by the work you have done to actually be actionable, to move into policy, to move into practice, and to move into action. So what can we do next? Obviously, we need to share information. The next stage is obviously sharing this information, sharing it in a way they understand, in language that is palatable to them, and sharing it over and over, not getting tired about that. Because even now, as we talk about unpaid care work, and everyone appears to understand the importance of focusing and programming and creating policy frameworks for unpaid care work, that work to get to this point has been happening over years. It didn't happen in just 2 years or 3 years. It has been a long time in the coming. So we need more evidence, but we also need this evidence to go to the policymakers in language that they will understand and will be palatable to them. The other thing we need to think about is cost. All these things cost money. So even as we have interventions at work, we need to understand how actually will they be implemented. Cost is very important. Maybe that can be the next stage, costing. Because if we have all this evidence and we have all of these interventions, but we can't afford to do the work, we can't actually afford to implement it. Governments, national, regional, county governments can't afford to actually implement these interventions because they don't have the resources. It becomes very problematic. And we're also now living in a time when our traditional sources of income are changing as governments. We're living in a time when our traditional aid partners are beginning to look inwards. So what are we as East African countries doing to fill in that gap? We've become very complacent. So what are we doing also to fill in that gap? Because these monies are not going to be as easy to find as they were before, which is why cost becomes so important as we are all living in countries that are grappling with increasing costs. All of our countries in East Africa are trying to widen their tax base, to increase the tax base. There are a lot of tax measures that are being put in place, not just in Kenya, but in Uganda and lots of other places. But some of these tax policies could be punitive to the populations that we work with. They may be punitive to women's businesses. So we also need to be thinking about that part of the macroeconomic policies as we think about women's economic empowerment. we need to be thinking about how these interventions can be layered onto and within existing systems. As we have these fantastic childcare services models that have been shared, how can they fit into Ministry of Education or Ministry of Health or the different ministries that should be involved in early childhood development? How can we fit them into these existing programs? So we shouldn't also be thinking about developing interventions that are completely independent. We should be thinking about how they can fit into a complex and sometimes very resource constrained environment. I think we have in the room great minds. So even as we're discussing the next steps, those are things we should be thinking about, the world in which these interventions live. And it's also important to think about how these interventions, how the evidence that we have generated can also be used beyond the populations that we've actually been focusing on. So as I was driving here, I was thinking about our domestic workers. I think every single one of us in the room probably has someone or more than one person who works for us at home. When we think about women's economic empowerment, a lot of them tend to be women. I thought, well, many of them will have children. And some of these women may actually be making use of these childcare facilities that are being discussed over the next 3 days. And I thought, well, how does that interact? How does she interact with other parts of society, working in my household, working in your households, and what does she want to do next? So we've given her an opportunity to come to work because her children are taken care of with this model that we've created. She works in my house, but does she want to work in my house forever? Probably not. And I have talked to some domestic workers, and they have said, well, I've helped raise XYZ's children, but I don't want to do this forever. So we should also be thinking about these other women who may need other types of training, because I've heard about training for young women, which is very important. There's training for non-traditional, to get into non-traditional sectors, which is great. I think that's something that we need to even think about scaling up even further. But we need to think also about the women who are working in the informal economy or slightly adjacent to those of us in the formal economy or straddling the formal and informal economy, who we don't traditionally think about when we think about women's economic empowerment, because they may seem more empowered than the ones elsewhere. Other things for us to think about are our young women. What are their aspirations? Like I said, they're the most connected, they're the most educated, they have access to more information than we did at their age. So what do they want? The models that we're developing for upskilling, for skilling them into non-traditional sectors, is that what they all want? What should we be thinking about broader with the private sector? What else can we actually be doing to increase the number of women in these non-traditional sectors? I think that women, African women, East African women, are extremely resilient. They've always been working. There's never been a time that they haven't been working, whether their work has been paid or unpaid. So what we just have to do is make sure that the policies that are developed and implemented actually meet them where they are, satisfy their needs, because when we satisfy the needs of women, whether it is in access to procurement opportunities, whether it is enabling her to work in a non-traditional sector, whether it is also, the other thing I haven't discussed is SRH, which intersects very much with women's economic empowerment, whether she has the ability to decide and control how many children she wants to have. All these things actually are interconnected. So when we look at our projects, we should think about the intersections, think about where they fit in the complex ecosystem, and work towards fitting them into this complex ecosystem so there can be true development and women's economic empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Cleopatra. Can we give another round of applause? That has been very captivating, challenging, intriguing. Actually, I was moved because as we were speaking, I was also reflecting on what we've been doing in this initiative. And you spoke about costing the work we do. And I was thinking, well, how many of our projects actually did that, you know? So probably I recognize that as a gap. We have a few that did that actually, especially the work done by APHRC. I think the SC Press Research Institute probably tried to do something as well. And we are at the point where we are trying to get these innovations out to scale, you know? And I think it's important that we take note of that, you know, as we promote all these innovations that have proven successful. Are they affordable, you know? What really stands in our way of getting these technologies out there in the space so that many other populations take advantage of this work? So I think reach is very important, costing these innovations, but also looking into how this all plays out in the current environment, you know? Right now, we see demonstrations everywhere, reduction of financing to women's rights organizations, you know, anti-gender feminist movements, you know. How does this work really speak to the current dynamics that we're experiencing? So that has been very key for me. And many of us, I think, have taken points home, but I've been challenged. So thank you very much. So, Michael? So I will not hand over, I'll just continue. So the next item is for us to just familiarize ourselves about this initiative that we're celebrating today, the GROW initiative. It's been very collaborative. We've not worked alone. As I said, all the institutions here have been working in partnership with so many other institutions, researchers, civil society organizations, policy actors. They all came together in implementing this research. So it's been a journey. It's been a 5-year initiative. So I'll quickly walk through, I don't know. Can I face this side or it's okay? Okay. I wish I had a screen here at the back so that I face my audience. Yeah, so I'll be speaking about the Growth and Economic Opportunities for Women's Initiative, an initiative that was jointly funded by the Gates Foundation, the Hewlett Foundation, and IDRC. So this initiative really aimed at fostering women's economic empowerment in the world of work. And it was informed by the first phase, and I think our keynote speaker was part of the first phase. I didn't want to go directly into this initiative, but I thought probably we could also look into where we came from. So the first phase basically focused on identifying the barriers to women's economic empowerment and how this links to the economic growth. And it was kind of broader. Well, I think this is better because my voice won't be breaking. So it was implemented in about four regions, and Africa is one of them. And I want to really have a quick run through and not spend so much time on this. So the GROW one really focused on 5 thematic areas, but you notice that the first 3 were very key to us as we moved forward. the care economy, labor markets, social norms. I think these are elements that we've kind of carried forward, but also paying a lot of emphasis on the measurements. So from this first phase, some of the findings that really captivated us and decided to actually have another phase. One of them was under the unpaid care work, which is one of our key thematic areas. So in the first phase, we noted that actually increasing women's participation in the labor force did not necessarily lead to a reduction of unpaid care work. And we noted that actually gender norms still reinforce these disparities. And how did we agree on to this? That it's not about really getting women into the labor market. It's also important to really tackle other barriers that constrain their participation in the labor market. And then we moved on to the labor market segregation. And here, this research really showed the distress, in participation in the labor market. The segregations across sectors and also cultural norms still playing a role in limiting women's participation in the labor market, but also in empowerment. So basically, the Grow East Africa phase 2 sought to test solutions that can address these barriers at scale. So we've been working with a cohort of really multidisciplinary teams to really provide this evidence that can help us really tease out what works, where, when, and how. And our main objectives were really to generate high quality evidence that will address these barriers, making sure that this evidence is put to use, but also enhancing the capacities of our local researchers. Because this research, as you've noted, it was led by people within the region. So our focus areas were, these are the 5 countries. We have Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Rwanda. So our priority areas that I've touched on a little bit, one of them was reducing and reduction of unpaid care work. And we've had 3 projects that were testing scalable child care provision models. We've had 2 that really tested models that can help us shift culture norms around unpaid care work. And then the other thematic area was tackling labor market segregation. And here we had 3 projects that were looking at skills building and work readiness programs for, especially for young girls, but also fostering gender responsive procurement. Okay. So this is just a quick run through to show you the distribution of projects for those of us who are not so familiar with this initiative. Countrywide, of course, we had quite a number in Kenya, but we noted that across all the thematic areas, there was an kind of equitable distribution of the projects across those thematic areas. And these are the research projects. Oh, what am I doing? Oh. Sorry. Is it the computer? Is it the click? Okay. Apologies for that. But I could quickly move on. So what approach did we take in this initiative? We took several approaches to ensure that we delivered our mandate and achieved our desired goal, which was really generating evidence that informs policy. So we had the research projects that we've just spoken about that were really trying to fill the gap. And capacity strengthening was really key for us. And that's why we had like a team of technical persons who are working closely with the research teams to make sure that we generate quality and rigorous evidence that really informs policy. And then we were very keen on knowledge translation. That is really part and parcel of the work we do at IDRC, ensuring that the evidence we generate does not really sit on our shelves, but really it goes out to the public in a manner that is easy to digest. So we've managed to synthesize the evidence that has emerged from the clusters of projects. We've synthesized evidence on unpaid care work. What really emerged around that cluster? The cluster on skills building, the cluster on procurement, and then the policy engagement strategies. And these will be available sometime in the future. And then we did some systematic reviews of what really exists out there to beef up the work we do, and some state-of-the-art studies. So outreach has been very key to us as well. Our projects have worked closely with the policy actors to make sure that we cultivate interest, but also the research being conducted kind of aligns with the priorities of the different ministries, governments, departments. The regional workshops, and this is our final one. We had the midterm, but these workshops are very key to us because we bring together different entities and we learn from each other. And of course, the learning platforms, and then this other grant that we had. So the other smaller cohort of projects that we had, there were 4 of them. These really tried to help us understand what really could work for us to swift evidence into policy. How do we get this evidence to the users, the tailored users? So there are 3 streams of work in this cluster of projects in Rwanda, Ethiopia, and Uganda. And what these projects really try to test were models of tailored guidance, that really knowing exactly what the evidence user needs and tailoring the support to that need. So they were trying to provide technical assistance to the evidence users. They've built coalitions of actors within the women's economic empowerment space in the respective countries to amplify this work, but also strengthen the capacity of the evidence users. So for the GROW initiative, our ultimate goal was really to generate this evidence that informs policy. And we've seen this really being demonstrated by the work we do. And the previous speakers gave us some of the stories of change that we've seen. This impact has not only been at policy level, but also we've demonstrated impacts in empowering women. And the projects that you'll be visiting at some time, at some point today and tomorrow, they will share some of the outcomes from this work, which I don't want to preempt at this point in time, but they're very, very interesting findings. So as you visit the projects, try to find out more, what has worked, what did not work, and even the motivation of doing this work. So the objectives of this workshop are, one of them is really to share the insights from the work that we've been doing over the 5 years, to foster the connections across all the partners that we have in this space, but also start laying strategies on how we can sustain and scale the successes that we've achieved. We've been challenged, on how to make sure that this work goes to scale. So these are areas that we could begin teasing out in this workshop to see how we can maintain the momentum. So I think I'll leave it to that. Thank you very much. And I'll hand over to Mike or Stephanie. Okay.
So, all right, we have reached the time for a scheduled break. But before that, we are creating a promotional video for our achievements, and I would urge the project lead to take 3 or 4 questions from Science Africa just outside the conference room. And then now we need to go for a break, to stretch our legs, grab some coffee, recharge before we continue. So because we are behind with time, I would urge you to take a bit, maybe 15 minutes, and get back here so that you can continue the workshop. Thank you. All right, so because we have gone through to 10 minutes, so maybe at 10:45, please. Thank you.
Yeah. And there will be a bell ringing to remind us to come back. So once we hear the bell, kindly let's come back. And then those who have not registered, the registration desk is right outside. Thank you.
From March 2021, Horizon the Farm, in partnership with IPA Rwanda, under the funding of IDRC, are implementing crop projects aiming at reduction and redistribution of women unpaid care work. The project engages 1,100 couples from 5 districts of Rwanda: Burera, Gicumbi, Musanze, Nyabihu, and Rwamagana, who are trained on positive masculinity, and particularly women are trained on entrepreneurship and financial education. The training will serve to address the beliefs that the society still have regarding domestic duties.
Hari imirimo twasangaga iharirwa abadamu, abagabo bakumva ko bitabareba: guteka, gukubura, gufurira abana, kubakarabya.
Ibijanye no guteka cyangwa koza ibyombo nta mugabo wabikora.
Ngiye bijyanye no kujya gushaka amafaranga gusa, kumva ko amafaranga mu gihe yabonye ukayazana mu rugo, kumva ko ibyaha birangiye.
Kajya avuga ati nko gukubura hano ntago bimureba, ese nkankirirwa nijerekani ku mutwe mpetse umwana ngenda.
Ukumva ko umugabo ari uko kugenda akigira mu kabara akinywera icupa akitahira, akaza bakamugabura akarya karyama atazi uko akazi ko mu rugo kagenze.
Nibyo yakoze ku maboko yaga ari impfa busa bwazagamo n'inkoni.
Abo bagabo bo barahari cyane cyane nk'ina rwose babona badashobora gukoza ibintu byo gufatanya n'abadamu mu ngo zabo, kubyo niba bafatanya bagatira mugabo situzi ko byagenze.
Kuko hari akazi wabonaga umugabo yakora, abandi bakaguseka, rimwe na rimwe bakavuga ko wamuroze.
But now this mindset have changed due to the training.
Ariko ubu ibintu byose byagiye ku murongo. Ubu nta nubwo natinye no gufata n'umwengo nkubure. N'umwana ndamufata nkamwoza nta kibazo rwose, ibintu biri kugenda neza.
Mbere nari ndi umutayeri ariko ntabasha kubikora. Kubera kwa guca hariya nkagaruka hariya, ariko nsigaye nicara ku mashini nkabasha gukorera udufaranga, nanjye nkaba umugore wagize icyo yinjiza mu rugo.
Kuza buri munsi mpa amafaranga, wavuye gukora mpa amafaranga, akantu kose akeneye abaza umugabo. Ariko ubu nkekaye nibyo ntajya amenya nimba yabibonye cyangwa atabibonye. Biranshimisha cyane.
Turicara tukabiganira, tukavuga ngo wenda ku kwezi niba urugero twaraguze inkoko, ubutaha tuzagura agahene. Rwose mu rugo bimeze neza, turimo turagenda tubikora. Ni inyubako dore byaje mbese.
Abagabo bafite imyumvire nk'iya mbere yuko mpugurwa bari mu buyobe.
Ikintu nabagiraho inama ni uko ifatanyije n'umugore byanga bikunda, hari byinshi muteramo imbere n'ubwumvikane mu rugo, n'intonganya ziragabanyuka cyane.
Tutarahugurwa hari imirimo yampariraga, cyangwa se akayiharira nk'abana, akumva nk'uko kutindura ibishingwe bitamureba. Umwanya wo kujya mu bandi ndawubona cyane, nkanje ubu ngubu ndi n'umuyobozi w'umudugudu. Byashobotse kubera yuko ya mirimo yagabanutse no kugirirwa icyizere kubera uko bakubona. Bakabona wabona igihe cyo gukora ibyo mu rugo, ukabona n'igihe cyo kuyobora wita kuri gahunda za leta.
Amategeko tuyose turahuriza hamwe, nta gusuzugura undi. Ngo niba yagiye nko ku murenge ngo baramwakoye ngo yiriweyo, ngo ndatobona ngo mbese ko wiriweyo gwari cyo wakoze. Oya, aragenda mu byo wamubyiye, akaza nawe mbese nyuma ari mu nama akansobanura ati gutya na gutya, nanje nasigaye mu rugo gutya ndi gukora ikintu iki.
Training on saving have also helped couples to form saving groups which are transforming their lives.
Umuntu yakubwiraga kwizigama watekereza kutihagije, ukumva ntibishoboka. Ariko nyuma yo kubavuna bakatwigisha bikemera, twasobanukiwe neza ko umuntu agomba kwizigama atari uko yizigama ibyasagutse. Wenda ubu murareba ahantu mudusanze ukuntu hasa, abadusuye mbere ntago ari uko basanze hasa. Ariko kubera dushobora kugenda twizigama buhoro buhoro, icyo tubashije kubona mbese ubwo bwizigame hari icyo bugenda butugezaho gahoro gahoro, nubwo bitazira rimwe, ariko turareba hari impinduka ziri kuza.
Turizigama dufite itsinda, twewe twahuje imidugudu 3 nkuko turi imiryango 4 turahura turi imidugudu 3. Nk'ubu nta tungo nagiraga, nukuvuga ngo nta tungo nagiraga, ayo nagabanyemo niyo nashoboye gukuramo iyi hene, urukubona ko yabyaye.
Couples were also supported with water tanks which are contributing to the reduction of unpaid care works.
Amavomero rusange abakure, ubwo niba hari n'ibiceri wagomba kujya guhahisha imboga wabona utari bushobore kujya kuvoma, ukaba wabiha nk'umunyonzi kugira ngo aguhe amazi ku igare. Iyo byitwaga ko amazi ari hafi, ubwo ijerekani twayiguraga 200. Yaba yagiye kure kuko kuyabona n'ukurenga imurehe, ijerekani akaba ari 300. Nawe urumva kugira ngo uzabone amazi yo gufurisha ntabwo byoroshye, ni amafaranga menshi cyane. Ibigega byaratwunganiye, amazi aba ari hafi, urakora isuku neza, mwabibonye mwasanze twafuze, imyenda twanitse y'abana, ntabwo byashobokaga ko wafura imyenda ingana nk'iriya mwabonye yanitse ku mazi waguze kandi bikugoye cyangwa se wagiye kuvana ku rutari busubire inshuro nyinshi.
Mfite ikigega, ndareka, nduhira imboga, urabona ko uruboga rutoshye rumeze neza, dore n'imiteja ejo bundi iraba yeze. Hari igihe nahinguraga naniwe ndetse nkanabwirirwa kubera kubura amazi, ariko ubu reka cyarakemutse rwose.
Cyadufashije muri byinshi, twavaga guhinga tunaniwe, kuja kuvoma ugasanga turukunanirwa, ariko ubu ngubu tuva guhinga tugasanga amazi mu kigega arimo, tukabasha gufura. Bese umuntu akazinduka aja no mu murima atari kuvanga arazindukira ku mugezi.
While the project is under progress, right holders suggest more training sessions.
Amahugurwa yakwiyongera, kuko amahugurwa baduhaye batangiye kuyaduha, intekerezo zacu sinatinya kuvuga ko zari ziri hasi cyane, ariko aramutse yiyongereye twamenya byinshi kurutaho.
Kubiba byiza amahugurwa yakomeza kandi natwe tuyigisha
abantu.
Jambo, jina langu ni Tumaini. Mimi ni mama wa watoto wawili. Kwa kila mtoto niliyepata, ilinilazimu niweke ndoto zangu pembeni. Watoto wangu wameacha mdogo akiwa na miezi 5. Nilipozaa mtoto wangu wa kwanza, nililazimika kukaa nyumbani kumlea. Lakini sasa najihisi niko sawa katika kazi yangu ya ulezi kama mama. Na niko tayari kulea watoto wangu huku nikitafuta kazi. Uamuzi huu haukuwa rahisi. Lakini hali ya uchumi vile ilivyo, nililazimika kuchukua hatua hii. Katika hiki kijiji chetu cha Kaptembwa, kuna vituo vya malezi ambavyo rafiki yangu aliniambia kuhusu. Wanawake wanaosimamia vituo hivyo walikuwa katika hali hii kama yangu zamani. Lakini baadaye wangejifunza ya kwamba kulikuwa na suluhisho kwa wanawake wa kaunti ya Nakuru.
Kituo cha kulea watoto Nakuru pamoja na mama kilianzishwa kama suluhisho kwa mama wenzangu ambao walihitaji niwachungie watoto wao walipoenda kazini. Hapo mwanzo sikuwa nawalipisha, lakini kidogo kidogo mahitaji ya wazazi kwa watoto yalianza kuwa mengi, kiasi cha kuwa singeweza kuyatimiza bila pesa yoyote. Kujishtukia nilikuwa na wachunga watoto karibu 10 kwa siku hivi. Nikaanza kuwalipisha shilingi 50. Na kwa wale wazazi wangependa niwatayarishie watoto wao chakula, niliwalipisha zaidi.
Since the intervention, we have noticed improved health outcomes in children whose care providers' capacity has been increased. The parents are keen on exclusive breastfeeding for children under 6 months, provision of nutritious foods for children above 6 months old, and other health learning issues such as immunization.
Child engagement plays a huge part in the learning outcome of children. The investment being done in promoting learning through play and other methods of stimulating children gives us a great promise. We anticipate that the investment will reflect on learning outcomes observed in the near future.
Mothers make great sacrifices for their children, but one that we can prevent them from making is sacrificing their ambitions for a life of unpaid care duties. The African Population and Health Research Center has provided enough evidence that shows why childcare centers are important for women's economic empowerment. Private-public partnership in this sector will ensure that affordable quality care for children is achievable.
Wanaume hawapaswi kutengwa na malezi ya watoto. Ushirikiano kati ya wazazi wa kiume na wa kike hulea mtoto aliyejengwa vizuri kwa pande zote. Kuwa mshiriki mwakilishi katika malezi na sio mtazamaji asiye na shughuli.
Mimi kwa majina ni Alfred Kijana, nafanya kazi ya bodaboda baiskeli. Naanza saa 12 kupeleka hii baiskeli yangu mpaka saa 1 hivi. Niko na watoto 4. Kuna mtoto mdogo wa miaka 2 mwenye napelekanga daycare. Namwekea kauji yake, nampanga vizuri, namubeba na mpeleka daycare. Kwa maana mimi niko na nafasi.
APHRC has done intensive work in Nairobi. So for us to be able to effectively evaluate the effectiveness of this project, we chose a virgin location, an area where such intervention had not been done. So that is why we settled on Nakuru West, because again, it is a resource poor setting, and we would be able to really get the right outcomes in that area.
We had a visit around the childcare facilities just to see what the current picture was, and we noted that many of the childcare facilities were not being run in the way that they should be. It wasn't what we would consider being the best quality for young children.
Yes, there have been daycares around this place, but they're only meant for commercial, and the kids were being held in a very small house. Even those who were taking care of the kids didn't have any amenity. And so we welcomed this opportunity for Kidogo to come in and help our community and have a center of excellence with the daycare, something that is a model that can be able to help all the other daycares around this place to do and take care of the kids.
We are evaluating the work that is being done by Kidogo, and our focus is to ensure that the children of Nakuru County, they get the best quality of care, and this avails opportunity for their parents to be able to also engage in meaningful paid work.
Naona bibi yangu ako free kuenda kazi yake, ana wasiwasi, anajua penye ameacha mtoto iko safe.
Many of the childcare providers in the Nakuru County are women. Now, bring men into the picture. They start asking questions like, what questions is this? What questions are these you're asking our women? Why do you want to empower women? They started, I think they felt a sense of being threatened, their status in the household and also society as a whole being threatened.
By the time we talk about parental engagement, we don't only involve women, we also bring in male parents to yes, we educate them on the responsibility as male parents, at the same time on why they should be involved in the education of their children.
Daycare inasaidia wazazi sana kwa sababu wakati daycare sikukua walikuwa wanateseka sana mali wanapeleka watoto, lakini sasa hivi daycare ziko wanatuachia watoto wanaenda kazi, wako free kabisa sasa kufanya kazi sawa bila kusumbuliwa. Kuna wakati wengine walikuwa wanaenda nao kazini watoto, lakini sasa hivi daycare ziko wanafurahia kabisa kukaa na daycare.
When I think about the relationship with the different stakeholders, when we got into Nakuru County, we engaged with the Department of Health and Education. And what they told us, the Department of Health, we started talking about childcare services, and the Department of Health told us that we are concerned with nutrition and health in terms of immunization and ensuring that children are healthy.
We ensure that these children are fully immunized to protect other preventable diseases, e.g. polio, which we want to eliminate.
And when we talked to the Department of Education, they told us that their responsibility is for children who are aged 4 years and above. So it was like these children who are 0 to 3 years within the childcare sector, there was no department that was really concerned with them. So we had engagements also with the Department of Social Services.
We are talking about those facilities that can be able to give the services as required by a child of that level. We work very closely with other departments of the county government to ensure that this mandate is properly articulated as it is enshrined in all the laws of this country, including the Constitution of Kenya.
You realize that these children, if there is a daycare around, daycare provide for them an opportunity to socialize so they can, at an early age, learn to cope with others, learn to interact, build their communication skills. They need opportunities to play. They need opportunities even to manipulate things. And that is a process of learning and maturing physically. Emotionally, they get to interact with others.
By the time we came in, Kidogo was not existing anywhere around here. So we came in with the support of APHRC to lobby them, have an MOU. Then they gave us a ground to go and started the operations of the program. So the first win was the acceptance of the county government for we to have this project.
Daycare zinasaidia watoto kwa maana kuna watoto wenye hawakuwa wanajua hata kucheza, lakini sasa kwa daycare naona hata huyo mama yenye napelekea anacheza na watoto vizuri, watoto wanafurahi na yeye. Sasa naona daycare iko sawa.
Wazazi wananiletea asubuhi na kaa nao, tunacheza nao, alafu inafika masaa ya uchi, wanakunywa uchi masaa 4 hivi. Haya, kutoka hapo tena tunatoka nje, outdoor, tunacheza nao nje kidogo na mifara. Tukimaliza tunarudi kwa nyumba. Sasa tunapata lunch imefika, ndio hiyo sasa tunakula lunch. Mwenye amesikia kulala nampeleka analala, alafu ndio tuendelee mpaka jioni mpaka wasasi wao wakujie.
It is a customary kind of thinking that the small children belong to women. So we need to embrace the men involvement in childcare.
It's important for a child to have the care of both parents. So what we need to do is to have strategies, to work more towards having strategies that can bring men more into the care responsibilities.
There is that notion whereby we leave these things to the women, which is not right, because all of us are parents. It is a good experience as a parent. So it has taught me a lot whereby the kids, the relationship of you and the child starts from the tender age. So it's very important for men to venture into this, and it's also helpful for them also to support their women to venture into this daycare business, whereby these women will get something out of it, and they will have an experience of how to handle these young kids, which was not common in our society.
Why should a man be behind? What is your role? And you're also a parent. Do you also want to see your children grow well? So, looking at the Constitution, you have a role to play. Looking at even the policies within children, protecting children, a father has a role to play.
I've seen some fathers coming in to pick their kids. And that has been a positive indicator that at least the family is realizing the importance of everyone taking responsibility dealing with these kids.
Why daycares are there? There is a bill which, if passed, and I'm sure it is on the process of almost being just passed, that children should now be given that guidance when they are 0 to 3 years old. So you'll realize that in totality, the government is concerned about its citizens, starting from 0 to adulthood.
We hope that these conversations will be able to push for the establishment, for the implementation and the enactment of the Child Care Facilities Bill that seeks to provide uniformity in the service of care that is being provided for these children under 3s.
So still a good morning. My name is Paul Okwi from IDRC, and I will be facilitating this session for the next 1 hour or so. We have heard about the GROW project, the overview, and we've had the keynote address from one of our own. So we are now moving deeper into what happened, the evidence. We're looking at the policy recommendations and what has happened in terms of policy uptake. So this session will be organized in form of a marketplace. I'm sure all of us have been to a market, not a supermarket, but traditional African market. So if you go to a supermarket, it's quite different the way it's organized. So in the typical African sokoni, soko, or whatever you want to call it, or Katale if you are from a different country in the Bantu tribe, you go and look at the products that are on display, find out what those products are for, what demands or what needs they address, negotiate, see what your needs are, and then ask the questions about the value, and then you buy or you don't buy. So the next session is taking us into more of an interactive session, where we will be looking at the different products, and the theme for this session is going to be on reduction and redistribution of unpaid care. Reduction and redistribution of unpaid care. So we will be having 3 sub-themes in this. The first one will be on scaling care provisions, where we'll hear from 3 projects. We're not going to have PowerPoint presentations. We have posters that have been prepared by the teams, summarizing all the information that we'd want in just one piece of paper. So the first one will be scaling care provisions. We're not going to have an order that you move from A to B, but they will be all spread out. The second sub-theme will be on care provisions and gender norms. I think this was introduced. And then the last one will be on the policy aspect, that is the policy projects that looked at strengthening capacity for uptake. So that will be guiding our next session. We will be doing this for about an hour or so. But before we get into the policy, the marketplace, we are going to hear from one of our resource persons who did some synthesis work, pulling together the evidence from these projects and trying to tie and pull out key messages in terms of what works, what is working, what is not working, what can we do in terms of improving our portfolio on women's economic empowerment. So we will have a presentation from Professor Amber Peterman, and she basically did a synthesis of all the 9 projects, and we will be using that as a benchmark to launch our next market session. So we will hear from her the key takeaway messages just as a guide. Then when we go to the marketplace, we will be interacting with the different project teams. Now here is what is going to happen. When we get the marketplace, we will distribute ourselves. We don't have to cluster to one poster at a time. So we'll spread ourselves fairly evenly. I think we're about 70, 80 now. We'll spread ourselves, move to the 9 posters that have been presented. I'll ask the teams to position themselves by their posters. The lead, for this session, there will be other posters coming up tomorrow and later this afternoon. So the lead PI and your team, please, you can go where your poster is, but we don't have to stick to where we are. If you're a team from Ethiopia, for instance, PSI, not all of you have to be in PSI poster. Let the others move, leave 1 or 2 people to explain what your project was about. And you know what the content of your posters are. So the other team members can rotate to the other posters, asking questions, finding out what synergies, what complementarities are there, and what messages we can take forward from that. So it's We expect that you take 5 to 7 minutes. Okay. I thought the market session had started from there, but it's okay. It's all right. So we expect you to take 5 to 7 minutes per poster, given that we have a time constraint. But it's not that you have to finish all the posters, because we have an interactive Q&A session right after the posters, after the marketplace. So again, for the PIs, the lead principal investigators on your team, just be prepared after the marketplace to answer some questions from the plenary. So there will be questions asked to specific groups. We will have a moderator, Gladys, who is right here. She will take over at that point. And so you'll feel free to ask about any of the posters that will have been presented. So I hope that is quite clear to us. If you have any issues during the 1 hour of marketplace, please feel free to interact, ask any other person or one of us who is here to help you. So before we move to the marketplace, I said, going to have a presentation from Professor Amber. And let me introduce Professor Amber very briefly. Professor Amber is a research associate professor at the University of North Carolina in the United States. Has extensive expertise in gender and development economics, contributed significantly to evidence-based solutions to tackle unpaid care and promote gender equality globally. Today, she will be presenting a synthesis on reducing and redistributing unpaid care. That is a synthesis from our projects. This is going to be pivotal in terms of the discussion that will come right after this, in terms of what are the main insights. So over to you, Professor Amber, and then right after that, we will proceed to the marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And good morning, everyone. I'm going to subject you to one PowerPoint before we get the more exciting marketplace going. And I'm going to present sort of high-level synthesis results from reduction and redistribution of unpaid care work, what we know works. And really, I think it's testament to all of you in the room and the GROW program that I'm actually standing here giving a synthesis, because even a few years ago, this just would not be possible due to lack of evidence. So thanks to everyone in the room. Okay, so I'm not going to motivate this issue, since I already heard at breakfast groups of men talking about women's economic empowerment. I think we've arrived there. But what I wanted to do was give you 4 main key takeaways from the synthesis. So the first is what works for childcare models, focusing on a variety of impacts on economic, social, and health outcomes. Second is to do the same for shifting gender norms and perceptions on unpaid care work, looking at the same groups of outcomes. Thirdly, talk about what factors are contributing to success in these models. And finally, to touch on policy and practice recommendations from the studies and the policy research projects. And this is preliminary ongoing joint work with a number of the GROW PIs in the room. So comments are very welcome. Okay, so first a note on methodology before I dive in. This is a narrative review, and what we've done is we've sort of used the GROW2 studies as focal studies, but we've also taken a broad look at the literature to see what else is out there from the region, focusing on studies that are identifying a causal impact, and then also bringing in qualitative studies to support those where they exist. So we're going to look at a number of different impacts, not just for women, but also for households, men, and children, focusing on 5 different domains. The first is, of course, unpaid care. Second is economic outcomes. Third is agency, broadly defined. Fourth is health. And then finally, attitudes and norms, focused on gender attitudes and norms. And so for the final sample of what I'll present, we have actually 5 studies that focus on childcare, 5 studies that focus on shifting gender norms, and then bringing in those 4 policy impact studies that were talked about previously. And I would say here that actually 4 of the childcare studies and 2 of the gender norm shifting studies are from directly the GROW portfolio. Okay, so what kind of childcare interventions are we talking about? You'll hear more about these, but the first one is Child Fund Ethiopia, community-based centers, in addition to adding women's self-help groups, entrepreneurship, and leadership training, capital provision, and then parenting and social behavior change for men. The second is daycare vouchers, covering the cost of daycare in Nairobi for basic versus quality enhanced centers. The third is the Kidogo Childcare Microfinancing, now famous to this room, including health and safety package, on-site coaching, mentoring, business training for mompreneurs, versus a comparison to existing community-based childcare centers. The fourth is childcare subsidies to community-based centers and unconditional cash transfers layered on those in Uganda. And finally is market-based childcare run by local providers versus bursaries for community-based centers of choice in the greater Kampala area. So one thing to note about these childcare models is they're all sort of targeting women as the primary entry point. They're targeting female caregivers of young children, 0 to 5, and these are primarily in urban or peri-urban areas. And of note is the focus on women who were initially underemployed or unemployed in the Child Fund intervention, and a focus on women working in markets in the Uganda Kampala market-based intervention. And these interventions are providing up to 12 months of childcare. So what are the high-level impacts? These are the impacts for women, and you can see the different studies 1 through 5 on the different rows and the different outcome domains across the top. So what you see is where there's a solid circle, that means there's a positive, significant, favorable impact on that domain. And where you see the empty circle, it means there was no significant impact. So this is across 56 primary effects extracted from across the studies. And what we can see is there's relatively consistent positive impacts for unpaid care domain and the economic standing domain. But there's mixed impacts for health. So we see good impacts for mental health. These interventions are reducing stress, improving mental health of women. But there's little evidence for reduction in inter-partner violence. And we have little evidence of impacts for agency, and attitudes and norms were not actually measured across these studies. Okay, so broadening it out to the impacts on men, children, and households, this is the same sort of summary chart. And what you can see immediately is the blue are men's outcomes, the green are children's outcomes, and the red are household level outcomes. So there's much less being measured across these studies in terms of beyond women's effects. But where there are measured outcomes, we can see consistent positive impacts for economic outcomes at the household level, and this is mainly household wealth, food security. We also see positive impacts for men's economic standing. However, we see mixed impacts for child health, variable sort of ECD impacts, and little evidence for impacts on child nutrition and on violence against children. And so just a lot more gaps here than the previous figure. So what are the promising design factors that were found in these studies? And here there's a few things that bubbled to the top. One is the importance of complementary programming to enhance women's economic empowerment, specifically using group-based models, as well as cash top-ups to households. Second, an important aspect of the Ethiopia study in particular was engaging men in parenting and the impacts that trickle down from that. And then finally, in Uganda, the importance of giving women freedom of choice in terms of the childcare that they were seeking was also important. And here on the top is a quote from Ethiopia that sort of exemplifies this additional impact of the plus components. And this woman says, "Now I'm the one who leaves the home early in the morning for work. He, my husband, takes care of the children and the home while I'm away. I feel happy when I return from work in the evening. In addition, when we have trainings, he asks me about it. When I tell him, he always appreciates my motivation, my child's being protected, and me having a job makes him happy." Similarly, here's a quote from a mompreneur in Kenya, and she says, Since I came to this industry, there's been a change in my income because of the training I got to manage this business. I'm able to know when I'm making profit, and I can track parents who have not paid because I have records. I have cash, and I'm able to sustain myself. Okay, so now moving quickly to the norm-changing interventions. Here again, there were 5 that we identified. The first was Unite for Better Life in Ethiopia, and this was a 14-session group-based gender transformative training for men, women, and couples. This focused on HIV and IPV, but also included some aspects around domestic work in the home. Second, we have Bande Bereho, which was in Rwanda, and this was a 15-session group-based gender transformative parenting program for men, but also included 8 sessions where women were invited. Also in Rwanda, we have the Réseau des Femmes multi-component project, and this was giving households water tanks paired with women's financial education, entrepreneurship training, and couples training on positive masculinities, or SRH. In Tanzania, we had the Effects trial, and this was a 24-session group-based nutrition training delivered to mothers and couples with and without a parenting component. And finally, in Uganda, we have the Power Model, which is a multi-level programming for women, women's economic empowerment, group-based activities for men and boys, as well as community-level SASA engagement. And so one common sort of aspect about these norm-changing interventions is that they not only target women, of course, but there's really a focus on men, couples, and in some cases, the community. Even though there's a number of different types of programming here, at their core, all of these gender norm-changing models have some sort of group-based training as sort of a core component of them. And in these models, the programming... Okay, so what did the gender norm shifting impacts look like in terms of the impacts on women? Here's the same sort of figure with the studies down the left side and the outcome domains across the top. Here we see relatively consistent impacts for women's health across just a wide variety of outcomes, including intimate partner violence and SRH. But we sort of have mixed impacts for many of the other domains. And an interesting thing here is that despite the focus on gender norms, actually none of the studies measured norms, although we do have some favorable changes in attitudes. And there's a number of different reasons this might be, including the study design of some of the interventions. Okay, now looking at men, children, and household impacts, here's quite a different picture from the child care interventions. Here we have a lot of outcomes measured for men, but not so many measured for children and at the household level. But where we do see indicators measured, we have relatively consistent and positive impacts on redistributing unpaid care. So that's great news. We have promising impacts for agency, and here agency means men giving up power or ceding power to women. We have some positive impacts for health and attitudes were measured, but there's no economic impacts that we found across these different studies, and few of the studies measure outcomes for beyond men in the family. Okay, so thinking of the promising design factors, again here a few rose to the surface. One is the importance of working at multiple levels, so individual, couple, community level. Second is the importance of engaging men and using sort of entry points of common interest to men. And so often these were either child nutrition or parenting type activities. And then finally, the importance of combining a norm-changing plus practical component in the case of Réseau des Femmes in Rwanda. And here's a quote from a woman in that intervention. She's talking about the importance of both of the components and the synergy between them. So she says, "Today, I woke up late, I have time to visit my children. I spend less time on water collection. Furthermore, my husband now helps me with chores, reducing my stress significantly. This positive change is a result of the interventions which emphasize the importance of shared responsibilities and efficient resource management. And here's another quote, this time from a male participant also in Rwanda, who is talking about there is need for discussion between a husband and a wife in order to combine power. When power is combined, you can reach success. So really bringing in the concept of really joint engagement in the household and sort of making the pie bigger than its parts. So I want to say just a few words about scale and scalability. So what we did here is we plotted, this goes from 0 to 1,000, and the red here is the number of child care centers, and the blue here is the number of women and child pairs that were engaged in the intervention. So you can see sort of the scale of some of these models. And here's the same for gender norm shifting interventions, and here the red is the number of communities, and again the blue is the number of couples or households that were engaged in the intervention arms of these different studies. So what you can see is that the majority of evidence is still from sort of pilot or mid-level type interventions, although we do have one outlier here in Ethiopia with 3,000 households engaged. There is some costing data in these different evaluations. So we see, for example, the cost of subsidizing childcare is about 110 to 120 US dollars for a term. The Unite for Better Life intervention costs 74 US dollars to implement. And so we have some evidence on the costing side, but we don't have sort of a clear picture of how one type of intervention, how the impacts change as you try to scale the intervention. And we still have some work to do, I think, in terms of integrating these different models into systems, either government systems or private sector. So this is my last slide, and I just want to say a few words about the policy and program implications. I know we're going to spend a lot of time on this in the later sessions. So nearly universally, these studies argue for scale-up and for making these types of interventions available to more women, more households, and more families. For childcare, the quality came out as an important aspect, so making sure the quality is there. And then, again, nearly all of the studies sort of argued for this need for reinforcement of the increased recognition of unpaid care work to support women at multiple levels, going up to the legislative level. And so in terms of policy action, these are just a few of the main aspects that came out of the policy engagement interventions. And we'll talk about these more, but the things that seemed important are leveraging existing connections at the outset, including networks, and using evidence, so leveraging that evidence, building new coalitions, using diverse multimedia to reach different stakeholders, and including in local languages, and then finally being realistic about the time and resources needed for this kind of work that is not always linear and takes just really a lot of time and repeated engagements. And so I would be remiss if I didn't end with just a few research gaps. I think we saw some of the gaps around costing, around scalability, but I think another gap is really trying to be intentional about filling those evidence gaps, especially for impacts beyond women, and honing in on these measurement issues on attitudes and norms to really see if these are shifting at the same time we're seeing shifts in behaviors. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Amba. Just put it there. Yes, so I think it's time for us to now begin to digest. This is quite high level. We are now going to the real projects to see what was done at the different project levels. So we have 9 projects that we'll be showcasing. And I would like us to go in this order so that we don't get confused. We put out most of the posters, but there are only 9 that we'll be showcasing. So Child Fund Ethiopia Your poster will be here. It will be projected. It's right here. So the PI for Child Fund Ethiopia, please, you can lead your team later here immediately. And then we have the APHRC. Yes. Your poster is right. Next to you. Yes. So your project is on empowering women through provision of quality child care services in Kenya. APRI, that is the S Policy Research Institute. Where are you? Yes, your poster is? All right, get up and find it, please. It's a marketplace, otherwise you'll not sell. Yeah, you feel free, you can get up now and look around. Yeah, so that people don't spend time trying to locate you. EPRC, Economic Policy Research Center. Please find your poster working on shifting gender norms and public perceptions about unpaid care in workplaces. Then we have IPA Rwanda. IPA Rwanda working on the impact of holistic participatory programs on reducing and distributing unpaid care. Please find your poster. All right. So it's right here. And then we have the policy projects. We have 4 policy projects that is on strengthening capacity for effective women's economic empowerment. Oxfam. Oxfam, where are you? Please find your poster. Feel free to walk there. It's a marketplace. So just get up and move. PSI, Policy Yes Studies Institute, supporting women's economic empowerment. Please move to your poster with your team. And then we have Includavet. Yeah, what is your poster? All right, it's right this way. And then finally, but not last, we have Profems Rwanda, that is supporting policy action. So I would encourage the PIs and their teams to please move to your posters. We need to see where you are so that we don't go to the posters that don't have. That will be showcasing later. Then the rest of us can feel free to interact, move to the posters as we want, engage, ask questions. We have about 1 hour for this. So please spend 5 to 7 minutes per poster. If it is quite interesting, you can go to 7-10 minutes. But the doors will be closed. There will be no exit so that we remain. Yeah. So let's start the market. Let's go buy and do business. Thank you. Yes, yes. And nobody should remain seated. Please. Yes? Which one? Huh? Who will take the notes? Your poster is not up. It was not printed. No. You've checked. for
it's not possible to separate these two projects, to have one different and another different. Or you see that, so it's true that
We can start moving to the next, if possible, please. Move to the next project. There is a project that is being streamlined up. Please, that's also one of the projects, Population Fund. It's time to move to the next one, please. Don't over-concentrate. Population.
Let's move. We move to the next.
There is one at the front there. Maybe you want to listen to them. Yeah. No.
We are not moving. We move around. We move around. Kwaje? Uko salama? Okay.
Of that, huh?
We move to the next. Okay. All right. Okay. Though we just have an hour. We have an hour for the marketplace. And we have 9 posters.
Yeah, we realize some people have not moved from the first station since they started.
But even when they're at home, are they able to get
Yeah, we're now going to project the April one. Okay, all of the posters. Don't let them go.
It was done, but they say
Yeah, but with time he realizes he's not with the mother.
We move. There. Yeah, the other side. No, he icon. Yes. Twende na mtoto. Where you are from? Nyeri. Where Nyeri? Where? Are you from Nyeri? Wapi? Karatina wapi? I'm from Kagoshi. We move. Yeah, there's also another one here. Yeah, here. They're here. They are here. It's the same. Yes. These and that are the same, but the group is here.
About a model that can shift norms and behavior and attitude. But this model, called the power model, has been applied extensively within the grassroots to reduce report internet culture violence, but had never been used to shift norms. So what we did is the School of Women and Gender Studies did some changes within the model to tackle elements of unpaid care and care work. How can we So that's how we came up with power model plan in there which includes technology. So how did it work? So within this model, we are tackling both individuals, households, communities, and the entire realm of, in terms of policy engagement. So how did this work? In terms of at individual level, we're looking at couples because to change norms on paid care, that means there should be a cohesion of couples. That means and children involved, or no children involved, but there should be an element of a couple. So we looked at for women who are in empowerment groups, like savings groups, circles, farmer groups, that have a form where we can come in and tap in and change issues around empowerment. But then they're going to be trained on issues of savings, issues of how do you do better planning, how do you do better record keeping, and how do you do better project management. So we looked out for those women in these groups. So the sample kept on being narrower. So when you look for the women in groups, again, then you have to look for these women who are married. So because they are really hard to engage, selected, we call them champions, women champions, men and women champions. So they select around 10 men within that community. So we have been the champions of change because people look out for us. Then they are the ones again set to engage and training. You see the people within the community, those are the change agents, LCs, women leaders, who you can train, church leaders, to see if they can also advocate for this kind of thing within the realms of communities they lead. Because that's now community level engagement. So within this, then at the other part we had decision makers. So this was a moderate level. Then some communities get the entire package to see what would be the best. Because remember, we want to see what is more scalable at the cheapest cost. Yeah, and but what will work with reduce activity. So ideally, we then targeted some of the get from the very beginning, engage the community makers, policy makers, society members, and the men all have the greatest impact. Whereby the men, your husband is there, your men is there, and then it might reduce the time women spend on care by hooking 1.5 hours. Good, because that's what we wanted to test out. So this was a scientific model. Their leisure time did improve, women need time. At first we can make noise while using their leisure, but this has helped education. So we said if their leisure time improves, then means there will be better people there as well. And then what women are doing who supposed to actually participate in their work shifted, because there saw some stories of change. Like some man, you know, that's the one you know. So because of the training and support and some of the men champions that they received, so now she's so happy that she does more extra things for me than before. Like even just the time I left the bed, I left a sit on for her. It had a more social element that connected with her. She was no longer feeling tired. More leisure, but so she had more participation. So they were really being happy in terms of time spent with the family. So, but also see that women's time spent on unpaid care activities reduced. So that's what people are asking. Time unpaid reduced. They expected also for the men to actually increase, but also reduce. But of course, not the only thing we're interested in. There are other activities that take place. There is community engagement, there is education activity, there is also leisure, and also there is other elements. So, ideally for us, we are happy also that their time spent on paid also increases. But what we found that their support to their women to reduce unpaid care activities was higher. So, ideally, in case when he was making too much, taking cattle to the field, now even the wife supports. So that time I distributed in a way. So the woman would have more activities within the home, like paid activities, sewing machine.
We still have about 15 minutes. So please make sure you move to the next station.
We move. We move.
Yeah, we have one of the poster sessions here. We have changed from the Ethiopian Child Fund to APRI now. So the two projections are going to be for APRI and the Child Fund. This did not have the opportunity to present the posters. So please, you can move here if you are. We have some very latest information. Hot off the press, it's just come out now. Please, you can come this side and listen to this as well. Somebody come and adjust. You can. Yeah. No, can go the other side. Yeah. So APRI is on the other side. The posters just come out. Yes. These people are still here. It's a duplicate, but these ones are still explaining. 12:15. We have about 5 minutes to go, so please move to the last project. We have a project by APRI at the corner, the other side, so you could hear from them as well. have you bought so far? It's time for the PIs as well to move. If you have been talking, yeah, you can also move to the other projects. If a PI, please move to other projects, allow your colleagues to explain.
We are wrapping up the marketplace. Yeah, 12:15. Yeah. Lise, are they asking you for social media? These guys, or they are not? Yeah? Yeah. They are a bit, they are, huh? By the way, what was this for? What was this for? Whom did I give this? What was it for? Daktari, so are you still teaching? Oh, you're on leave. Okay. So, but are you supervising students? Okay. Okay. Oh, you don't supervise. Okay. Oh, I actually never knew you are the one in charge of these WE hubs. Yeah, we hubs. Okay. And for Kenyatta and Nairobi, which is I heard Kenyatta is bigger than Nairobi one. I don't know. or their bigger funding. But
testing and childcare integrated with the public school system. That took quite a bit of bunch and brought their budget from about $5 million. Yeah, well, the University of Nairobi, $2 million. US dollars. So that's the only difference. Yeah, and the one for Nairobi is supposed to be ending August this year. KU, because of that, up to next year.
there's a course I have been promoting, funded by IDFC. For researchers as a practitioner. It's free, it's self-based, it's bilingual, and it's thereafter. So we have a target of teaching 1,000 learners. That will be for March next year. So I don't know if I could use your network because it's a process. We just promote videos and whoever is interested, they just enroll.
Yes. So how do you want me to help you?
How can I reach you?
Oh, here I am. So you want a phone? You want a
A phone would be better
yes.
so that I just call you.
Yes.
We should be summarizing, winding up.
Why do you think, what are the selling points for this? Because people want papers and certificates and other whatever. So how do you persuade your
We have the opportunity to ask questions during the plenary as well.
So it is something good for researchers.
For researchers and also practitioners.
And practitioners.
There are 17 modules, 3 core modules. Others have been specific as agriculture, macroeconomics, health, all these intersectionality.
Yes. You can also forward me the details.
Yes, I will forward you everything. So, please send it.
Did you flash me?
Yes.
Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, this one, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Let me put my phone in.
From December, I'm also a doctor. I told you.
Ah, yeah, congratulations. Are you going to be teaching at a university or you are happy where you are?
I would be mind. You know, now I'm looking for opportunities. I was busy when I was a student, so I could not do so much.
Yes,
I created the paper with the research but on research funding from FID. You know FID?
Yes.
Yes, I got this because they have some research company called the research have this community extension model and even a funding, so that's what I'm doing. But I'm looking for more opportunities and collaboration.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm actually happy here. I didn't know they are doing that in Garaka.
Oh, yeah, they are. Yes, they're interacting. They're trying to have childcare embedded in public schools. And now what they have done is that create a great space and that up to 3-year-olds to come into the school. The others, then there's a small childcare. They have a curriculum for themselves, for them. They've got learning materials for them. We want to see whether it works.
Save my number so that we don't forget.
Yeah, Michael Morigi Pep. For sure. And congratulations, you're doing very well for yourself.
You know, I remember there was a time you were teaching us and you were telling us, once you have a PhD, now I want to get PhD, but now I'm here to see, of course I only graduated in December last year. I'm here to see the fruits, but when you are teaching
You're already seeing them. You're already seeing the fruits even before. What did I tell you? I say many things.
Yeah, you are telling us, once you have a PhD, money looks for you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. You see now, things are already coming. goodness, I should retire. I should retire. Look at my students, this is good.
So share that.
Yeah,
Share that.
Ben. Do you know, I'm already teaching people I taught in first year. Dixon, you're already teaching Dixon. I'm like, I should be retiring. Yes, I'm like, I should be retiring.
All right, I think we've come to the end of the marketplace. Let's get back to our residences, our homes, and move to the Q&A session. You have the opportunity to ask questions during the Q&A session. So please summarize. Please summarize. If you are selling your goods, you can pack them and take them back home. If you have not sold. Let's resume our seats, please. Let's take our seats.
Let's settle, let's settle.
As we take our seats, there's lost and found. Always in the marketplace, people lose property. So if you lost your key somewhere, it's yours.
Let's settle for the next session.
All right, thank you. Let's resume our seats and over to Gladys for the next session, please.
Paul. Paul. Yeah, so that they're able to sit. I'll call them, just encourage them to come forward.
Oh, excuse me, you speak Lonyankole? Yes. Oh, okay. I'll come.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. You know, in Africa, we love to tell stories. We like to catch up. Are we together? Are we back to our tables? Please wave at me if you can hear me. Are we settled? All right, I love to see the smiles, despite the fact that I know the hunger pangs are calling at this point. But hey, it's good to see everybody in this plenary. I know some that have stepped out, but they'll be back with us. Allow me to also wish you at this point a happy International Women's Week. Remember, we are within that auspicious week. Had we forgotten? Had we forgotten? Aha, all right. As we gear up for the celebrations on Saturday, it is indeed timely to have this Grow for Women East Africa final workshop on such an auspicious week. Just a quick reminder, the theme for this year, in case you're wondering, oh, it's that week. Yes, it is rights, equality, empowerment for all women and girls. Now, this is definitely a theme that supports the objectives of our conversations throughout the workshop, as we seek to lend our efforts to achieving 5.4, that SDG 5.4, which aims to recognize and value unpaid care and domestic work. This is also, as you know, part of SDG 5, which seeks to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. So again, welcome, and my name is Gladys Gashanja. I'm a journalist by profession, and I have been practicing, or I have practiced in the mainstream media for over 18 years, and now practicing as a media consultant, and it is a pleasure to be part and parcel of this engagement. We started this relationship back in 2022. Who was there for the Growth Midterm workshop? All right, great to see you. Great to see you. And of course, for those that are joining us for the final walk or lab, we really are happy to have you here. So I'm your moderator for the question and answer marketplace sessions, and also the 3 policy panels that we have lined up throughout the workshop. And speaking of which, because I'd like us to engage as much as we can and also give a room for the project representatives to engage you on the questions that you would like to have with them, because you only had a short time going through, the posters and engaging with them. To start off, may I have all the project representatives on stage with me? Please, let's have you on stage. Let's walk quickly to the podium. Yes, I know you are not expecting this, but don't worry, it's gonna be easy. It's gonna be easy. Please, let's walk to the podium, every project representative, because there are questions that will be posed to or concerning your project, and it will be important to just have you here and answer directly. We had 8 projects. I know one wasn't put up, but I think we also can give them an opportunity. So I'm expecting 9 representatives. Do we have 9 yet? No. Did somebody slip out? Are we shy? Can we pinpoint somebody who is trying to hide? Okay. Team IDRC, Pep, help me out here. All right. I know the Ethiopia team at the corner. I don't see anyone who's seated here. Who was at the back? All right, outside. I see the lady. There was a gentleman too. Okay, who else is missing? Do we have somebody from Profems? Do we? Where are they? Oh, great, great, great. Okay, so how many are we now? 6, 7. We still have 2 more. All right, 8 is the number now. The 9th person, who are we missing? Is it Oxfam? Is it Oxfam? Is it Oxfam? Or I think it's Oxfam. They're the only ones who are not able to actually present their poster. Who is representing them? Oh, it's the mommy with the baby. Please encourage her as she comes on stage. I mean, if we're going to talk about unpaid care work, we might as well be practical about these things and support women going full throttle in as far as achieving their dreams. You can? All right. Okay, yeah, you can go to the end. So maybe to make this a little bit quick and also be sensitive to the fact that APRI had a very short time to present. Yes, Toto, we are here because of you and other mamas and also papas who are in this industry. So can we have somebody from APRI just give us a short summary of what the project is about, because you had a very short time putting it across. I think some people never made it to your poster that was actually projected on screen. So please introduce yourself and shortly give us your breakdown.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gladys. My name is Jacqueline Makaru. I'm the team leader at ACE, Policy Research Institute in Uganda. And in the audience is my colleague George, who's been project manager. Our project was about supporting parenting care corners for vulnerable business women in markets in Kampala. We operated in 6 markets in Kampala, and what we did is provide opportunities for childcare. It is also a research project, so we did a very rigorous experiment to understand and test if women had access to childcare, would they use it? If they used it, would it improve their well-being? Would it improve their productivity? Would it improve their profitability? Would we observe some child-level outcomes in the children who are in these childcare spaces? So we ran a 3-arm randomized control trial. The first arm was we ran childcare centers in the markets. And these are unstructured markets. When I say unstructured markets, these are markets that are not built in any way, structured in any, logical way, but they are just a marketplace. So we ran a child care corner in those markets, in 6 markets. And then the second part is we gave a voucher to qualifying women to take their child to a community child care center of their own choice. It could be close to their work, it could be close to their home, so it was up to them. And then we also had a control group. We assigned women into these categories based on a number of qualifying factors. One, you had to be a woman and the primary caregiver of the child. Our children to be qualified were aged 8 months up to 4 years. Secondly, you had to be operating within this market. And then we did a draw to randomly assign the women to either the child, to bring their child to the care corner in the market, or get a voucher, or be in the control group. So we run these child care spaces at different times, but starting from 2022 through 2023, and some bits in early 2024. We did our baseline, we did our end line, and we have done some of the analysis of the data. It's a lot of data we've generated, but generally we have found that once the women had access to childcare, there was increase in uptake. And uptake is, if the space is there, if you have a voucher, are you actually taking your child to the care corner, or are you utilizing the opportunity that you have been given? So we found that uptake increased. We found that women well-being increased. We studied well-being from time use data. We did calendar time use data for the women. We wanted to know how many hours they were spending awake and break down per hour what they were doing with their time. Many of them were spending more than half of their waking time on childcare, but they were also spending more than half of their work time on business, which points to multitasking. So many of them were multitasking. We found some positive effects on profit, but we are doing more data to increase the number of observations so that we can stabilize this data, because the data on profit is a bit noisy. So we want to increase that, the number of observations. There were several learnings from the project, including how the barriers that women face, how they limit them, how they limit their economic opportunities. These barriers range from social, cultural barriers, the self-limiting beliefs, and other economic barriers. So, briefly, that's what our project was on. We worked collaboratively with the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, which is represented by Madame Juliana here. We worked with another women organization, Forum for Women in Development, which was our advocacy partner. And because the markets were in Kampala City, we worked collaboratively with the Kampala Capital City Authority.
Excellent. Let's appreciate Jacqueline and the bigger team. All right, now that she has given her submission, we will just excuse our partner from Oxfam to just tend to the baby, and then we can get back to it. So for now, let's just follow through even as we go past sub-theme, because you started off telling us more about what APRI has been doing in terms of scalable childcare provisions. Let's open up the plenary to the questions under this in terms of scalable childcare provisions. Remember, these are just models that can be expanded to meet the needs of more children and families, such as early childhood centers, social franchises, and community-based care. So out of your interaction with the posters and the conversations with the project representatives, what are these questions or clarifications that you would like to get from the different representatives? Any questions? You can start off with the fresh one, a guest from APRI. Any questions to her? Hello, are we there? Are we there? Remember, we're here to also learn from each other and see how we can actually implement best practices and see how to scale it up across the region and beyond. Yes, there's a question. Go ahead.
Thanks. I wanted to just start by really thanking all of the projects for the excellent posters. I was so excited by this session, and I'm looking forward to the other poster sessions and learning about each and every project. I was struck by so many things. I wasn't able to attend all of the stations, but one of the things that really did stand out for me was some of the particular learnings and constraints that the colleagues from Ethiopia and ChildFind had in their project. And I was wondering if they could talk to us a little bit more about some of the challenges of working in environments that are affected by a certain level of uncertainty and trying to do care economy work.
So ChildFind, this is your opportunity. If you can just grab the microphone in front of you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Nathan. I'm from ChildFind. The project that you might have seen we've been working on was a mix of early childhood development and also women economic empowerment. As part of one of the findings that was very significant was a reduction in maternal depression. We established community-based childcare centers, and at each of these community-based childcare centers, women organized into women-led self-help groups, mother-led self-help groups, and they were the ones who were running the childcare centers on a rotational basis, in addition to an assigned community facilitator or childcare center manager. So at the end of the project, when we assessed the impact, one of the interesting outcomes that we noted was a reduction in maternal depression, even in the presence of some uncertainty, conflict-affected areas. We noted that the establishment of the childcare centers, in addition to the engagement at the self-help groups, actually buffered and supported them in reducing maternal depression at the end of the project. In comparison to the control groups, we noted that there was a significant decrease in maternal depression as a result of the project.
Okay, so did that answer your question? All right, excellent. So it can also be comments and what you've taken away from the different posters and presentations of the same. Any other question to APRI, APHRC, and ChildFind Ethiopia? Yes, there's a hand there. Could you, the microphone in front of you.
Yeah, just a quick one. First of all, the projects are amazing. In terms of the pathways to impact, how you link to the policies, and I've seen a very intentional effort towards ensuring that there's policy change. So I appreciate that. But the question I have is whether the only or the main path to change with regards to childcare, which in many of the ecosystems in Africa or in developing contexts is not always taken with the kind of significance that it deserves. Do you see that the main pathway to change is just through the policy, or are there other pathways that really can be are important? We're talking about things like investments that are required in that particular systems. Things like, of course, capacity building has been addressed in some of the projects, just trying to expand beyond just the policy realm as the pathway for change. And then secondly and finally is the impact of these efforts and how, other shockers of life, uncertainties. Our keynote speaker, raised quite a number of very important points around the ecosystem within which all this work operates. We had COVID, we have climate change, which is becoming very critical when it comes to healthcare and of course the childcare. Any thoughts around the ecosystem within which these kinds of improvements are needed? My name is Johannes Atela. I'm from the Africa Research and Impact Network. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think I can throw this to APHRC. Yeah, you can take this one. It's on.
Thank you, Gladys. My name is Linda Olo. I work as a researcher at the African Population and Health Research Center. together with Dr. Patricia Kitsawe-Kulo, who was the PI for this project. And I must say it was a privilege to be part of this project. I will speak to the policy, beyond the policy. Our project had, like I mentioned during our poster presentation, we had great policy windows when we were starting this project. And I think one of the key lessons is taking advantage of policy windows in our different countries. I recognize that policy issues are not uniform. They change country to country, county to county. Like right now in Kenya, we have subnational governments, so the policy windows may be different, but I think it's really important for us to take advantage of policy windows and see what we can tap within those windows. For instance, within county governments, there are certain counties that are very proactive when it comes to issues around childcare. It could be because they are women-led. I may be biased, but I think it was a great policy window for us to be in a county that was led by women, and so they were able to take for instance, the Child Care Act that had been stalled some time back, and we realized that this was already an act. We didn't even need to do a lot. We just needed to dust it, take it to the Kenya Gazette, and it was ready and rolling. So it is important for us to take advantage of policy windows. Beyond policy engagements, especially with counties, one of the things we realized was that childcare is a very strategic need for women especially. It is practical because when you provide childcare, you are able to help the woman to do other things. But beyond there are very layered issues that the woman has to contend with. So I think even as we move forward, we need to think about patriarchal structures, for instance. We need to think about other issues, like you've mentioned, climate change. Women in the slums spend a lot of time queuing for water. So I think when we work around the childcare, I think we need to see how we are also changing systems, the normative systems around the woman, and also working deliberately with the community, with the ecological framework to change the gender norms so that we can be able to slowly shift gender roles for the woman. Thank you.
Thank you, and I love the way you shifted gears. Would you like to add something, Jacqueline? Just a short addition.
Yeah, just I like the question he asked. Is the main pathway to change through policy? I want to say yes. And me saying yes does not mean that I'm disregarding all the different independent, private sector, social franchise approaches. No. But why do I think policy is the main pathway to change? One, policy effects happen at scale. When a government commits to a policy shift, it is an indicator that government has recognized that this is an important issue that must be tackled at the very highest political level. I don't know who does policy in other countries, but in Uganda, it is the cabinet that does policy. So when cabinet sits and said, this is the policy shift we are taking, then it's the highest level of political commitment. The second reason why policy is the main pathway is because it will signal that the country is committed to this as a national priority and as a priority for national development. So if the cabinet has said we are going to free childcare, for example, or free early childhood education for everyone, then the government is committed to this. And then, most importantly, policy shifts provide an enabling environment for all these other actors to operate. So if the policy shift has come, the social franchise people, the private sector people, the non-government organizations, all other stakeholders who are committed to this cause will find an enabling environment to operate. And by saying that policy is the main pathway, I am not saying that government can deliver it, because government cannot deliver alone. So, but providing an enabling environment will enable all the actors, all of us in this room who are trying to, edge away on some of these mind-boggling problems. If the policy was enabling, then it would be a lot easier for us to operate.
Very well said, and of course policy offers accountability even as we move forward. Okay, so even as we shift gears to changing norms and public perceptions about unpaid care work, we had EPRC, we had IPAR from Rwanda. Any questions to any of the two, even as we think through what needs to be done, what has been done, and what the success rate is, and perhaps even the gaps therein? Any questions, any takeaways, concerns? I mean, we are from an African patriarchal context, so we know that when we talk about gender norms, in this case, when it comes to unpaid care work, it is the thorn in the flesh. So it will be interesting to just hear where you stand in as far as that is concerned, and perhaps how you've seen the same in terms of the presentations, how that can be scaled up wherever you are at. Any questions, any takeaways? Okay then, even as you think about it, let me allow the team from EPRC to perhaps put across what they have felt is very critical and a takeaway. I'll start with the lady. Yes.
The lady is Madina.
Madina.
Nice
to meet you.
Yeah, and thank you everyone. I think without everyone attended the poster session, but one of the things I want to put into context in the issue of commitment by government is what my colleague from APHRC said. What we found in this instance, in terms of trying to shift even these issues around norms, one of the elements we also evaluated was government, because government had a role to play in redistributing these facilities in terms of unpaid care work, which people don't understand in a way, because they think it's ideally around only probably the child care centers, but also in transportation systems, or in terms of water places they give, in terms of redistributing all these issues around unpaid care. But what we found that even in places, even the minimal contribution of government to child care facilities, people are not taking them up. Even in these rural areas where they are limited. Why? Because of the social norms, the sticky social norms around that. Because there's ridiculement for women when they put their children in these child centers, that they are relegated the system to bring up their children for them in terms of behavior, in terms of how those elements are. So you're not looked at as a whole woman who leaves your child in a child care center. So there was that patriarchal element in terms of the stickiness of the norms to change the mindset that no, this is support systems that are being given. So as we drive government even to support the elements of reduction, we also have to change the systems of behavior and mindset around how we operate as women, as men, and also the community in terms of how they view you when you take care of these, take up the opportunities that government has presented. So we find it had also an element of education levels. So women who are educated will take them up, but those who are less educated, illiterate, will not take up those places of. They would rather rely on family support systems in terms of either your mother, the grandchild, you come and look after your grandchild, or your other related relatives to help to support in bring up these the young ones. So we need to see that the tackling of all levels in terms of how best do you address the unpaid care work. So then the last bit which confused people is the thought that there will be a directional shift, that when unpaid care work for women reduces, then that one for men who should increase. No. That's one of the things that the work really showed, that even when you look at the way people spend time on the 24-hour clock, recognizing reducing unpaid care work can be for an individual in terms of how they do the activities within the 24-hour clock, but also recognizing that I can reduce without necessarily changing the way I behave. So the women would bring in more support them in reducing the unpaid care activities by paying. Even the husband can pay. Also supporting their husband, their other unpaid care activities, like looking after their cows, which was a no-go area before for women. And then they recognize that they can actually support some of these activities. So let's not think about it in terms of that there is a cost that in case I do this, then it has to be reflected automatically, because these are behaviors. And behavior is recognition and then redistribution even within activities and across activities.
Your colleague from the other end at IPAR is it next? Do you want to add something or just echoing what she said?
Myself?
Yes.
No.
All
I
right.
actually thought that you're giving me the mic, but I can give it back to her.
No. Would you like to add on to some?
Yeah. My name is Eugenia Kaitesi. I'm from the IPA Rwanda. I'm the executive director, and I actually followed up closely for the last 3 years on this project. And I remember you asking what stands out for us on this. Is a number of interventions were done with this project. We implemented it together with the Réseau des Femmes. Réseau des Femmes was, the implementer, but we're doing surveys as a follow-up of baseline, midline, and endline surveys. And what actually stands out for us on this project is when women are facilitated, when homes are facilitated, then there's a possibility of reducing and reduction of the unpaid care work. We distributed 550 tanks to women, and we carried out trainings on sexual reproductive health, family planning, entrepreneurship, and all these actually, the interventions, the impact that we are seeing on the poster is a result of all these interventions that were done. And one of the major impacts that came out is that the time for women spent on collection of water reduced by 0.5 per week. Sexual violence for women decreased by 67.6. The number of wives involved in paid work increased by 92%. There was also an increase of men participation in unpaid care work by 0.25 per week. And so what stands out clear is that if men are trained, if men are sensitized, if men are really told about our cultural norms, then there's a possibility of change. It's a gradual, but I think there is. And we cannot move far without men's participation. So what we are calling out at this unpaid care work, women cannot achieve it alone. We need to bring men on board. In addition to policy, in addition to these interventions that we can do, men have to be on board if we have to really reduce this unpaid care work.
Okay.
Maybe the last part that I should talk about is the impact it created. I had, I think Turi said it was Uganda, but it's in Rwanda. This informed our family law, and it's part of the family law, Rwandan 2024 family law that is coming up. We are going to include unpaid care work. And again, there's a possibility of including it in the calculation of GDP. We discussed with different ministries, Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Finance, and they're really considering including the calculation of unpaid care work in the national GDP. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Let's appreciate her. And at this point, I think we can now focus on the care policy projects. There was presentations from Policy Studies Institute, Ethiopia, Includovate, Ethiopia too, and Profem's Rwanda, where we did not get a presentation actually from Oxfam, and that's where we would like to start so that we can be able to target our questions to her and the other presentations. Please pass the microphone to her.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues. And for those online, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you're joining in from. My name is Peace Immaculate Chandini. I work with Oxfam in Uganda, and I coordinate women's rights and gender justice projects. Maybe I would like to pick on from what Madina had mentioned earlier about the child care centers. Last year, during the 16 days of activism, we decided to, just try to engage the market women operating across different markets within Kampala, just to try and to find out how these child care centers are operating, and if they're operational enough or they're functional enough, and if the women actually taking them up. One thing that came forth was the cost that came with having to take your child to the market center, because on a daily, a woman has to pay around 2,000 shillings to 3,000 shillings, which is about $1, to have their child kept at the child care centers, which for some women was quite not affordable. So even with these beautiful facilities in place, most of the women decided not to take their children there to the child care centers because of the issue of the cost that comes with it. So it's something that we need to be able to think through and see how this can be sustained. In as much as we want to reduce the care burden, how then can we ensure that these are sustained and the women do not have to dig deep into their pockets to be able to take their children to these child care centers? Mm-hmm. Back to Oxfam in Uganda, we're implementing a project which was more of a research and policy project and working together with the CORD. Dr. Susan is right here, and if there are any questions or comments, they can be directed to either of us. So we're looking at 3 streams in as far as our project was concerned. We're looking at knowledge generation, trying to make sense out of the researches that have been done by UBOS and making infographics out of this, trying to look at how much time women spend on unpaid care work vis-a-vis how much time men spend on unpaid care work. But also looking at the different dynamics that are involved around unpaid care work. How can this be further recognized, distributed, representation? Key that I would like to bring forward was that as we try to look at the 5 R's, it dawned on us that when we looked at the aspect of reward, the question now came in, who pays? When we're looking at rewarding the caregiver, who pays? Is it the man who pays? Is it the woman who pays? If it's the woman who is involved in the unpaid care work, is it the man who is paying the woman? Or if the man is the one involved in unpaid care, is it the woman paying the caregiver? So there was quite a lot of discussion involved therein. So we had to leave it at the level of, for now, looking at the 4 R's, looking at recognizing, redistribution, but also ensuring that the caregivers or the people that are involved in doing unpaid care work are represented. We started off with trying to challenge some of the policies internally at Oxfam, which later on saw us have a child care policy. And that is why today I'm here with my child as well as a child minder, because of the changes within policy. Otherwise, if some of those were not looked at, then I would not be able to come in and represent Oxfam.
Charity begins at home. Let's appreciate this stride.
Number 2, away from knowledge generation, we also looked at influencing policy. We came in at a time where the ECD policy was still under review. We made some contributions into that. It has not yet been finalized, but it's our prayer that it's something that can be finalized. And we believe that with the ECD policy in place, we'll be able to make strides in ensuring that issues of unpaid care and domestic work are looked at and integrated within the different policies. Number 3 was we also tried to identify different civil society organizations that are doing work around unpaid care and domestic work, as well as women economic empowerment. We built their capacity on gender audits and analysis, and we tasked them to go and do gender analysis of different organizations, come up with reports, present them in different workshops, and then we agree on action points of how we're going to be able to take this forward. There's quite a lot of interesting information that came in there, which I think I shared with the organizers a link to that. Unfortunately, we'll not be able to have time to present that, but those are some of the interesting dynamics that we're involved in. But in as much as this project is coming to an end, or has come to an end, we also have a sister project that we were implementing alongside this project called the We Care project, funded by Hewlett Foundation. The We Care project has been a journey that we've moved for over 13 years, and we're still moving. We're in phase 5, and it's aimed at really trying to influence policy change in as far as issues of unpaid care and domestic work are concerned. Most recently, we launched the Care Policy Scorecard, which is a very interesting document that can be used to hold different ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as civil society organizations, accountable to see how much far we are going in as much as mainstreaming unpaid care and domestic work work is concerned. Talking of Ministry of Water, for example, are we ensuring that the water facilities are close by to ensure that the women can be able to access this water? Because studies have shown that collecting water has been, mainly a realm of the women. But for us to ensure that at least we reduce the care burden, how about we draw this water closer? The energy sources, how about they are closer, such that the women, the time they spend on doing this unpaid care can be reduced, but also with time, the aspect of redistribution comes in, and then recognizing, but also ensuring that these caregivers are represented across different devices. So that's the brief I can give about the strengthening capacities for we and care interventions in Uganda project is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Peace. Let's appreciate her. And of course, her colleagues from Ethiopia and Rwanda can also chime in. But at this point, do we have any questions on the sub-theme, which is care policy projects? Any question, any takeaway, comment? There's a question at the...
Thank you. First of all, congratulations to all of you for the successful completion of your exciting projects. So my question is sort of narrow, but I think it's important. And it refers to geographic location of the childcare centers. So we can think about this as randomly distributed in a certain geographic area, or we can think about this as targeting childcare centers near to training centers or within workplaces. So my question to you is whether we have learned some lessons about the geographic location of childcare centers. Thank you.
Okay, anyone who would like to pick that up? All right, I think our partner from Profan, you'd like to go?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Buchayungura Ernest. I work with Profam Twese Hamwe. It is a Kinyarwanda and French name. Profam meaning for women, Twese Hamwe means all together. So it means all together for women. It is an umbrella organization of 53 civil society organizations working on gender equality and women empowerment. In this process, in the project, we partnered with Action Aid Rwanda, which is among the members. Our project worked on policy. Investment policy is male-dominated everywhere in the world. Though Rwanda is advanced in gender equality, we still have some gaps in policies and policy implementation. That is why we worked on the investment policy. The process of influencing the investment policy, we started with building a coalition of composed of member organizations. As well, we looked at government institutions such as Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion, Gender Monitoring Office, just to mention a few. They joined the coalition, and we analyzed the 2017 National Investment Policy, which was under review. In Rwanda, every 5 years, they have to revise policies so that they meet they meet current situation and address emerging issues. So after building a coalition, when we analyzed the policy, we pointed out so many gaps, but mainly we saw that the investment policy was gender blind, and it was not known among gender actors. Secondly, at local level, policy implementers were not really having skills to mainstream gender into planning. That is the motivation of coming up with our project. Then after working with different partners, we presented the gaps to the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning, which is the custodian of the investment policy. The ministry received our inputs, and we continued with lobbying sessions with different authorities within the ministry, and they come up agreeing that they will integrate the provided inputs in the new policy. Then
allow me to redirect your question here, or even your submission, in as far as financing infrastructure is concerned, because he asked, have we thought about bringing these infrastructure closer to where they're needed, perhaps near trade markets, near even formal employment, and how does now the investment policy help along with such suggestions?
Come again?
He asked about, if you'd like to repeat your question again, in as far as now with investment
it's
policy,
very,
how that can relate to his question.
It's a very narrow question, but I think it's important. And it's about the location, the geographic location of the childcare centers. Because the idea behind childcare centers is to free up time for moms, for instance, so that they can basically go to productive activities, right? So, but if these childcare centers are located far away from where they live or they work, that's a problem.
Yes.
So my question was about the optimal placement of the geographic location of childcare centers. Should we focus on childcare centers near training centers, within workplaces, or randomly allocate childcare centers throughout some geographic boundaries?
Would you be able to answer that question in terms
actually,
of investment policy?
that question should be responded by
yes,
those
you can
ones,
come there or back to
who worked on,
APRC.
the
Yes,
childcare policy.
allow us, due to the interest of time, to be able to answer that question. Yes. Any of you can take the microphone. Let's give them an opportunity. There's one next to you. Yeah. Very shortly, because we need to break at 1 o'clock.
Thank you. I think I can support that question. So from our experience, I think childcare is determined by demand and supply in most cases. And in the context of informal urban settlements, you'd find that in places that have industries, there tend to be a lot of home-based care because there's a higher need for women to leave their kids there. So there's a lot of mushrooming of home-based care around industries compared to an informal settlement where the population is settled. For instance, if they have land tenure, you'd find more school-based or religious-based childcare centers. And I think the lesson here is for us to be able to analyze. We collect a lot of GIS data. Yes. Perhaps it would be important for us to see the spatial distribution of childcare centers, especially within informal settlements. Thank you.
And finally, from Peace.
Yeah, thank you so much. As it stands, most of the childcare centers in Uganda are attached to the markets because we see the markets are, where most of the women are. The local markets, care centers, indeed attached to different workplaces, not just placed randomly, because this is where we are seeing people are gathering, and that's where the need, biggest need is. So not necessarily determining them randomly, but seeing where the women are, where they are working, but ensuring that as they work, they're able to also go and monitor their children that are close by. I wouldn't want to leave my child at a care center that's about 10 kilometers away from my workplace, because I still have to go there probably and be able to breastfeed my child every after 2 hours, and also be able to go and check on them. So probably placing it near my workplace would help much better. Thank you.
All right, so what I'm hearing is that it's targeted, and typical when we're coming to an end is when the hands are going up. Allow me to say that we can actually address the questions you have from this in our next panel, because we'll be delving deeper into the conversation around redefining unpaid care work or other care work. So you're welcome to jot down your questions and pass them on even as we're having that panel discussion, so that we're able to save on time, allow you to go for lunch, and be back on time for the same panel elected representatives. Please, let's appreciate all of them. And as I said, we shall be tackling that policy panel after lunch, which will be 2 o'clock. Please, let's make a way back to the plenary as quickly as we can, and looking forward to engage with you then. Bon appetit.
Thank you. So before we take the meal card so that we proceed for lunch, we are going to have a group photo, and that will happen at the platform in front of the hall. So kindly.
From March 2021, Horizon Farm, in partnership with IPA Rwanda, under the funding of IDRC, are implementing crop projects aiming at reduction and redistribution of women unpaid care work. The project engaged 1,100 couples from 5 districts of Rwanda: Burera, Gicumbi, Musanze, Nyabihu, and Rwamagana, who are trained on positive masculinity, and particularly women are trained on entrepreneurship and financial education. The training will serve to address the beliefs that the society still have regarding domestic duties.
Hari imirimo twasangaga iharirwa abadamu, abagabo bakumva ko bitabareba: guteka, gukubura, gufurira abana, kubakarabya.
Ibijanye no guteka cyangwa koza ibyombo nta mugabo wabikora.
Ngiye byanye no kujya gushaka amafaranga gusa, kumva ko amafaranga mu gihe yabonye ukayazana mu rugo, kumva ko ibyaha birangiye.
Kajya avuga ati nko gukubura hano ntago bimureba, ese nkankirirwa nijerekani ku mutwe mpetse umwana ngenda.
Ukumva ko umugabo ari wo kugenda akigira mu kabara kinywera icupa akitahira, akaza bakamugabura akarya akaryama atazi uko akazi ko mu rugo kagenze.
Nibyo yakoze ku mugabo yaga ari impfabusa bwazagamo n'inkoni.
Abo bagabo bo barahari cyane cyane nk'ina rwose babona badashobora gukoza ibintu byo gufatanya n'abadamu mu ngo zabo, kubyo niba bafatanya bagatura mugabo situzi uko byagenze.
Kuko hari akazi wabonaga umugabo yakora, abandi bakaguseka, rimwe na rimwe bakavuga ko wamuroze.
But now this mindset have changed due to the training.
Ariko ubu ibintu byose byagiye ku murongo. Ubu nta nubwo natinya no gufata n'umwengo nkubure. N'umwana ndamufata nkamwoza nta kibazo rwose, ibintu biri kugenda neza.
Mbere nari ndi umutayeri ariko ntabasha kubikora, kubera kwa guca hariya nkagaruka hariya, ariko nsigaye nicara ku mashini nkabasha gukorera udufaranga, nanjye nkaba umugore wagize icyo yinjiza mu rugo.
Kuza buri munsi mpa amafaranga, wavuye gukora mpa amafaranga, akantu kose akeneye abaza umugabo. Ariko ubu nkekaye nibyo ntajya amenya nimba yabibonye cyangwa atabibonye. Biranshimisha cyane.
Turicara tukabiganira, tukavuga ngo wenda ku kwezi niba urugero twaraguze inkoko, ubutaha tuzagura agahene. Rwose mu rugo bimeze neza, turimo turagenda tubikora. Iyi ni inyubako dore byaje mbese.
Abagabo bafite imyumvire nk'iya mbere yuko mpugurwa bari mu buyobe.
Ikintu nabagiraho inama ni uko ifatanyije n'umugore byanga bikunda, hari byinshi muteramo imbere n'ubwumvikane mu rugo, n'intonganya ziragabanyuka cyane.
Tutarahugurwa hari imirimo yampariraga, cyangwa se akayiharira nk'abana, akumva nk'uko kutindura ibishingwe bitamureba. Umwanya wo kujya mu bandi ndawubona cyane, nkanje ubu ngubu ndi n'umuyobozi w'umudugudu. Byashobotse kubera yuko ya mirimo yagabanutse no kugirirwa icyizere, kubera uko bakubona, bakabona wabona igihe cyo gukora ibyo mu rugo, ukabona n'igihe cyo kuyobora wita kuri gahunda za leta.
Amategeko tuyose turahuriza hamwe, nta gusuzugura undi. Ngo niba yagiye nko ku murenge ngo baramwakoye ngo yiriweyo, ngo ndatobona ngo mbese ko wiriweyo gwari cyo wakoze. Oya, aragenda mu byo wamubyiye, akazana mbese nyuma ari mu nama akansobanura ati gutya na gutya, nanje nasigaye mu rugo gutya ndi gukora iki n'iki.
Training on saving have also helped couples to form saving groups which are transforming their lives.
Umuntu yakubwiraga kwizigama watekereza kutihagije, ukumva ntibishoboka. Ariko nyuma yo kubavuna bakatwigisha bikemera, twasobanukiwe neza ko umuntu agomba kwizigama atari uko yizigama ibyasagutse. Wenda ubu murareba ahantu mu dusanze ukuntu hasa, abadusuye mbere ntago ari uko basanze hasa. Ariko kubera dushobora kugenda twizigama buhoro buhoro, icyo tubashije kubona mbese ubwo bwizigame hari icyo bugenda butugezaho gahoro gahoro nubwo bitazira rimwe, ariko turareba hari impinduka ziri kuza.
Turizigama, dufite itsinda twewe twahuje imidugudu 3 nkuko turi imiryango 4 turahura turi imidugudu 3. Nk'ubu nta tungo nagiraga, ni ukuvuga ngo nta tungo nagiraga, ayo nagabanyemo niyo nashoboye gukuramo iyi hene uri kubona ko yabyaye.
Couples were also supported with water tanks, which are contributing to the reduction of unpaid care works.
Amavomero rusange abakure, ubwo niba hari n'ibiceri wagomba kujya guhahisha imboga wabona utari bushobore kujya kuvoma, ukaba wabiha nk'umunyonzi kugira ngo aguhe amazi ku igare. Iyo byitwaga ko amazi ari hafi, ubwo ijerekani twayiguraga 200. Yaba yagiye kure kuko kuyabona ni ukurenga imurehe, ijerekani akaba ari 300. Nawe urumva kugira ngo uzabone amazi yo gufurisha ntabwo byoroshye, ni amafaranga menshi cyane. Ibigega byaratwunganiye, amazi aba ari hafi, urakora isuku neza. Mwabibonye, mwasanze twafuze imyenda twanitse y'abana, ntabwo byashobokaga ko wafura imyenda ingana nk'iriya mwabonye yanitse ku mazi waguze kandi bikugoye, cyangwa se wagiye kuvana ku rutari busubire inshuro nyinshi.
Mfite ikigega, ndareka, nduhira imboga, urabona ko uruboga rutoshye rumeze neza, dore n'imiteja ejo bundi iraba yeze. Hari igihe nahinguraga naniwe ndetse nkanabwirirwa kubera kubura amazi, ariko ubu reka cyarakemutse. Cyarakemutse rwose.
Cyadufashije muri byinshi, twavaga guhinga tunaniwe kuja kuvoma ugasanga turukunanirwa, ariko ubu ngubu tuva guhinga tugasanga amazi mu kigega arimo, tukabasha gufura, zinduka jano mu murima atari kuvanga razindukira ku mugezi.
While the project is under progress, right holders suggest more training sessions.
Amahugurwa yakwiyongera, kuko amahugurwa baduhaye batangiye kuyaduha, intekerezo zacu sinatinya kuvuga ko zari ziri hasi cyane, ariko aramutse yiyongereye twamenya byinshi kurutaho.
Kubibagiza amahugurwa yakomeza kandi natwe twabasha kugenda tuyigisha
abantu.
Jambo, jina langu ni Tumaini. Mimi ni mama wa watoto wawili. Kwa kila mtoto niliyepata, ilinilazimu niweke ndoto zangu pembeni. Watoto wangu wameachana na miaka 2, huyu mdogo akiwa na miezi 5. Nilipozaa mtoto wangu wa kwanza, nililazimika kukaa nyumbani kumlea. Lakini sasa najihisi niko sawa katika kazi yangu ya ulezi kama mama. Na niko tayari kulea watoto wangu huku nikitafuta kazi. Uamuzi huu haukuwa rahisi. Lakini hali ya uchumi vile ilivyo, nililazimika kuchukua hatua hii. Katika hiki kijiji chetu cha Kaptembwa, kuna vituo vya malezi ambavyo rafiki yangu aliniambia kuhusu. Wanawake wanaosimamia vituo hivyo walikuwa katika hali hii kama yangu zamani. Lakini baadaye wangejifunza ya kwamba kulikuwa na suluhisho kwa wanawake wa kaunti ya Nakuru.
Kituo cha kulea watoto Nakuru pamoja na mama kilianzishwa kama suluhisho kwa mama wenzangu ambao walihitaji niwachungie watoto wao walipoenda kazini. Hapo mwanzo sikuwa nawalipisha, lakini kidogo kidogo mahitaji ya wazazi kwa watoto yalianza kuwa mengi, kiasi cha kuwa singeweza kuyatimiza bila pesa yoyote. Kujishtukia nilikuwa na wachunga watoto karibu 10 kwa siku hivi. Nikaanza kuwalipisha shilingi 50. Na kwa wale wazazi wangependa niwatayarishie watoto wao chakula, niliwalipisha zaidi.
Since the intervention, we have noticed improved health outcomes in children whose care providers' capacity has been increased. The parents are keen on exclusive breastfeeding for children under 6 months, provision of nutritious foods for children above 6 months old, and other health learning issues such as immunization.
Child engagement plays a huge part in the learning outcome of children. The investment being done in promoting learning, blue play and other methods of stimulating children gives us a great promise. We anticipate that the investment will reflect on learning outcomes observed in the near future.
Mothers make great sacrifices for their children, but one that we can prevent them from making is sacrificing their ambitions for a life of unpaid care duties. The African Population and Health Research Center has provided enough evidence that shows why childcare centers are important for women's economic empowerment. Private-public partnership in this sector will ensure that affordable quality care for children is achievable.
Wanaume hawapaswi kutengwa na malezi ya watoto. Ushirikiano kati ya wazazi wa kiume na wa kike hulea mtoto aliyejengwa vizuri kwa pande zote. Kuwa mshiriki mwakilishi katika malezi na sio mtazamaji.
Mimi kwa majina ni Alfred Kijana, nafanya kazi ya bodaboda baiskeli. Naanza saa 12 kupeleka hii baiskeli yangu mpaka saa 1 hivi. Niko na watoto 4. Kuna mtoto mdogo wa miaka 2 mwenye napelekanga daycare. Namwekea kauji yake, nampanga vizuri, namubeba na mpeleka daycare. Kwa maana mimi niko na nafasi.
APHRC has done intensive work in Nairobi. So for us to be able to effectively evaluate the effectiveness of this project, we chose a virgin location, an area where such intervention had not been done. So that is why we settled on Nakuru West, because again, it is a resource poor setting.
Nakuru County are women. Nakuru County are women. Now, bring men into the picture. They start asking questions like, what questions is this? What questions are these you're asking our women? Why do you want to empower women? They started, I think they felt a sense of being threatened, their status in the household and also society as a whole being threatened.
By the time we talk about parental engagement, we don't only involve women, we also bring in male parents to yes, we educate them on the responsibility as male parents at the same time on why they should be involved in the education of their children.
Daycare inasaidia wazazi sana kwa sababu wakati daycare sikukua walikuwa wanateseka sana mali wanapeleka watoto. Lakini sasa hivi daycare ziko wanatuachia watoto wanaenda kazi. Wako free kabisa sasa kufanya kazi sawa bila kusumbuliwa. Kuna wakati wengine walikuwa wanaenda nao kazini watoto, lakini sasa hivi daycare ziko wanafurahia kabisa kukaa na daycare.
When I think about the relationship with the different stakeholders, when we got into Nakuru County, we engaged with the Department of Health and Education. And what they told us, the Department of Health, we started talking about childcare services, and the Department of Health told us that we are concerned with nutrition and health in terms of immunization and ensuring that children are healthy.
We ensure that these children are fully immunized to protect other preventable diseases, e.g. polio, which we want to eliminate.
And when we talked to the Department of Education, they told us that their responsibility is for children who are aged 4 years and above. So it was like these children who are 0 to 3 years within the childcare sector, there was no department that was really concerned with them. So we had engagements also with the Department of Social Services.
We are talking about those facilities that can be able to give the services as required by a child of that level. We work very closely with other departments of the county government to ensure that this mandate is properly articulated as it is enshrined in all the laws of this country, including the Constitution of Kenya.
You realize that these children, if there is a daycare around, daycare provide for them an opportunity to socialize so they can, at an early age, learn to cope with others, learn to interact, build their communication skills. They need opportunities to play. They need opportunities even to manipulate things. And that is a process of learning and maturing physically. Emotionally, they get to interact with others.
By the time we came in, Kidogo was not existing anywhere around here. So we came in with the support of APHRC to lobby them, have an MOU. Then they gave us a ground to go and start the operations of the program. So the first win was the acceptance of the county government for we to have this project.
Daycare inasaidia watoto kwa maana kuna watoto wenye hawakuwa wanajua hata kucheza, lakini sasa kwa daycare naona hata huyo mama yenye anapelekea anacheza na watoto vizuri, watoto wanafurahi na yeye. Sasa naona daycare iko sawa.
Wazazi wananiletea asubuhi na kaa nao, tunacheza nao, alafu inafika masaa ya uchi, wanakunywa uchi masaa 4 hivi. Haya, kutoka hapo tena tunatoka nje, outdoor, tunacheza nao nje kidogo na mifara. Tukimaliza tunarudi kwa nyumba. Sasa tunapata lunch imefika, ndio hiyo sasa tunakula lunch. Mwenye amesikia kulala nampeleka analala, alafu ndio tuendelee mpaka jioni, mpaka wasasi wao wakujie.
It is a customary kind of thinking that the small children belong to women. So we need to embrace the men involvement in child care.
It's important for a child to have the care of both parents. So what we need to do is to have strategies, to work more towards having strategies that can bring men more into the care responsibilities.
There is that notion whereby we leave these things to the women, which is not right, because all of us are parents. It is a good experience as a parent. So it has taught me a lot whereby the kids, the relationship of you and the child starts from the tender age. So it's very important for men to venture into this, and it's also helpful for them also to support their women to venture into this daycare business, whereby these women will get something out of it and they will have an experience of how to handle these young kids, which was not common in our society.
Why should a man be behind? What is your role? Aren't you also a parent? Do you also want to see your children grow well? So, looking at the Constitution, you have a role to play. Looking at even the policies within children, protecting children, a father has a role to play.
I've seen some fathers coming in to pick their kids, and that has been a positive indicator that at least the family is realizing the importance of everyone taking responsibility dealing with these kids.
Why daycares are there? There is a bill which, if passed, and I'm sure it is on the process of almost being just passed, that children should now be given that guidance when they are 0 to 3 years old. So you'll realize that in totality, the government is concerned about its citizens, starting from 0 to adulthood.
We hope that these conversations will be able to push for the establishment, for the implementation and the enactment of the Child Care Facilities Bill that seeks to provide uniformity in the service of care that is being provided for these children under 3s.
So stakeholders and policymakers can adopt this model and scale it in other areas.
The caregivers have finally approved our project and made it part of them. So they are like our champions.
Some of the wins that we would like to see through this project is standardization in the quality of childcare service provision. So we would like to see whichever county you go to, the 47 counties in Kenya, if you visit a childcare facility in a low-income setting, you're seeing the same quality standards, same quality of services being provided.
As we have worked together with this organization, for the last 2 years is to ensure that Nakuru will be a center of excellency, where other counties will be visiting Nakuru to get more knowledge on how to bring and sustain these facilities.
Malezi ya daycare ni mzuri, analindwa vizuri, hakuna kutoka nje kucheza. Unakuta jioni ukimchukua mtoto ni msafi.
Quality child care for children under the age of 3 ensures better outcomes for our children.
We are grateful to Kidogo to be able to come to this community and help the door not just to be open, but to flang it open with opportunities and hope for every child who is coming. And we say, let the children come to me, just as Christ said, let them come. Thank you.
I'm Glory Mutungi, the Chief Principal, Nairobi Technical Training Institute.
Currently, your institution is involved in a study that is being conducted by the Partnership for Economic Policy and funded by IDRC, where we are studying the effect of gender-sensitive training on employability outcomes for women. What was your main interest in partnering with Partnership for Economic Policy?
What really interested me in this partnership for training is I realized they are targeting on the soft skills and involvement of the girl child in the TVET training. And that really excited me, because if you look at the enrollment of TVET in most institutions, especially where they are so keen on STEM, majority are male students, especially in engineering. Like in Nairobi Technical Training Institute, we are offering electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, automotive engineering, pharmacy, but those are the hard courses according to what maybe the female students feel. And the 90%, 80% are male students. So when PEP talks about integration of the girls in the training, we were really excited. Personally, I was excited.
Yeah, that is good to hear.
Yeah.
And this type of course, how do you find it relevant for the students? How important is it for them?
It is very important. After giving the competencies, the skills to the young people, they have to go out there in the world and earn a living. First, you need to know how to communicate, which we take it's just obvious. It's not obvious. Someone can have a very nice skill, but is unable to communicate. So you realize this program is really instilling those values to our trainees. And this is an added advantage when they get out there, whether they're going to start their own businesses, whether they're going to get employed. Even me as an employer, I like someone who can communicate, someone who is presentable.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is how I realized the program is really adding value to our trainees.
And that leads us now to the next question. Do you expect that this type of training will improve their employability in future?
It will. And I realized they're talking about communication, giving even practical examples how people should communicate, how you should market your business. Like at the introduction of one of the programs I attended, is that somebody was presenting their business, how they came up with the business, how they are going to market it, who are they going to look for, so that they can sell the items that they have. And this is what needs to be trained now to our trainees. Because mostly we concentrate, remember we are give them exams, which are not internal examinations. We do NEC exams, CDAC examinations, NITA examinations, CASNEB exams, and you realize the trainers concentrate on passing of the examination.
Yes.
They don't concentrate so much on social skills or soft skills. And after you finish college, that's the time you realize I will attend an interview.
Yeah.
I need to present myself properly, I need to communicate, and all these are things that nobody thinks about them during the training so much until now you finish the training and you get out there, you realize I was supposed to have learned 1 or 2 things on these areas. So I'm so happy that our students were identified for this training, because when they get out there, they will have an added advantage. They will start out, if it's during an interview, even if they are going to start their own business, I believe they are more prepared now. They know how to handle clients and so forth. Because we have the materials, we continue doing to the other students. After now, the survey and the research is over, we don't just leave it at that. Because for sure we have said it's something that is benefiting our students, and we would like to have more students going through the same program. I sincerely thank PEP for bringing us on board. We have really benefited as an institution and my other colleague institutions.
Kwa majina naitwa Ruth Mandera. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Nakuru. Ninaamka 5:30 asubuhi. Ninaosha vyombo, ninaekelea chai. Chai kifa, sasa ninaamsha mtoto, nampanguza vizuri, namfaisha. Kisha anakunywa, mengine anampakia, na mwacha anatulia kidogo wakati amekunywa. Ndio sasa ninamwamsha, tunatoka naye.
For the Grow East Africa project, we are currently looking at the nexus between childcare service provision and women's economic empowerment. This project is being carried out in Nakuru County, and we are evaluating the Kidogo model to see how improvement in the quality of childcare service provision can result in women's economic empowerment.
Namfikisha kwa mwalimu, namwacha kwa mikono ya mwalimu, ndio mimi natoka nakuja kazini.
One of the projects under the Early Childhood Development Unit at the center is the Growth and Economic Opportunities for Women, which we call the Grow East Africa project. So APHRC has been implementing this project in Nakuru County, specifically Nakuru West Sub-County, since 2021 August. So it's been ongoing for the past 2 years. So this project seeks to evaluate the effectiveness of the Kidogo model in enabling women to improve their economic empowerment outcomes.
Kidogo is a social enterprise that works in informal settlements of Kenya to provide quality childcare. Our key vision is to make sure that all children, regardless of where they are born, they gain access to quality and affordable early childhood care and education.
Wazazi wanatafuta pale pa kuacha watoto ndio waende kazini. So setup ya daycare ilikuwa ina lazimu. Kwa maana yake watoto wadogo walelewa kwa under daycare, not under class. So ilibidi to set up a daycare ndio tuwezeshe hao wazazi waende kupata riziki kule nje, na pia sisi vile vile tuweze kupata riziki.
Nilichagua Kiralia Kids kwa sababu kuna jirani alipeleka mtoto huko. Nikaona vile wanamlea vizuri. Hiyo wakati sikuwa na job. Venye nilipata job, nikaamua kumpeleka mtoto wangu kwa hiyo daycare.
Kidogo when they came, hatukuwa tunajua malezi ya watoto, but tulikuwa tunajua malezi ya mafunzo, kufundisha watoto, lakini si kulea watoto.
Tichamos, habari ya leo?
Niko mzima.
Tumekuletea materials.
Ndio.
At least uongeze kwa learning centers.
Yes.
So that watoto waendelee kucheza nazo.
Karibu huku kwetu.
Asante sana.
Ndio. So wakati walikuja wakatu equip na mafunzo ya kulea watoto, which means tukapata skills za kulea watoto, wakatu equip na materials za watoto, wakatupea mattresses. Kidogo wametusaidia a lot.
Huwa na travel mguu. Nikitravel mguu nafika hapa 8:30. Napata mkubwa wangu amefika, tunaanza kusaidiana kufagia, kupangusa meza, kujitayarisha, kisha yanaingia jikoni kuwasha moto na mimi naanza kuosha vyombo na siku inaendelea.
Kwa kazi yake si mbaya, sababu hata ikiwa mtoto hasikii vizuri ananiambiaga tu asubuhi, na leo utanifungua mapema, nitaenda kuangalia mtoto, lakini ananiambia amemuacha kwa shule yenye anaangaliliwa vizuri, hata kuwa na pressure sana. Maybe simu hata akipiga ni mara moja ama mara mbili.
The children's outcomes are optimal in terms of the way that their cognitive development or language development is enhanced through the stimulation that they receive in the early years.
We teach them even the life skills, to know how to go for toilet and then hand washing.
The daycares can be able to provide an opportunity for the children who are going to these daycares to at least be able to be kids and to be children.
Some of the challenges that we faced in this work is that we were working in daycares that had an intervention and daycares that did not have an intervention. So for us, that was a challenge because children who are in daycares that do not have an intervention did not really get the benefit of that the children in daycare centers that had intervention had. So it is important for researchers to invest more in such kind of settings, because when researchers come, they're able to highlight these challenges. And when we get these findings, we can share them with policymakers and we can be able to bring interventions that can improve the lives of these children.
It is very important for women to invest in this business of daycare because it's very fundamental for them. First of all, it creates employment for them, which has not been the case earlier on, whereby most of them were just stay-at-home moms. But now being able to be trained by Kidogo, they are able to open up their own daycares and they're able to earn a living from it.
And if these women are given an opportunity to go out into the labor market and participate in paid work, it will improve outcomes first at the household level, secondly at the community level, and overall at the society level.
In regards to policy interactions that we are having here in Nakuru County, we are engaging with policymakers through the technical working group that is consisting of county officials. Our job is to have these conversations that will seek to better the quality of care being provided for children under the age of 3 here in Nakuru County.
The mother is always very central to the performance of an economy. And what we're looking at is Nakuru County, when we talk about daycare centers, we are looking at a position where we should be able to grant these mothers who are working on doing something to build the economy and provide for their families some little bit of leeway to be able to get something to feed themselves.
In Nakuru West, there is a big impact, whereby because most of the mothers have brought these children in these facilities, now we are able as healthcare workers to reach these children in a simpler way. We go there, we do health education to the caretakers. We also ensure that these children are fully immunized by taking their books, their mother-baby booklets. We also give holistic health education to these caregivers, whereby in case there is any challenge among these children, we pick it up and we do referral to our nearest health facilities.
Ile kitu nilipendelea hiyo daycare, nilimpeleka huko mara ya kwanza, daktari akaingia, kaangalia mtoto na akaambia mwalimu, inafaa nipatane na huyu mzazi wa huyu mtoto nimuulize mawili matatu, na wakati tulipatana naye nikamwelezea venye hali ya mtoto ilikuwa. Huyo daktari akaamua kunisaidia, akamletea mtoto supplement, nikaendelea kupea mtoto supplement kushirikiana na mwalimu hadi mtoto wangu akaimprove.
Na katika hali ya kupokea watoto tunafanya temperature. Lazima tuangalie vipimo vya hali, tunaangalia hali yao iko aje, kama kuna dawa, tunapokea dawa, tunajua anapewa dawa saa ngapi. So from there tunaanza na free choice. Free choice, hali ya kuimbisha watoto, poems, nini, vitu kama hiyo. Then tunaenda kwa small group activities. Wanafanya vitu zao wakiwa kwa small group activities, maybe coloring.
Ninalipa 100 kwa kila siku, na inakava matumishi ya kumpaia tishu au ndio upai, machumu nini, fruits zenye mtoto anakula, hao ndio wapaia, lunch hao ndio wapa, na chai ya saa 10 hao ndio wapa.
Mamapreneurs are important because they lead to greater and better outcomes among themselves in terms of their own economic empowerment, and better outcomes among children because they are the ones who spend a lot of time with the children in the childcare facilities.
Children who go through daycare are well prepared for the next level in education. So it is like a stepping stone, a stepping, ground to nurture these children before they go to PP1. So when they go to PP1, teachers who handle them, now they are in our hands as ECD. You realize that these children are better placed cognitively, socially, and even emotionally to handle the ECD now curriculum design. You are not going to start from zero. They are at another level.
It is important for a lot of work to be done so that the quality of childcare centers in these informal settlements can be improved, for these women to be able to do their work in peace, knowing that their children are being well taken care of in childcare centers that are of high quality.
One of the outcomes I would like to see through this project, which I would consider a win for us, is having the childcare facilities bills that many counties have ratified into acts. Having an act in place would mean that these counties would then consider budgetary allocation for the childcare sector, and the act would also provide a regulatory framework within which the childcare facilities would operate.
We are now in the process of formalizing the partnership. We are initiating the process of partnering with Kidogo to ensure that the regulation, they support us on the coming up with the regulation. On county regulation, it needs to be subjected to public participation, to be accepted by the members of the public for implementation.
The African Population and Health Research Center has been able to achieve a lot through this project. Our greatest win is the buy-in by policymakers and stakeholders here in Nakuru County. We were also able to establish the Center of Excellence. Through this institution, people who would like to set up a daycare here in Nakuru County or elsewhere in the country will be able to come here and learn from the people who are executing this project, and they'll be able to transfer the knowledge that they gather here to their various locations.
Ninafurahia na hiyo daycare kwa sababu inanipea muda mzuri, ninafanya kazi vizuri ili kuwatafutia chakula.
I'm looking forward to a time when we celebrate with the Kidogo team in the whole of Nakuru County that they have made an impact in terms of taking care of our children as from 0 to 3 years old. So Kidogo, keep it up. Your work is good. You are on the right track. And we are here to support you as one of your stakeholders in the education system of Nakuru County.
Taking care of vulnerable mothers is not just my role, but also my passion.
I'm a champion for women economic empowerment through increasing access to quality childcare for women to pursue employment.
Women are not just mothers, they have a lot more to offer.
Investing in women is investing in society. Investing in children is investing in our future.
I am a champion of women economic empowerment, and I do this by ensuring that the children of Nakuru County are properly taken care of. Cheers.
From March 2021, Horizonte Farm, in partnership with IPA Rwanda, under the funding of IDRC, are implementing GROW project aiming at reduction and redistribution of women unpaid care work. The project engages 1,100 couples from 5 districts of Rwanda: Burera, Gicumbi, Musanze, Nyabihu, and Rwamagana, who are trained on positive masculinity, and particularly women are trained on entrepreneurship and financial education. The training will serve to address the beliefs that the society still have regarding domestic duties.
Hari imirimo twasangaga iharirwa abadamu
abagabo bakumva ko bitabareba. Guteka, gukubura, gufurira abana, kubakarabya.
Ibijanye no guteka cyangwa koza ibyombo nta mugabo wabikora.
Ngiye bijyanye no kujya gushaka amafaranga gusa, kumva ko amafaranga mu gihe yabonye ukayazana mu rugo, kumva ko ibyaha birangiye.
Kajya avuga ati nko gukubura hano ntabwo bimureba, ese nkankirirwa nijerekani ku mutwe mpetse umwana ngenda.
Ukumva ko umugabo ari wo kugenda akigira mu kabara akinywera icupa akitahira, akaza bakamugaburira akarya akaryama atazi uko akazi ko mu rugo kagenze.
Nibyo yakoze ko mu rugo yabaga ari impfabusa bwazagamo n'inkoni.
Abo bagabo bo barahari cyane cyane nk'ina rwose babona badashobora gukoza ibintu byo gufatanya n'abadamu mu ngo zabo, ku buryo niba bafatanya bagatura mugabo tuzi uko byagenze.
Kuko hari akazi wabonaga umugabo yakora, abandi bakaguseka, rimwe na rimwe bakavuga ko wamuroze.
But now this mindset have changed due to the training.
Ariko ubu ibintu byose byagiye ku murongo. Ubu nta nubwo natinya no gufata n'umwengo mpubure. N'umwana ndamufata nkamwoza nta kibazo rwose, ibintu biri kugenda neza.
Mbere nari ndi umutayeri ariko ntabasha kubikora. Kubera kwa guca hariya nkagaruka hariya, ariko nsigaye nicara ku mashini nkabasha gukorera udufaranga, nanjye nkaba umugore wagize icyo yinjiza mu rugo.
Kuza buri munsi mpa amafaranga, wavuye gukora mpa amafaranga, akantu kose akeneye abaza umugabo. Ariko ubu nkekaye nibyo ntajya amenya nimba yabibonye cyangwa atabibonye. Biranshimisha cyane.
Turicara tukabiganira, tukavuga ngo wenda ku kwezi niba urugero twaraguze inkoko, ubutaha tuzagura agahene. Rwose mu rugo bimeze neza, turimo turagenda tubikora. Iyi ni inyubako dore byaje mbese.
Abagabo bafite imyumvire nk'iya mbere y'uko mpugurwa bari mu buyobe.
Ikintu nabagiraho inama ni uko ifatanyije n'umugore byanga bikunda, hari byinshi muteramo imbere n'ubwumvikane mu rugo, n'intonganya ziragabanyuka cyane.
Tutarahugurwa hari imirimo yampariraga cyangwa se akayiharira nk'abana, akumva nk'uko kutindura ibishingwe bitamureba. Umwanya wo kujya mu bandi ndawubona cyane, nkanje ubu ngubu ndi n'umuyobozi w'umudugudu. Byashobotse kubera ko ya mirimo yagabanutse no kugirirwa icyizere, kubera uko bakubona, bakabona wabona igihe cyo gukora ibyo mu rugo, ukabona n'igihe cyo kuyobora wita kuri gahunda za leta.
Amategeko tuyose turahuriza hamwe, nta gusuzugura undi. Ngo niba yagiye nko ku murenge ngo baramwakoye ngo yiriweyo, ngo ndatomana ngo mbese ko wiriweyo ngo hari icyo wakoze. Oya, aragenda mu byo bamubyiye, akazana mbese nk'imwe mu nama akansobanura ati gutya na gutya, nanjye nasigaye mu rugo gutya ndi gukora iki n'iki.
Training on saving have also helped couples to form saving groups which are transforming their lives.
Umuntu yakubwiraga kwizigama watekereza kutihagije, ukumva ntibishoboka. Ariko nyuma yo kubavuna bakatwigisha bikemera, twasobanukiwe neza ko umuntu agomba kwizigama atari uko yizigama ibyasagutse. Wenda ubu murareba ahantu mu dusanze ukuntu hasa, abadusuye mbere ntago ari uko basanze hasa. Ariko kubera dushobora kugenda twizigama buhoro buhoro, icyo tubashije kubona, mbese ubwo bwizigame hari icyo bugenda butugezaho gahoro gahoro, nubwo bitazira rimwe, ariko turareba hari impinduka ziri kuza.
Turizigama, dufite itsinda twewe twahuje imidugudu 3 nkuko turi imiryango 4 turahura turi imidugudu 3. Nk'ubu nta tungo nagiraga, ni ukuvuga ngo nta tungo nagiraga, ayo nagabanyemo niyo nashoboye gukuramo iyi hene, urukubona ko yabyaye.
Couples were also supported with water tanks which are contributing to the reduction of unpaid care works.
Amavomero rusange abakure, ubwo niba hari n'ibiceri wagomba kujya guhahisha imboga wabona utari bushobore kujya kuvoma, ukaba wabiha nk'umunyonzi kugira ngo aguhe amazi ku igare. Iyo byitwaga ko amazi ari hafi, ubwo ijerekani twayiguraga 200. Yaba yagiye kure kuko kuyabona ni ukurenga imurehe, ijerekani akaba ari 300. Nawe urumva kugira ngo uzabone amazi yo gufurisha ntabwo byoroshye, ni amafaranga menshi cyane. Ibigega byaratwunganiye, amazi aba ari hafi, urakora isuku neza. Mwabibonye, mwasanze twafuze imyenda twanitse y'abana, ntabwo byashobokaga ko wafura imyenda ingana nk'iriya mwabonye yanitse ku mazi waguze kandi bikugoye, cyangwa se wagiye kuvana ku rutari busubire inshuro nyinshi.
Mfite ikigega, ndareka, nduhira imboga, urabona ko uruboga rutoshye rumeze neza, dore n'imiteja ejo bundi iraba yeze. Hari igihe nahinguraga naniwe, ndetse nkanabwirirwa kubera kubura amazi, ariko ubu reka cyarakemutse cyarakemutse rwose.
Cyadufashije muri byinshi, twavaga guhinga tunaniwe kuja kuvoma ugasanga turukunanirwa, ariko ubu ngubu tuva guhinga tugasanga amazi mu kigega arimo tukabasha gufura. Bese umuntu akazinduka aja no mu murima atari kuvanga arazindukira ku mugezi.
While the project is under progress, right holders suggest more training sessions.
Amahugurwa yakwiyongera kuko amahugurwa baduhaye batangiye kuyaduha, intekerezo zacu sinatinya kuvuga ko zari ziri hasi cyane, ariko aramutse yiyongereye twamenya byinshi kurutaho.
Kuko bageza amahugurwa yakomeza kandi natwe twabasha kugenda tuyigisha
abantu.
Jambo, jina langu ni Tumaini. Mimi ni mama wa watoto wawili. Kwa kila mtoto niliyepata, ilinilazimu niweke ndoto zangu pembeni. Watoto wangu wameachana na miaka 2, huyu mdogo akiwa na miezi 5. Nilipozaa mtoto wangu wa kwanza, nililazimika kukaa nyumbani kumlea. Lakini sasa najihisi niko sawa katika kazi yangu ya ulezi kama mama. Na niko tayari kulea watoto wangu huku nikitafuta kazi. Uamuzi huu haukuwa rahisi. Lakini hali ya uchumi vile ilivyo, nililazimika kuchukua hatua hii. Katika hiki kijiji chetu cha Kaptembwa, kuna vituo vya malezi ambavyo rafiki yangu aliniambia kuhusu. Wanawake wanaosimamia vituo hivyo walikuwa katika hali hii kama yangu zamani. Lakini baadaye wangejifunza ya kwamba kulikuwa na suluhisho kwa wanawake wa kaunti ya Nakuru.
Kituo cha kulea watoto Nakuru pamoja na mama kilianzishwa kama suluhisho kwa mama wenzangu ambao walihitaji niwachungie watoto wao walipoenda kazini. Hapo mwanzo sikuwa nawalipisha, lakini kidogo kidogo mahitaji ya wazazi kwa watoto yalianza kuwa mengi, kiasi cha kuwa singeweza kuyatimiza bila pesa yoyote. Kujishtukia, nilikuwa na wachunga watoto karibu 10 kwa siku hizi. Nikaanza kuwalipisha shilingi 50. Na kwa wale wazazi wangependa niwatayarishie watoto wao chakula, niliwalipisha zaidi.
Since the intervention, we have noticed improved health outcomes in children whose care providers' capacity has been increased. The parents are keen on exclusive breastfeeding for children under 6 months, provision of nutritious foods for children above 6 months old, and other health learning issues such as immunization.
Child engagement plays a huge part in the learning outcome of children. The investment being done in promoting learning, blue play and other methods of stimulating children gives us a great promise. We anticipate that the investment will reflect on learning outcomes observed in the near future.
Mothers make great sacrifices for their children, but one that we can prevent them from making is sacrificing their ambitions for a life of unpaid care duties. The African Population and Health Research Center has provided enough evidence that shows why childcare centers are important for women's economic empowerment. Private-public partnership in this sector will ensure that affordable quality care for children is achievable.
Wanaume hawapaswi kutengwa na malezi ya watoto. Ushirikiano kati ya wazazi wa kiume na wa kike hulea mtoto aliyejengwa vizuri kwa pande zote. Kuwa mshiriki mwakilishi katika malezi na sio mtazamaji asiye na shughuli.
Mimi kwa majina ni Alfred Kijana. Nafanya kazi ya bodaboda baiskeli. Naanza saa 12 kupeleka hii baiskeli yangu mpaka saa 1 hivi. Niko na watoto 4. Kuna mtoto mdogo wa miaka 2 mwenye napelekanga daycare. Namwekea kauji yake, nampanga vizuri, namubeba nampeleka daycare. Kwa maana mimi niko na nafasi, mimi sijaandikwa na mtu.
APHRC has done intensive work in Nairobi. So for us to be able to effectively evaluate the effectiveness of this project, we chose a virgin location, an area where such intervention had not been done. So that is why we settled on Nakuru West, because again, it is a resource poor setting, and we would be able to really get the right outcomes in that area.
We had a visit around the childcare facilities just to see what the current picture was. And we noted that many of the childcare facilities were not being run in the way that they should be. It wasn't what we would consider being the best quality for young children.
Yes, there have been daycares around this place, but they're only meant for commercial, and the kids were being housed in a very small house. Even those who were taking care of the kids didn't have any amenity. And so we welcomed this opportunity for Kidogo to come in and help our community and have a center of excellence with the daycare, something that is a model that can be able to help all the other daycares around this place to do and take care of the kids.
We are evaluating the work that is being done by Kidogo, and our focus is to ensure that the children of Nakuru County, they get the best quality of care, and this avails opportunity for their parents to be able to also engage in meaningful paid work.
Naona bibi yangu ako free kuenda kazi yake, ana wasiwasi, anajua penye ameacha mtoto iko safe.
Many of the childcare providers in the Nakuru County are women. Now, bring men into the picture. They start asking questions like, what questions is this? What questions are these you're asking our women? Why do you want to empower women? They started, I think they felt a sense of being threatened, their status in the household and also society as a whole being threatened.
By the time we talk about parental engagement, we don't only involve women, we also bring in male parents to yes, we educate them on the responsibility as male parents, at the same time on why they should be involved in the education of their children.
Daycare inasaidia wazazi sana kwa sababu wakati daycare sikukua walikuwa wanateseka sana mali wanapeleka watoto. Lakini sasa hivi daycare ziko, wanatuachia watoto wanaenda kazi. Wako free kabisa sasa kufanya kazi sawa bila kusumbuliwa. Kuna wakati wengine walikuwa wanaenda nao kazini watoto, lakini sasa hivi daycare ziko, wanafurahia kabisa kukaa na daycare.
When I think about the relationship with the different stakeholders, when we got into Nakuru County, we engaged with the Department of Health and Education. And what they told us, the Department of Health, we started talking about childcare services, and the Department of Health told us that we are concerned with nutrition and health in terms of immunization and ensuring that children are healthy.
We ensure that these children are fully immunized to protect other preventable diseases, e.g. polio, which we want to eliminate.
And when we talked to the Department of Education, they told us that their responsibility is for children who are aged 4 years and above. So it was like these children who are 0 to 3 years within the childcare sector, there was no department that was really concerned with them. So we had engagements also with the Department of Social Services.
We are talking about those facilities that can be able to give the services as required by a child of that level. We work very closely with other departments of the county government to ensure that this mandate is properly articulated as it is enshrined in all the laws of this country, including the Constitution of Kenya.
You realize that these children, if there is a daycare around, daycare provide for them an opportunity to socialize so they can, at an early age, learn to cope with others, learn to interact, build their communication skills. They need opportunities to play. They need opportunities even to manipulate things. And that is a process of learning and maturing physically. Emotionally, they get to interact with others.
By the time we came in, Kidogo was not existing anywhere around here. So we came in with the support of APHRC to lobby them, have an MOU. Then they gave us a ground to go and start the operations of the program. So the first win was the acceptance of the county government for we to have this project.
Daycare zinasaidia watoto kwa maana kuna watoto wenye hawakuwa wanajua hata kucheza, lakini sasa kwa daycare naona hata huyo mama yenye anapelekea anacheza na watoto vizuri, watoto wanafurahi na yeye. Sasa naona daycare iko sawa.
Wazazi wananiletea asubuhi na kaa nao, tunacheza nao, alafu inafika masaa ya uchi, wanakunywa uchi masaa 4 hivi. Haya, kutoka hapo tena tunatoka nje, outdoor, tunacheza nao nje kidogo na mifara. Tukimaliza tunarudi kwa nyumba. Sasa tunapata lunch imefika, ndio hiyo sasa tunakula lunch. Mwenye amesikia kulala nampeleka analala, alafu ndio tuendelee mpaka jioni, mpaka wazazi wao wakujie.
You know, it is a customary kind of thinking that the small children belong to women. So we need to embrace the men involvement in childcare.
It's important for a child to have the care of both parents. So what we need to do is to have strategies, to work more towards having strategies that can bring men more into the care responsibilities.
There is that notion whereby we leave these things to the women, which is not right, because all of us are parents. It is a good experience as a parent. So it has taught me a lot whereby the kids, the relationship of you and the child starts from the tender age. So it's very important for men to venture into this, and it's also helpful for them also to support their women to venture into this daycare business, whereby these women will get something out of it, and they will have an experience of how to handle these young kids, which was not common in our society.
Why should a man be behind? What is your role? Aren't you also a parent? Do you also want to see your children grow well? So, looking at the Constitution, you have a role to play. Looking at even the policies within children, protecting children, a father has a role to play.
I've seen some fathers coming in to pick their kids, and that has been a positive indicator that at least the family is realizing the importance of everyone taking responsibility dealing with these kids.
Why daycares are there? There is a bill which, if passed, and I'm sure it is on the process of almost being just passed, that children should now be given that guidance when they are 0 to 3 years old. So you'll realize that in totality, the government is concerned about its citizens, starting from 0 to adulthood.
We hope that these conversations will be able to push for the establishment, for the implementation and the enactment of the Child Care Facilities Bill that seeks to provide uniformity in the service of care that is being provided for these children under 3s.
So stakeholders and policymakers can adopt this model and scale it in other areas.
The caregivers have finally approved our project and made it part of them. So they are like our champions.
Some of the wins that we would like to see through this project is standardization in the quality of childcare service provision. So we would like to see whichever county you go to, the 47 counties in Kenya, if you visit a childcare facility in a low-income setting, you're seeing the same quality standards, same quality of services being provided.
As we have worked together with this organization for the last 2 years, is to ensure that Nakuru will be a center of excellency, where other counties will be visiting Nakuru to get more knowledge on how to bring and sustain these facilities.
Malezi ya daycare ni mzuri, analindwa vizuri, hakuna kutoka nje kucheza. Unakuta jioni ukimchukua mtoto ni msafi.
Quality child care for children under the age of 3 ensures better outcomes for our children.
We are grateful to Kidogo to be able to come to this community and help the door not just to be open, but to flang it open with opportunities and hope for every child who is coming. And we say, let the children come to me, just as Christ said, let them come. Thank you.
I'm Glory Mutungi, the Chief Principal, Nairobi Technical Training Institute.
Currently, your institution is involved in a study that is being conducted by the Partnership for Economic Policy and funded by IDRC, where we are studying the effect of gender-sensitive training on employability outcomes for women. What was your main interest in partnering with Partnership for Economic Policy?
What really interested me in this partnership for training is I realized they are targeting on the soft skills and involvement of the girl child in the TVET training. And that really excited me, because if you look at the enrollment of TVET in most institutions, especially where they are so keen on STEM, majority are male students, especially in engineering. Like in Nairobi Technical Training Institute, we are offering electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, automotive engineering, pharmacy, but those are the hard courses according to what maybe the female students feel. And the 90%, 80% are male students. So when PEP talks about integration of the girls in the training, we were really excited. Personally, I was excited.
Yeah, that is good to hear.
Yeah.
And this type of course, how do you find it relevant for the students? How important is it for them?
It is very important. After giving the competencies, the skills to the young people, they have to go out there in the world and earn a living. First, you need to know how to communicate, which we take it's just obvious. It's not obvious. Someone can have a very nice skill, but is unable to communicate. So you realize this program is really instilling those values to our trainees. And this is an added advantage when they get out there, whether they're going to start their own businesses, whether they're going to get employed. Even me as an employer, I like someone who can communicate, someone who is presentable.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is how I realize the program is really adding value to our trainees.
And that leads us now to the next question. Do you expect that this type of training will improve their employability in future?
It will. And I realize they're talking about communication, giving even practical examples how people should communicate, how you should market your business. Like at the introduction of one of the programs I attended, is that somebody was presenting their business, how they came up with the business, how they are going to market it, who are they going to look for, so that they can sell the items that they have. And this is what needs to be trained now to our trainees. Because mostly we concentrate, remember we are give them exams, which are not internal examinations. We do NEC exams, CDAC examinations, NITA examinations, CASNEB exams, and you realize the trainers concentrate on passing of the examination.
Yes.
They don't concentrate so much on social skills or soft skills. And after you finish college, that's the time you realize I will attend an interview.
Yeah.
I need to present myself properly, I need to communicate, and all these are things that nobody thinks about them during the training so much until now you finish the training and you get out there, you realize I was supposed to have learned one or two things on these areas. So I'm so happy that our students were identified for this training, because when they get out there, they will have an added advantage. They will start out, if it's during an interview, even if they are going to start their own business, I believe they are more prepared now. They know how to handle clients and so forth. Because we have the materials, we continue doing to the other students. After now, the survey and the research is over, we don't just leave it at that. Because for sure we have said it's something that is benefiting our students, and we would like to have more students going through the same program. I sincerely thank PEP for bringing us on board. We have really benefited as an institution and my other colleague institutions.
Yes, as a sign of your interest,
in participating in this dinner event tonight. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How was the lunch? I hear the energy. I hear the energy. Hey, say hi to the person next to you, Mwambie. Ask them if they are comfortable. Are they taken care of? Do they need more dessert? Do we need to bring drinks to them? Anything to make this session better for them? Let's get to know each other if we do not know each other yet. All right, some are taking this a little bit serious more than others. Okay, all right, let's wave at me so that I know we're together now. Are we together? All right, excellent. Karibuni sana. My name is Gladys Gashanja. As I had mentioned, I'm your moderator for the marketplace sessions and policy panels during this workshop. It's an honor to join you under the invitation of IDRC and PEP as we close the curtains on the Grow East Africa project. And it's been quite a journey for me too, because as I mentioned, I started this journey with them in 2022 during the Meetup workshop. And I remember we went on to meet again online for a 2-day online symposium on gender responsive procurement that covered the same. Anyone who was part of that? Online 2-day gender symposium. I know it was open to very many countries, and then we went ahead and had the first inaugural, actually literal inaugural AGPO conference supported by IDRC, KEPSA and Strathmore University. Anyone who was there? Anyone who was there? All right. And of course, last year we were back here as we were speaking on scaling care innovations in Africa. Who was here for that conversation? Anyone? Anyone else? Okay, excellent. Awesome to see you again. What I'm trying to reiterate here, ladies and gentlemen, is that there's a lot of work that has been put into realizing economic empowerment of women in this country and definitely beyond, which greatly aligns with this year's International Women's Day theme, rights, equality, empowerment for all women and girls, with a call for action to create a more equitable future for all women and girls. I believe we are on the right track, going by the conversations we've had here numerous times and now continue to have even as we bring this journey to a close. Speaking of which, our first panel is tackling a policy conversation on redefining the care economy, valuing unpaid care work, shifting norms, and expanding childcare solutions. Now, the objective of this panel will be to raise greater awareness of the importance of tackling women's unpaid care burden and the challenges therein, to share lessons and experiences on promising and proven solutions for reducing and redistributing unpaid care work, to foster gender equality in the world of work, and of course to explore opportunities for integrating the testing tested solutions into policy and private sector programs. So a lot has already been said before and a lot will be heard here. So as I mentioned earlier, please ready your questions in written form and we'll be able to pick them and also give you the microphone to engage with the panel even as we get to that point. But before we get to the panel, let's listen to those who know how the shoe pinches and can directly speak to the impact of addressing unpaid care work. For starters, in line with the marketplace sub-theme that we heard earlier on, sub-theme 2, changing norms and public perceptions about unpaid care work, please join me in welcoming on stage John Anangaza, who is a papapreneur at the Bethany Joy school-based daycare here in Kenya. Where is he? All right, please let's appreciate him. We've talked about male involvement. Those claps are not enough for surely. The man who's representing what we see as actually a step in the right direction. Let's also welcome on stage Regina Siengo. She is a mamapreneur from the Blessed Mary Center-based daycare. Please let's appreciate her. Please, we can do better. We have some food in us. We have some fire. Let's appreciate her. And do we have Gracie Dali Abib, who is also a mamapreneur running a home-based daycare center for low-income workers in Nairobi? Yes, there she is. Please, let's appreciate her. I'm not feeling these claps. Please, let's appreciate this. Great, great entrepreneurs that are really making a difference when it comes to changing the narrative around care work. So at this point, I'll actually join them. You've all sat so far off, but I'll come closer. I'll come closer. Let me add a microphone. Yes. So please let's appreciate them one more time, just to give them also the energy to participate in this conversation. If you can move the chair closer, or rather at least farther, yes, so that I can be able to see you. And we just want to understand, because we've been talking a lot about the role and the impact of these daycare centers for women who would like to at least have the opportunity to have that part and obligation of catering for their children and be able to go and fend for themselves. And this has been said to be one of the most important and impactful ways of intervening to ensure that women are able to pursue their dreams. So at this point, allow me, I will be going in between English and Swahili. I'll try as much as I can to interpret the same so that we're able to also communicate with our panel. And I think the first question, allow me, in this case, I'll go with the man first. As a papapreneur, what got you into this line of work to start with?
Yeah, thank you so much. I would say that I think I have a passion for the children. It is something that is in me, and it was discovered by someone because he was looking at me and how I was doing things. You cannot hear? Okay.
Okay. Let's hold it closer.
Yeah, I was saying that this is a passion that I have, and it was discovered by someone who was very keen on what I was doing. And sometimes you realize that there are some things that you have that you don't realize that you have them, but somebody else can notice and bring it to your attention. So when he brought this to my attention, I felt that the best way to engage with these learners is to become a papapreneur. And it was something exciting to me because in most cases it is the mamapreneurs that mostly deal with these children. But I felt I want to bring an impact in terms of how people view this. So I decided I need to start.
Okay.
And I started.
All right.
Yeah.
So I think I'll pose the same question to the mamapreneurs. Wacha tuanze hapa karibu na mimi. Uliingia katika hii kazi kwa nini na wakati upi?
Yeah, kazi ya watoto nilianza kitambo sana. Nimefanya almost 20 years. Na katika hiyo miaka 20 nilikuwa naona watoto vile wanateseka mashinani. Unajua hii kazi tunafanya, wale wamama wanaenda kama wanaenda kufua siku moja, anaenda kuuza mboga, anaenda kuuza mtumba. Sasa nilikuwa naona watoto wanaacha, mtoto anaambiwa kaa kwa plot, saa ingine anaweza potea, saa ingine anashinda njaa. Na sababu nilikuwa na hiyo passion ya watoto walikuwa wananipenda. Ikifika lunch, wale wako na wazazi, kila mtoto anaingia kwao, na wale hawana wazazi na wazazi wajafika, walikuwa wanani kuja kwangu na wapea kachai, na wapea hata kama ni ile chakula ya kulala. Na nikayaongelesha wamama wawili wanipatie watoto niwe nikishinda na wao, na hapo ndipo nikaanza daycare.
Okay, so she says she was very passionate about children, would see the challenges within where she stayed at with women being unable to go to work because they needed to go with the children, and some were not allowed to go with children to their places of work. Others were left unattended to. So she started off by just reeling in 1 or 2 children and their mothers, giving them something to eat and tending to them through the day. And before she knew it, the whole place she was staying at was aware of what she could offer, and the rest is history. Please, let's appreciate her. Okay, Regina, is your story similar? Is this coming from the heart? Is it a passion that you follow?
Yes, it's a passion. I was a teacher in a private school for 10 years. Due to health reasons, I wanted to do something that could bring me close to children, because I have that passion for children. So I started my daycare in 2019. So since then, I've just been taking care of the children.
Excellent. So just hold on to the microphone, because I would like to understand from your experience this far, what have you seen has been the biggest gap from when you started in 2019 to now? One persistent gap that seems to just be a hard one to climb.
Okay, are you asking the hard gap?
Yeah, the
okay.
gap that you've seen that is quite persistent throughout the years you've been in this industry.
Okay, mostly I can say that the main problem that I have as a mamapreneur is this issue with licensing.
With?
Licensing.
Okay.
Yes, the licensing fee, I think the government should consider us. Because with the license, when a daycare, let's say I started mine in 2019, 2020 the COVID was there. During that time, the number of children were few. Most of the parents were laid off work. So, because the children were few, you find that you are supposed to pay a license at 15,000. And the children were 15, they went back to almost 5. So we can't manage it. At least there they should consider us. The fee for daycares should not be the same like the ones in school.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So are we saying if this was reconsidered, perhaps you can answer this, John, it would actually encourage more papapreneurs and mamapreneurs to get into the space?
Yeah, because that has been the biggest gap. And I also want to appreciate maybe the county government, because the last time when we had our gala for the Kidogo team, with the county government decided to pay some licenses for some daycares. This means that they have already realized there is a gap and they are trying to fix it. So that is the biggest gap that I can say that they need to fix for us to continue very well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So over to Gracie. Gracie, umefanya miaka mingapi?
20
Over
years.
20 years. Yeah. Kwa hivyo umeona mabadiliko mengi, and of course you started off with more challenges kwa sababu watu wako wanaelewa hii kazi na vile ya kuifanya. Kweli. So swali kwako ni eti, ukiona yale mabadiliko yamefanyika na ile services unawapatia wamama na kuchunga watoto, umeona mabadiliko yapi katika maisha yao wamama?
Katika hawa mama nimeona kuna mabadiliko kubwa sana. Sababu hawa mama, kumbuka, ni wale hawawezi ajiri wasichana wa kazi. Ni mtu anaenda siku kwa siku kutafuta riziki, na wametupenda sana. Mbele kulikuwa challenges, lakini after tumetrain tukajua kila kitu, wametupenda. Na mabadiliko yale nimeona serikali imetutambua, watu wa health wametutambua, tunafanya kazi pamoja. pale mashinani, hata watu wa community wametutambua, lakini shida ni hiyo hiyo upande ya serikali. Tunaomba hiyo mambo ya license, manake unaona tunacharge 100 per day na mtoto analetwa 6 to 6. Sometimes kama wale wanaenda Kikombani, kuna wazazi wawili wanaenda Kikomba mpaka watoke kwa nyumba saa 10. Saa 10 nimeletewa huyo mtoto, na unaona mpaka bado ni ile tu 100. Wengi ni wale wanauza matunda kwa barabara, akipata ile 300 ameuza, kama ni faida yake aniletee 100, apate 200 ya unga. Kwa hivyo tunaomba serikali tuangalie kwa mambo ya license. Like mimi nimeshindwa paka kukombolesha nyumba ya kazi, deki anafanyia kwa nyumba yangu, sababu ile mapato ni kidogo, na tunataka kusaidia hawa mama sababu hawawezi ku afford kuajiri wasichana wa kazi. Of which kazi yetu ni mzuri sana hata kushinda wale wamama wanaajiri wasichana.
Yeah. All right, she says that so far so good in as far as the industry is concerned. The health department, the county have recognized their work and are actually supporting them. But the thorn in the flesh, just like it was said before, is the cost of licensing that actually deters a lot of them in getting into this job or doing it optimally in as far as catering for the women in the society or the communities to be able to go and fend for themselves. And also, just if that support could actually be looked into, it would go a long way in ensuring that they are also able to spruce up the spaces that they're able to cater for these children and tend to the needs of the women by extension. So back to you, John. You are a papapreneur, something that perhaps most people do not know of. We have spoken and had here before. We need to include men, not only to help the women in engaging in care work, but also offering the services in meeting the needs that are out there when it comes to the same. You're in Nairobi. How does this look like beyond the city? And is it possible to make it or to change the narrative around offering care for men?
Yeah, it is possible. What they need to do is to change the perspective and not just look at it as it is something that is meant for women. I think men now need also to do this. And you see, most of my clients, or let me say most of my parents, or that come, they feel more attached to me. I don't know why, but they feel this like something new to them, because they wonder, how can this man as a papapreneur deal with the children? So sometimes I go to a level that I really go down to the level of the children. And when they come to pick them, they get me, I'm engaging with them, I'm trying to do what they want them to do. I am bringing myself down to the level that the kids themselves want to deal with me. So I think it is something that can go beyond. It is not just a matter of being in the city. Somebody can, you see, when you need to try something, you need to take a risk. So most men can do this. And as they normally say that what a man can do, a woman can do. So it is vice versa. So that is what also made me to continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a direct message to the men. You just need to look beyond the gender norms.
Yes.
Okay. So for you, Jacqueline, or rather Regina, perhaps when you think about how far you've come, what you've been able to achieve in your line of work, what more needs to be done on the policy level to enable you upscale what you've been putting out for the sake of the women? What would you, on the policy level, what would you like to see done to support you going forward?
With me, what I can say, it's just on the license issue. The fee should be a fee that we can manage. Because with the services we provide, they are the best. Yeah, after training with the Kidogo, we've been taught a lot on how to be on the level of the children, how to interact with them. Even the parents have gained a lot of confidence in us. Our only worry is the license
Okay.
issue. Yes.
Speak a little bit about when it comes to nourishment. I mean, the cost of living is going higher and higher. How does that now translate to who can afford to bring children to you, and even you catering for the services that are needed to keep these children in your daycare?
Okay, the area where I live, it's an informal settlement in Kitengela, Kajiado County. So I don't charge them a higher fee. I just charge them 100 shillings. If they need something like porridge is when you can charge them 20 shillings. So you don't charge so high because they cannot make it. Most of the parents are just casual workers. Yes.
Okay, so you have not seen any changes?
Yes, there are changes. There are changes. I can say I've managed with the daycare because I had a good number of children at first. It has helped me a lot. I've even educated my son with it.
All right.
Yeah, and he's completed now Form 4.
So on a personal level, it's also changed your own life.
It's also changed a lot.
Excellent. Okay, so even as we bring this conversation to a close, Gracie, tumeongea mengi yatasemwa. When it comes to mamapreneur, ungetaka kuona nini kingine apart from the licensing ibadilike?
Yeah, mimi ningependa kuona, manake tukiangalia pale mashinani daycare zile ziko anda kidogo, sababu tumekuwa train ziko sawa kabisa. Kisha hawa watu wa City Council wakati wanatembea kwa daycare za kidogo, lakini zenye hazijakuwa kwa kidogo ndizo nyingi sana hazitembelewi. Kwa hivyo tunaomba serikali kiweka sheria tutaikubali, lakini ikuwe ni sheria kwa kila mtu, kwa daycare zenye ziko kwa kidogo na zenye haziko kwa kidogo, kila watu watembelewe na kila watu wafuate sheria ya serikali. Manake sisi tuko wachache na wale wako na daycare hazijulikani na zinafanya vituko, zinatesa watoto. Mkitembea mtaona. Mkiwatuma watembee kwa daycare zetu, watembee na zile ziko mashinani ndani. Tutafurahia, na anataka daycare zote kama zitaweza kuwa registered, ziregistiwe anda kidogo, manake kidogo hawabagui, kidogo wanaelimisha watu kama sisi hatujasoma ile elimu ya juu, lakini sasa tumefanya kazi. Na tunaona tuna create jobs. Sasa niko na caregivers wawili. Tayari hiyo ni kazi. Kwa hivyo naomba tu serikali kishikilia hii organization ya kidogo na i-train daycare zote katika Kenya, tutafurahi sana.
Okay, so she says that it is so critical that quality assurance is actually looked into, because there are some daycare centers that are not registered, and there's a lot that happens behind the scenes that's not good for the children. So even as the policy is being implemented on those that are registered, they should also look out for those that are not registered and ensure that they are registered. She also says her life too has changed because of being a mamapreneur. As she helps others, her own life is also changing, and she would love to see other women's lives being transformed. She now is actually an employer herself. She has 2 caregivers, and I think it's the same for the other panelists. So if this can be looked into, then there can be a standardization in as far as the quality of service that is given to the children. All right, so let's close with you, John, perhaps your parting shot, even as we think about supporting this industry.
Yeah, I think the best thing the government can do is to recognize these day centers. The way they have the framework for the primary schools and the secondary schools, and they need also to have a policy framework for the daycare centers. And if they work in conjunction with, like, for example, the organization Kidogo that has been on the ground and has got the basics, it will be very well. And I think we are moving in the very good direction. And at the end of the day, as they say, chanzo cha makubwa ni kidogo.
If you can actually translate it, as we appreciate him, please translate that.
It says
the beginning?
The beginning of something
great,
big or great starts with the very
small
steps. It's like the man that created the mountain, started by carrying small stones.
Yes.
Yeah. So
okay,
that's where we are.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. John Anangaza, Regina Siengo, and Grace Dali. Asanteni sana. You can go back to your seats. Please, let's appreciate them one more time. Please do not tire in appreciating those that come to the podium, because It really takes a lot of effort to even be able to have conversations in public, and we don't take it for granted that they've been able to take their time to come and help us give better perspective to what they do and what more that can be done with the right support. So let me encourage you to encourage one more time. Let's appreciate them. Na najua mpo wengi. Thank you for making time. You really are the VVIPs in this room. So let's cross over to that conversation that I talked about, the policy panel, and I'd like you to please help me encourage the following panelists as they come on stage. We have Honorable Florence Asimwe, Member of Parliament, Uganda. Please, let's appreciate her as she comes to the podium. We have Crispin Afifu, Gender and Women's Economic Empowerment Specialist, International Center for Research on Women, Kenya. Is he in the room? Is Crispin here? Oh my. I don't think he was online. Is he? Oh, he's online. All right. Great. Okay. Is he going to be projected? All right, could we please see him? Please appreciate him as we are trying to figure out how to get him. And then, of course, we have Mr. Eneo from the Ministry of Women and Social Affairs in Ethiopia. Please, let's appreciate him. I'm not feeling this appreciation. Please, let's get excited about our panelists. So I think we can finally say, Crispin Afifu, allow me not to get into the full profiles of what you do on a daily basis, just for the interest of time, but we appreciate who you represent here and the work that you do behind the scenes. So let's start off with understanding or painting a picture around the challenge when it comes to the conversation at hand. The COVID-19 pandemic came and changed everything for us, how we look at unpaid care work and what goes into the challenges of, what gives challenges to women when they're trying to eke a living, but they have all this, you can say, roles that are put on their shoulders. Where you sit, Florence, as part of the legislative arm of government, is unpaid care still a priority for policymakers? Because we've seen great progress, but we're still to get to a point where we can say we are at 50%, maybe 80%. Is it still a priority?
Thank you, Gladys, and the fellow participants. In Uganda, the pre-primary education is still at the other end. We have not taken it seriously. It's only that recent that we were the education committee. I don't sit on the education committee. Is trying to convince government that actually they should take the pre-primary, the daycare and everything seriously. So we don't have a policy to that effect. And therefore I cannot talk much about it. Maybe Ethiopia has, but Uganda, we are still behind on that part of the daycare centers and the other nursery schools, the pre-primary schools level.
From where you sit, what do you think is derailing the progress in this area?
It's not a priority. It was not a priority. It has not been a priority of government, but as we are saying, as parliamentarians and as the committees that address education in the whole holistic manner, we are saying it's high time that government takes that level of education serious, and I'm sure we have recently had a review of the education system in Uganda, headed by Honorable Amanya Mshega. A report was presented to the Minister of Education, that's Honorable Janet Museveni, and in that report there is a lot on the review of the education sector. And they are still unpacking, they are still looking at it, and out of that I'm sure the pre-education is also there, and I'm sure that report will also come to the Committee of Education, and it has not come to us for discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so over to you, Crispin. If you can hear me, and I hope your audio is good. The International Center for Research on Women, together with UN Women, has been leading advocacy work to make unpaid care work visible in Kenya and to help reduce and redistribute the care burden through policy formulation. These efforts are also led to the formulation of the National Care Policy, which the country is very proud of. However, to date, it still awaits cabinet approval. What stands in the way of progress here, Crispin?
Please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect. We actually have made quite good progress, and I would say that what has stood in between the policy development process, which we can say was completed some time back last year. In February last year, at a time like this, we had a national validation of the care policy. But then, of course, when it advanced to the next stage, that of going through the cabinet, it was returned through, of course, the Attorney General's office because it hadn't been adequately socialized. And that came out of a number of reasons. The number one, you realize that we have this, what we call deeply entrenched gender norms and social expectations and the aspects of gender division of labor. And when you look at those things and the people in leadership, some of them, the subject of unpaid care work, for example, becomes a bit uncomfortable for them. I would give you a quick example, like right now where I am. I should have been there, but I am here meeting with some leaders from the counties, and some are CECs for gender. And two of them, today we have had a very serious conversation. One is a gender CEC, but they say that for 25 years that I've been in marriage, I've never cooked and I've never held my child, maybe until when he or she is about 2-3 years, because that is my wife's role. And I ask, you're again a gender minister? Yes, I am. So what do you understand and how do we break this? So what I'm trying to say, some of the internalized misogynies and conscious biases we carry even into our workplaces, they make the effort of shifting narratives, which is, of course, becomes a challenge. And so socialization of the policy is what we have been doing. And I would say that there is now a better understanding, simply because we are utilizing our own data. We're talking about the time use surveys of 2021, the National Care Needs Assessment of 2022. And so we have, initially we didn't have comprehensive data that we could use and which we could say that it's actually Kenya-based. So I would say that has been the big challenge. But as we move on now, there's a lot of progress. We've been able to socialize it with the parliamentarians, with the private sector, and now with the COG. And now we're also trying to have community-focused conversations through radio. And some of the team members in the room there have been engaged in these conversations because it's not only an ICRW thing or UN Women or a State Department for Gender, but it's involving a lot of multi-stakeholders in the care ecosystem so that we are able to start changing narratives, changing perceptions as far as aspects of care work is concerned, and then trying to create more visibility in the official statistics that we already have. The data that we have, initially you start a conversation around unpaid care work or care work, someone thinks this is a foreign idea. Now we're trying to contextualize it, and I think there is great progress. Lastly, I would say that it has already been submitted to the cabinet as we speak, and together with them, with the memorandum that's showing the discussions that have been held, we are finalizing the action plan that of course would accompany the document. We hope that during this month of March and by next month, so much could happen, and we will end up being among the first countries in Africa to have a care policy. When we met parliamentarians, they were willing to take it up and develop a bill so that then aspects of investments would be assured when we have a law moving forward. Thank you.
Excellent. Clearly, the big brother in this case for the rest of the continent to follow suit. We hope that this can be a reality soon enough. So let's hear from the Ethiopian perspective. And Eneo Tamiru, from where you sit at the Ministry of Women and Social Affairs, a lot has been said even during the presentations. There's a lot of capacity building. There's a lot of resources that have perhaps been set aside to support care work and changing the narrative around unpaid care work. Is there something else that's being done behind the scenes, perhaps to scale up some of the interventions that have already been put across by the public, the private sector? And if you are putting across such, why are we not seeing it? Are you intent on making sure that Ethiopians know what's happening and how they can contribute?
Thank you. My name is Neo from Ethiopia. I'm working daycare expansion and strengthening technical team. When we come to the daycare service and unpaid care work in our country, Ethiopia, primarily in the responsible organization, Ministry of Women and Social Affairs, has developed a daycare service provision standard for any daycare platform. In our country, there are 5 kind of daycare platform: public workplace daycare or workplace daycare, community daycare, private daycare, private for commercial purpose daycare, and the other, there is unpaid care and domestic work guideline. This is developed in collaboration with the UN, and as well there is Daycare Guideline Act. This is the first what our ministry did, and following this there are so many limitations because of the deep-rooted cultural norms, because of the lack of holistic awareness, and because of the system or in different organizations there is a political lack of a political willingness, as well the accountability mechanism frameworks are weak, and the other is even the organizational cultures and the inavailability of spaces to build or to expand daycare service. This is a limitation, so what we are not expanding the service in the organized way.
Okay, and what is the role of collaborations to help the government along in achieving some of the gaps you're talking about? Because we've had, it's possible to achieve them, but Ethiopia is lagging behind in some of these things because we can't leave everything to government.
Yeah, there are a lot of collaboration with different organizations, but still there is a gap to expand this service. Even the organizations are not willing to come to expand the daycare infrastructure. Most of the organizations come to the office to the software skills only, not for the physical infrastructure expansion, or some of them are coming for research purpose or other awareness creation, but not expanding the service physically by different modalities. Especially there is some companies or some organizations who are investing on this daycare infrastructures, but when we see from the CSO organization in our country, there are a lot of CSO organizations in our country, but majority of them are not investing on unpaid care and domestic work. Rather, they are talking about the hardness or the burden of unpaid care work on women, children, and others, but they are not really investing on that practically. This is what the problem is.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, now let's move on to finding the solutions when we come to this conversation. And social protection measures can be a powerful tool to redress women's social economic status, as it helps mitigate the burden of unpaid care work, especially in East Africa, where a majority of women are in low and middle income countries and work in the informal sector with no social protection. Florence, what is Uganda doing to help reduce women's care burden and value their contribution by ensuring that social protection is something that uplifts them and cushions them from the daily shocks of life?
Thank you again, Gladys. Uganda, like any other African country, they were Ugandan women. Of course, they have been now being put in the forefront as to where they are no longer in the kitchen. They are now in the political arena, some of them. But the majority are still in the kitchen, and therefore most of the burden is still on the heads of the women. Uganda does not have a policy that takes care of women who are working as such that they should take care of the burden. It's up to you to find your way out. But at Parliament, the Speaker saw it fit that the parliamentarians can only debate better if they have young children by having a daycare facility at Parliament. That one there is. So if you have a baby, there is a provision for your baby and the caretaker. But in general, the women have to find their own way of solving their own problems. How are you going to manage the household chores vis-a-vis going to work, vis-a-vis all the other pending issues at home?
And the cost
so there
of
is
this.
no particular policy. But what we have done in terms of the elderly, there is a grant for the elderly persons that is 80 years and above. Much as least from money, but it's something that they get quarterly. We have policy for people with disabilities. They also get some grants. We have different grants for social protection for the vulnerable groups. But as far as women unpaid work, we don't have a policy to that effect. And therefore, from these other findings of these researches, we had an interaction as the gender committee, because I belong to the Gender, Labor and Social Development Committee. We had an interaction with the researchers from EPRC, and we proposed that we should have unpaid care policy, and someone is going to come up with a motion in that matter. So it is still in a gray area, but it's something that is really the gender committee is taking it up.
Okay.
And hopefully, because our term is also almost ending, but it's something that is in the offing.
Okay, steps in the right direction. At least like we can appreciate that. So Crispin, over to you. When it comes to solutions, let's think about how private sector can play perhaps a significant role in expanding access to affordable and high quality childcare services for working mothers. You've talked about socializing the national care policy. How does this look like, especially in the low income context, and what more can be done to upscale the same?
Thank you so much. I want to say, number one, of course, care work is the work that makes all other work possible. And we know that economies, including Kenya, are actually built by the involvement and engagement of many women in the informal sector. In which case, then it means when we look at the women in the informal sector, we address the unique challenges that, of course, they face, and especially that of lack of the formal employment benefits, such as maternity leaves, for example, the social security aspects of social protection, and even access to affordable childcare. But then when you look at all these things together, you ask ourselves, is there anything that is working? And I want to say, there is a lot that is working. And some of the partners you might be having in the room there, like Kidogo, whose videos have been running, there's a lot they're doing to enable women engage in economic activities. are also that they're able to have or exercise or experience other elements of social return on investments when there is proper investments in care. We have seen organizations, for example, like WowMam, who have partnered with the county government of Nairobi and are establishing childcare facilities in markets. And after a post, there is a quick study they did to just check even how revenues are going up. I mean, they established that actually revenues are going up when the children have better facilities where they're, of course, being taken good care of. Now, you've asked something about the private sector involvement. I want to say that the private sector in Kenya is actually leading and trying to help us understand the need of investing in this subject of care, of the care economy holistically, but most importantly on childcare services that of course would work for working mothers. Case in point is that we all talk about Safaricom, and if they're in the room, my congratulations. And even if they're not there, they've always demonstrated that it's possible to actually accommodate staff that have little babies, and by taking care of that responsibility and reducing the burden or responsibility of care. And over and above that, we have seen others like Unilever, I think, and Nestle, which have introduced these workplace childcare centers. And it allows for employees to balance work and, of course, caregiving responsibilities. On the other hand, the employers are saying there is actually an increase in productivity, in performance, and even the mental, the calmness that the staff experience and they're able to really work. That tells you that the workplace environment is actually becoming an enabler, especially when this care element is invested in. Others like Lavage and Bamburi, they actually been offering childcare stipends and partnerships with care facilities, and so you can be sure to have your child taken care of by actually the company. And so it's all about the company seeing the benefit of investing and expanding the affordable and high quality care services for the staff. And when it comes to scaling up, then you realize that they're able then to develop a case for investment and aspects like tax incentives from government and businesses. And this, of course, will go a long way to support the employer-supported childcare services. Yeah. The private sector also, actually they can easily expand these affordable childcare solutions. And we are seeing a movement of a lot of companies within the industrial area who are trying now to have joint facilities where if you are 2-3 industries in one location, you can establish a center outside of the factories, because at times the factories are not originally designed to have those facilities, and the casual laborers can drop their kids, go in, work and walk out, breastfeed or check with their kids and play with them a little bit, go back and work. And that gives peace to the staff for them to be able really to deliver. And so when it comes to even scaling that, then it's possible for them to write to government and build a case for incentives so that the private investments in childcare through subsidies and co-financing models, either with government or even the staff, can actually take place. As I come to the close, also going by the question you had asked earlier, I want to say that there are models that have worked, like these market-based childcare models, and some of the players you have in the room, they are already doing these things, like Kidogo I said earlier, who are using the franchise model to support low-cost, high-quality childcare in informal settlements, and the demand for childcare is just as high in in upmarket areas as it is in the slum areas or in the inner cities, because even there is need for this service. In Nairobi, you realize, for example, the percentage of single mothers is going up every other time. And so this single mother ought to provide for her children, pay rent, and do many things all by herself. And so she needs a good place that she can leave her child, and so for her to really be able to work, to progress in her career, and to be able to develop herself, her children, her community. And when all that is done, the net beneficiary becomes the government itself.
Yes.
And this woman has the ability and even to contribute to the economy in many ways. And for those who are even able then to afford a house help, it means you're even becoming an employer. And when you become an employer, you're actually adding one more person into the economic, the ecosystem.
Yes.
But they will be able, by you paying them, they have the power to purchasing power and to participate in the economy. So all these things we're saying, they can only happen in an enabling environment, in a policy environment, and the national policy on care that we're working on then stipulates some of, I think I can say 10 critical areas, whereby number one, we want to measure, for example,
Crispin, allow me to stop you at that point.
Right.
Allow me to stop you at that point so that we're able to go through some of the questions. But I hear you, the snowball effect is immense when a lot of these things are taken up, whether on policy and all other stakeholders doing what they need to do in their capacity to support the narrative. So in this case, let me just hear from Ethiopia. We keep saying data is king, data is crucial in addressing unpaid care work in Africa because it provides that concrete evidence of the extent and distribution of this labor, allowing policymakers to understand the gender parities that we speak about or disparities involved and inform interventions. In your case, in what way is Ethiopia using data to inform the childcare interventions? And what are your data sources to start with? And what is the impact of the same?
Okay, before the beginning, we start to establish daycare by using the time use survey, the national time use survey, and EDHS, Ethiopian Demographic Health Survey, and other annual reports and other MND tools. And we made checklist and we collect data from that. We start to establish daycare and the individual scenarios as evidence to start the daycare and start the daycare proclamation and then go to implementation. But there is a limitation. We have a gender information system database, but in that database, this indicator or unpaid care and domestic work is not included there. So in the future we will try to include that or using other means to establish and strengthen the data system for the good quality of daycare as well, minimizing the unpaid care and domestic work and achieving gender equality.
Okay, so are you saying there is no space or even interventions to perhaps work with the private sector when it comes to research and collection of data?
Yeah, we can work together for the future to strengthen the data, but now we don't have a strong system to generate data. We are using the mentioned what earlier, using that, and we are applying that system.
Okay, so what do you fall back on when it comes to informing guided action in as far as unpaid care work is concerned?
Recommendation?
Yeah, what do you fall back on? What informs what decisions you make to actually intervene when it comes to unpaid care work?
The very important intervention is, recognizing all the workers and using the 5 strategies, reduction of the burden of unpaid workers through public infrastructure, through market, through private and public relationship, and expanding services and increasing the awareness of the society and collaboration with different structures in the country. And then we can develop and recognize unpaid care work in the country.
All right. Thank you for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, remember, you are open to asking questions to the panelists, both within the room and online. Please write your questions down. They will be picked and sent to me, or rather passed on to me. But if you'd like to actually articulate your question, there are mics on every table. Please do the same so that we're able to engage our panelists on the conversation at hand. And I think at this point we can talk about the way forward, because as we're having these conversations, we not only define what the issue is, we get to find out what the solutions are, but we need to also talk about what's the way forward, even as we close this workshop. So to start off with Crispin, I mean, currently only Kenya in Africa, as you said, has publicly stated and actively developed a national care policy which aims to address issues related to unpaid care work. This is a big, big thing going forward for the country. But then again, what do you see when you look in the future in as far as how this can be translated to the region and by extension the continent going forward, and what perhaps are the learning points for establishing a national care policy from your experience?
Thank you so much once again. From where I sit, sorry for that. From where I sit, I see number one is through this policy, for instance, as it gets adopted, enacted, and of course later even legislated, we are responding to a lot of other things. We have the ILO conventions that we have signed up to. We have the various treaties that are guiding us. And we have the Constitution, we have the SDG 5.41. We also have our own time use survey, and of course the National Care Needs Assessment. So what that means, that we are actually institutionalizing unpaid care work in economic planning tools. The end result of this process is that we're going to have or create what we call a household satellite account that recognizes the value of unpaid care work, and eventually that will make part of our national system of accounts. And as you look at the current MTP4, it has an entire section on how the government intends to invest in unpaid care and domestic work. And what that also would mean is that we will be able to be more intentional as a country, and if those would benchmark from us, to be conducting regular time use surveys, because the one we have right now, which was the inaugural one, was 2021, released in 2023. So there have been a lot of other metrics which we think were missed out, and part of this process would ensure that there is continuity and a predictable period. And number two, of what I'm learning is that by adoption of this policy and the attendant legislations and frameworks, we'll be able to expand childcare and other care services and the infrastructure, so that the care services and care infrastructure are able to be invested in adequately, and that all categories of those who need care and those who provide care, and how care is managed, provided, funded for, and experienced would be something that benefits all. I also see a situation whereby in institutions, the private and public sector would actually strengthen their workplace policies, and that would ensure that the employer-mandated workplace policies are enforced, and even aspects of various social protection mechanisms that are being proposed. In this case, we're proposing what we call cash for care. Cash for care is that the current social protection mechanisms benefit, for example, the elderly, the PWDs, the severely disabled, and the invalids. But the one who's taking care of them is not, and no one takes care of them. So who takes care of the caregivers? So the policy is recognizing that and taking care of them in terms of also paying them out, at the same time also, supporting their mental wellness. Because when you're taking care of someone who needs care, for example, palliative care, you become psychologically affected. And if you are exposed, of course, you end up even crashing faster. Quickly then, I also learn, or I think, that by adopting this, it's going to help us shift norms around care work, so that then men and boys see caregiving roles through a very behavioral change perspective, and that it doesn't make you less a man, Like here where I am currently, one of the arguments I got in the morning is that if we are when we are sharing responsibilities, we are actually taking away what makes a woman to be a woman. And so I was asking them, how is that possible? They said instead, we should enable them to do what makes them to be more women. And so in short, that tells you that there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of socio-cultural norms and demystifying and shifting narratives. And lastly, I would say that one other thing is adoption of the policy would help us ensure what we can call long-term financial sustainability. Because for care to be invested in, both there has to be infrastructure investments, service investments at the national and the county level, getting the policy right, or the regulations, the standards, the ways of registration, and of course standardization of services, how services are provided. So that investment is good. The main would be truly undertaken, and the government will have a basis to offer tax credits for care providers, as in the case in Seychelles. And let me pause there.
Okay, I know there's a lot to be said about this, but also even as we sit in this room, we are taking away best practices, and we hope that one day we'll sit here and say that many other countries have developed a national care policy and it's being implemented for the sake of women around the continent. And even as we talk about the investment of the same, Florence, let's talk about financing care systems. How, going forward, how or what would you envision would be the most ideal way to cater for the challenges that Uganda is facing when it comes to unpaid care work and also childcare service provision? As you said, this is quite a challenge in Uganda, and of course the changing norms in East Africa.
Yeah, financing. We have been grappling with the national insurance policy. We don't have it. So that means everything is on a household. If there was a national health insurance policy, the members of the household were to be sure that when an elderly person falls sick, whether anybody in the household falls sick, you have somewhere to run to. So one of the ways of addressing the issues of unpaid care work and investment by government is to have the insurance policy working in Uganda. Of course, when it comes to taxes, there are some provisions that we need for the PWDs, for example, the tools that they use, making life easier for the caretaker. Can we waive some of these tools that aid the vulnerable? Because most of these tools are very, very expensive.
So waiving taxes, you mean?
Yeah, waiving some taxes. And then we need innovators within the country that can come up with tools that help women who are heavily involved in the care work, energy savings. That's that's the way to go. Yes. Because I sit on the Committee of Science, Technology and Innovation, that the way to help every burdened person is really to have innovations that make things that make work easier. Yes. I could see here knowledge, innovation, solutions. We need to come up with innovative ideas. Thanks to those who innovated the pressure cookers, the gas stoves, and whatever, where when I'm busy doing something, there is a machine that will just say, yeah, you have forgotten me here, so that I rush. And all these innovative ideas should help the women, because the issue of women being overburdened will not stop. It is a long process. So much as Kenya has gone ahead with the national unpaid care policy. It is just a policy of 2023. I was just looking at it. Implementation, I don't think it has even, it was just last year. I don't think they have even started implementing it. It is still in writing. So as of now, the way forward is to find solutions. How do we help a woman in the rural area? Which technologies can we adopt to make sure that at least they have time to do other things by using technologies that make life easier? If, for example, I'm going to spend more time on going to go and collect firewood, if I have an energy stove, if I have a gas cooker, I'll spend less time. So financing of the infrastructure, but government is already overburdened. We have to look at other, of course now we no longer talk about donors because they are looking inward these days. So we have to find a way as Africa. We have to solve our own problems. We have so many scientists everywhere. What are they doing? Let them innovate. Come up with innovations to help our women work better.
Yes, very well said, very well said. We need to cater for our needs going forward. And from the Ethiopian perspective, what could we expect to see with regard to policy changes on unpaid care work and domestic work, given the evidence that has been presented today during the presentations? And of course, what you know is or are gaps within the agenda?
Okay, is one, the issue of unpaid care and domestic work should be integrated in the sectoral policy. When we come to the Ministry of Women and Social Affairs, integrate the issue of unpaid care and domestic work in the new revision policy of women empowerment and gender equality policy. In this policy, unpaid care and domestic work is one pillar there. So this is a very great solution for the sector, what we'll do. And the other is strengthening the collaboration with different stakeholders, including CSO, government, and other market and private sector. And the other is expansion of the daycare service by different platform, what I mentioned earlier. And the other, different women-friendly technologies, avail these technologies for a woman to minimize their burden and enjoy their other life, as well implementing on the cultural practice. There is so many harmful cultural practice which discriminates women from the political, economical, social, and other aspects. We have to strengthen this system or invest on this problem, and this problem will solve. And then they will enjoy their life, or they can access their health, they can access their education, and they can access their lifestyle and as well. And the other, more education and awareness campaign on this. This is a very potential. On the other one, the legal reforms. Legal reforms is very important to minimize the burden of unpaid care and domestic work. This is a possible recommendation.
Okay, I hear good things. And allow me to ask one more question to you. Is there political goodwill to enable all those things you speak of, which are very great and critical in giving life to redistributing unpaid care work? Is there political goodwill in Ethiopia?
Yeah, there is different ideas or different stance on this. The Ministry of Women and Social Affairs mobilize and make advocacy for different organizations to incorporate the issue of gender and the issue of unpaid care and domestic work in their program portfolios. And the political willingness is vary from sector to sectors. Some sectors have a great political attention and commitment, and others have some limitation. This is the lack of accountability mechanism framework. So we're strengthening all of this one too.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's appreciate our panel. This is your opportunity to give or pose any questions to any of them, whether to Eneo, to Florence, or to Crispin, who is joining us online. Do we have microphones next to you that you can just stand and ask your questions? Any written questions? You can just raise your hand so that we can go through this fast. There's a question at the back.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angelique Kaitesi from Rwanda.
Kindly stand up so that we can see you.
Sorry. My name is Angelique Kaitesi from Rwanda, and I would like to hear from Kenya that has already a policy relating to child care in place. I would like to hear how that policy addresses care provision to children with special needs, and what are the actionable strategies to streamline inclusive child care. And most of the child care centers rely on parents' contribution. I would like to hear, in case of families with low socio-economic status, how do the policy will handle, or what is the government contribution? Thank you.
Crispin, did you catch the questions? Okay, go ahead. We cannot, I think you're muted. Crispin, you're muted. Is it muted on your end? So even I figure that technical hitch. Any other questions on the floor? All right, there's a microphone next to you. None? Okay. Our brother's keeper. Thank you. Right.
Thank you. My name is Theodros. In short, you can call me Teddy. I'm coming from Children Believe, Ethiopia, a country director. My question is goes to Crisp. So he told us in his explanation about care policy. So is it a standalone care policy, or are you going to integrate with other existing policies? So I need to know about this one.
Is it a standalone care policy, or
is it mainstream to other existing policies currently?
Okay. All right. Crispin, I hope you are being able to capture the questions.
Yes, I am. I hope you can hear me too.
Yes, we can now. So you can start
All right.
off with the first two questions and over to the national care policy and how, if this is a standalone policy or streamlined to the others.
All right. Thank you so much. Maybe even to start with that one is that this care policy, it comes in and it's anchored upon many other legislative frameworks. And as I said, when you look at the legislative frameworks upon which our policy is actually built, you realize that it's not necessarily standalone. Reason being that we recognize that care is provided by, for example, the Ministry of Health. There is an element of care it provides, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Social Protection, and there are other existing frameworks, or for example, the National Council for People with Disability. Now, with those pre-existing frameworks, we ask ourselves, what is the gap? The gap has been largely on the element on how care is provided. And so this policy is coming in, one, to provide a coordination or a coordinating framework of all these arms of government at the national level and the county levels that are providing care to all those categories of those that need care. And I've also said that our policy actually has 10 key areas. And the first area that our policy looks at is the element of measuring unpaid care work, so that we're able to understand what is it. The other element is more on employment and labor policies and regulations. The policy goes on and mentions or looks into elements of social protection, elements of childcare, elements of healthcare, elements of social and cultural norms that affect how care is provided in urban areas, in rural areas, and of course going by all other intersecting factors and other multifaceted approaches that would affect how care is provided. It looks at care for the elderly persons, it looks at care for persons with disability, and also care support infrastructure, and lastly at domestic work services. Now all those 10 areas in a way also are provided in some other legislations. Now this comes in together to identify the gaps and provide a coordination or coordinating framework on how this should be provided, whereby data can be collected, it is synthesized adequately, and the different layers of government have functions, of course, that they are able to perform. I hoping that is has responded to you in a way. Going to the question that was asked by the panel, I mean, from Rwanda, I would say that number one, when it comes to childcare is, in Kenya we have an entire framework on child. We have the Children's Act, which actually was reviewed as late as 2022. But now in terms of how care is provided, we have different layers. Currently, the county governments provide care to children, that is what we call ECDE, but the children under the age of 4, there has been a gap on how they ought to be provided for in terms of care. Now, back last year, December 2024, in delimiting further the functions of the county government, in light of some of these recommendations of the draft policy, then they were given 5 functions. Function number 1 was that county governments in Kenya now would implement would implement the national frameworks about the norms and the standards for childcare facilities. It would also formulate and implement policies and legislation to regulate childcare services in the counties. It would also establish and manage childcare facilities that would even take care of the children with disability, because that needs another layer of special care. And it also goes further to delineate another function on how to register and regulate. So meaning standards and regulations on how childcare is provided for different children with different categories in different contexts. So because this is going to be domesticated, sorry for the noise, it's going to be sort of tailored to different counties. Each county will come up with the contextually applicable and relevant functions on how to carry this out. Let me pause there because of the noise that is in the background.
Okay, clearly by now you can tell Crispin is a very passionate advocate when it comes to the national care policy. If it wasn't for the noise behind him, we would have a hard time stopping him, but really, really pertinent points that are helping us at least understand how best we can be able to effect the same in other countries. Now, ladies and gentlemen, still open to other questions, but we have forgotten that we actually have an online audience. Thank you for staying with us wherever and whichever time zone you're joining us from. I understand there is a hand app online, so please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and ask your question to any of the panelists.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Yurit. I'm joining from Ethiopia. And it's a very interesting topic that you have mentioned, because especially in Ethiopia, at this day, it is very difficult, especially as a mother, leaving your child at home and going to work. You will not rest, because there are some very dangerous things that are heard on domestic level when you hire a maid or something like that. So the government of Ethiopia, they have taken initiative and opened up various daycare centers in government offices and kind of a regular office. But that's really appreciated, and it's doing a lot to boost women empowerment and their contribution to the society, to the nation. But what I want to know is there any plan to kind of expand this to lower. I think it's Chris that have mentioned the slum areas, that women are really in need of such services. Because I have seen some retailers, some women retailers that are on the day-to-day job, and they are holding 2 children, one at the back, one at with their hand, and they're running around, trying to sell some things. And I was wondering if there is a scheme to incorporate these women, because they are the most struggling at the bottom of the, at the grassroots level. And if maybe Kenya has experience, maybe if they can share what they have done in this regard. Thank you.
Okay, at this point, I think Kenya is serving as the case study here, so we'll go back to Crispin for this, to answer this question. Crispin, if you can do that in 2 minutes so that we can wrap up.
Oh, okay, I'll try to do it under 2 minutes. Number one, thanks, Yodit, for the question. And I would want to tell you that definitely, number one, government has the ability to scale. It has the monopoly to scale if it wanted to. And because not everyone is working with government that can access those childcare facilities in government offices, we have majority of the population that actually is in the informal sector. And so the case in Kenya has been that those that are informal, the private childcare facilities are largely a private enterprise. And we want to, there are those who are doing it as a social enterprise, but there are those ones who have to do it as a business. And so that then means the models that are being adopted, be it for those that are in the slum areas, those that are in the markets, and as you've heard in Kenya right now, there is actually a competition. Where I am right now with the Council of Governors, every governor is trying to say they are designing their markets with a child care space in mind to enable women in the markets to have a facility. And the team in the room there, I know, from Busia to Tharaka Nithi to Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, you're all doing something so that you're able to help that. So in short, I'm saying, Yodi, that we need such kind of investments as well, not only by government, but by the private sector. So they need to see it as an opportunity in order to invest and provide quality, affordable, accessible childcare to the level of that that category of the population. Lastly, you mentioned of the dangerous things that are happening with house helps at home. I think the question is, why do they have to do dangerous things on your children? And so what we want to advocate here is that care work has to be recognized as work that is skilled, that is decent, that is adequately remunerated, and the caregivers themselves ought to be trained. So in Kenya, there's an entire curriculum of training caregivers, and once they are trained, they're certified, and they're paid to the extent that they can be paid, then they are expected to offer professional service. And that also means even you, the employer, needs to make your home a workplace environment for this domestic worker, and they need to have it conducive enough for them to provide the service to your children and not to take on revenge on your children when you are away. So I think it's also looking at it on both sides and establishing the cause of that problem. And because at the end of the day, we can't necessarily have an entire government block getting all our kids in, but yet we need to provide home-based care in a good environment. So I think we can look at it both sides, and there will be right investments done. Thank you.
Excellent. Let's appreciate our panel. That is Crispin, Enu, and Florence. We can do better than that. Let's appreciate them one more time. A good conversation, and clearly investing in care systems on a large scale is not just necessary, it has been said over and over again, it is transformative. So as we continue to seek the realization of ILO's policy framework for decent work in care work based on the 5 R's, I just want to remind you, recognize, reduce, redistribute, reward, and represent. The big question I've had today is, how do we keep the momentum going? despite the diverse challenges like climate change, the civil war that's going on in different pockets of the world, and of course here in this continent, that seem to be impacting on the strides made this far. And of course, how can we also leverage on the intelligent age? As we were told, we need to innovate, we need to think outside the box, we need to ensure that we look at our problems and meet those needs from where we are at to ensure we accelerate progress and create other avenues or redefining the care economy. I think these are the questions we need to move forward with, because the dynamics of doing anything in this, in the world we're in, is changing really fast, even as we reel in the artificial intelligence age, and a lot more can be done in as far as catering for unpaid care work and changing the narrative around it is concerned. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. We shall see you at the next marketplace. Over to Michael from to take over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gladys, the panelists, and all of us for listening actively. So from me, just two very brief announcements. Those of us who are interested in tonight's dinner event are requested to register at the reception right outside this meeting room. And please do so as soon as you can for logistical purposes. Then second, those residing at Trademark to pass by the Secretariat, which is in meeting room 5, should pass by the Secretariat for their dinner allowances during the 4 p.m. tea break. Over to Stephanie for some energizer. We noted some of us are
all right, I know some of you are dozing off. So we can do a little exercise so that we can wake up and join the next session. So we'll do a little commonality challenge. So amongst the table you're at, you can talk to your neighbor and find out something unique you share. It could be something fun, it could be a hobby, it could be a favorite food. It could also be a shared experience, like all of us did a project in unpaid care work. So this exercise is just to, unwind, spark smiles, and just wake you up. All right, so I'll give you 2 minutes to talk to your neighbor. What? All right, you can also stand. You can stand and stretch and, just talk to each other. Could be you enjoy hiking. So it can be professional, personal, or even quirky. Yeah. All right, we are almost done. We are almost at the end of our activity. Let's start wrapping up our discussions. All right, let's settle down. Thank you. All right. Wamekataa kusettle.
Let's settle. Let's have our seats. Yes.
All right. Any discoveries you want to share? One or two? No? All right. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your active participation. Now that we are warmed up, we can dive deeper into the next session. And I'm pleased to welcome our next speaker. Hello.
Yes, continue.
Yeah? All right, so our next speaker is Kagure Wakaba, who will take us through the next session, session 2. Thank you.
Is this the facilitator? Okay, so
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so as you've heard, my name is Kagure Wakaba. I work as a gender specialist consultant with Canadian government programs in Kenya. So my role this afternoon is very brief. I am introducing to you our second session for today, which is focused on tackling the continued labor market segregation and employment gender gaps. And basically, some of the key issues that we hope to see during this session is why women are still underrepresented in high-value, high-paying sectors, whether it's construction, ICT, and the like, due to systematic barriers, and other issues that confront women, such as being pigeonholed in the horizontal segregation in feminized sectors. And then the case of course, vertical segregation, where women are not able to go further in their professions, where they rarely reach leadership positions. So we have 3 projects that have looked at these issues, and they will be discussing with us, including the solutions that they bring to the table in terms of skills building and work readiness programs that they propose to enable women to be able to get into these high-value sectors. But before we go to that, because that's a marketplace that we will have with the 3 projects, we have a distinguished guest, Professor Jose Galdo, who is going to table the evidence from these projects to take us through the issues and the solutions. And let me introduce a little bit, say a little bit about Professor Jose Galdo. He'll be presenting on the evidence synthesis related to skills building and work readiness. He's an esteemed associate professor of public policy and economics at Carleton University in Ottawa, Canada. Incidentally, I also went to Carleton University a very long time ago, a position he has held since 2013. With tenure, he has made significant contributions to public policy and economics. Prior to this, Professor Galdo served as an assistant professor in both the departments of economics and the School of Public Policy at Carleton University from 2010 to 2013. His academic journey also includes a postdoctoral research fellowship in the Department of Economics at McMaster University in Hamilton, Canada, from 2006 to 2008. With an extensive academic and research background, Professor Galdo brings invaluable insights into the role of skills building and work readiness programs in fostering women's participation and advancement in underrepresented sectors. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Jose Galdo to share his expertise with us.
All right. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you to IDRC for this invitation to be part of this graduation ceremony for all these successful research projects that you have today. It's great to meet some particular people that I met over the last 3 years, right, on Zoom or in meets. But finally today, we really can interact to each other. So I'm going to talk about these 3 important projects as part of this Growth 2 initiative. And I think it's better for me if I move to this side. All right. Can you hear me? Perfect. So I'm just going to answer 2 questions that were presented to me, right? The first question is, what model factors of work readiness programs are effective in facilitating women's entry and progression into high-value sectors? And the second question, related question, is what strategies work at scale to address social norms, barriers, and adverse workplace conditions that prevent women from advancing in high school value sectors? So in order to answer these questions, I need some sort of methodological background, right? So I'm going to use these important 3 growth projects as the focal points of my intervention. I'm going to complement this intervention by basically providing some evidence regarding the review of 30 vocational training interventions in Africa that were implemented in the last 15 years or so. So I selected these interventions with some methodological impact assessments. I'm going to complement that information with findings and insights from systematic worldwide reviews, right? Basically written by Carr, Kloof, and Weber in 2010, 2017, Kloof 2019, and McKinsey 2017, right? I don't aim really to provide a recipe or algorithm of what works and what doesn't work, right? So I acknowledge that one side does not fit all. But in any case, I want to present some commonalities across successful interventions that we have seen in Africa and elsewhere. So the second important point I want to clarify here is that I want to anchor that findings, I want to anchor these insights in theory. So this is not a theoretical work, right? So when I talk about theory, I basically talk about some complementary theoretical frameworks that guide our work, right? I know that this is 3:30 p.m., so I don't pretend to go one by one. I know that we have a limited time span, and this time span basically drops over time. But I want to highlight anyway that we care about theory, we care about these different types of frameworks, right? That tell us that not everything when we talk about training and labor markets is about wages and earnings. There are other factors, structural barriers, for instance, that matter. There are some sort of feminist economics that let us know that, for instance, we have discrimination in the labor market, we have unpaid childcare barriers that prevents women to participating and progressing in high-value sectors, right? So think of, for instance, the dual market theory, right, that in the original form presented to us basically this division in the labor market between the primary and the secondary markets. Right? So the primary market is basically the formal market. The secondary market is the informal market. And we know that, and that's basically coming from this feminist political economy, that when we talk about primary and secondary markets, we talk about gender market segmentation. When we talk about the role of social theory, right, the social role theory, when we talk about social norm networks, the importance of that type of variables for women participating in high-value sectors, we have to acknowledge also the contribution of the feminist institutionalist theory that says that these social norms have historical are originated in historical gender division of labor, right? So bottom line of this is that I want to present some information, anchoring theory, and anchoring a broad view, a review of different interventions that we have seen in Africa and elsewhere in the 15 years. So we have, as part of growth initiative, 3 different interventions, right? Those are Dalbert and Builder that were located in Kenya, NIWA located in Ethiopia, and PEP located in Kenya, right? I arranged that in alphabetical order. Now, all these 3 interventions have a commonality, and the commonality is they focus on young women, right? Basically participating, in the first case in Dalbert Builder, in the construction industry. We care about women between 18 and 35 years of age. For NIWA, we care about university graduate and employment women aged 18, 19. And for PEP, we care about young males and females, right, TVTE students, right? But that's the target population for each one of these interventions, right? In terms of the intervention per se, the treatment that we provided, the commonality across this is the provision of soft skills, right? In the context of Dalbert Builder intervention, basically it deals with the provision of trade skills and soft skills that basically are going to be provided for a 12-month span, right? In the context of NIWA, we talk about soft skills and information services provided to these university graduate and employed women. And in the context of PEP, we talk about soft skills, right, through a gender-sensitive training provided to these TVTE students in Nairobi, Kenya. Now, all these interventions focus on hands-on approach, right? All of them. All these interventions focus on multiple outcomes. The idea here is not that we only focus on income and employment. We focus beyond that, right? So we're going to see outcomes related to social norms, outcomes related to expectations, outcomes related to intra-household allocation of power within the households, right? And all these 3 interventions have a very sort of a robust evaluation design. In the context of Dalbert Builder, it's based on a non-experimental framework complemented by a very strong qualitative design. In the context of NIWA, we have a multi-site RCT complemented with a qualitative design, right? And in the context of PEP, we have a cluster RCT. The bottom line of these 3 interventions is that when they present us the findings, we basically rely on them because they are based on very strong methodological approach to impact evaluation. So what are the main findings that we have from these interventions, right? I have basically 5 main findings for these 3 interventions. The first one is that participants in Grow ER Work Readiness Initiative showed substantial to moderate gains in employment and income, right? When I talk about substantial to moderate gains in employment and income, I basically means that we are talking about a 5 percentage points in terms of employment, and we're talking about 20% or beyond 20% gains in income, right? Now, there are some heterogeneity across these projects. Not all projects have these impacts in terms of employment and income. But nonetheless, when you put together this evidence, we know that these projects have basically impacted in positive ways the earnings powers of women, have impacted in positive ways the employability of women. The second important finding that emerged from these 3 projects is that when we measure intra-household decision-making power, right, we observe strong gains again right, relative to the power, the agency of women, in order to make decisions in different dimensions, in terms of economic dimensions, in terms of productive dimensions, in terms of time of use dimensions. The third important finding that we have from this intervention is that perceptions and expectations shift toward a more assertive understanding of women's role as productive agents in male-dominated trades and occupations. So this is particularly coming from the Dalbert-Builder approach, right? They basically measure these particular variables, the same with PEP, and find that we have a strong shift in perception and expectations related to the role of women in these high-growth sectors. The fourth important finding that we have here is that we basically uncover again the importance of soft skills. Soft skills matter for employment, soft skills matter for income, right? And there is an important one, important personal trait, the locus of control, that was highlighted in the PEP intervention, right? That shows basically that the higher the locus of control, the higher the impact of these interventions on employment and earnings, right? Again, number 4, reinforce this idea that we need to provide soft skills to women and males in the labor market because they are going to affect, at the end of the day, how much the changes in income and how much the changes in employment are going to be observed in the labor market. And the last important finding, commonality across these interventions, is that we underscore new information about factors such as violence and harassment against women in the workplace. All these projects also highlight information about typical barriers that we already know that affect women in the labor market, right? There is not much novelty on that. It's just a reinforcement of that information. But what is new information really is specific information about violence, sexual violence, about harassment against women in the workplace, particularly in occupations that are male-dominated. Right? So those are the main findings across these 3 interventions. Now, there are lessons learned, right? And I'm trying to summarize because I just only have 15 minutes of these presentations. The first lesson that we have to learn from these interventions in terms of scalability and sustainability is the length of the training exposure, right? We take as given that, right? Whether this is 1 year of intervention, whether this is a 2 months of intervention, or whether it's a 10 hours of intervention, we take as given. We don't reflect really about what is the optimal length of the intervention, right? And I think that's a missing point that we need to think more carefully about, right? Particularly in the context of implementing vocational training programs in any setting, indeed. The second important lesson we learn for scalability purposes is the missing cost assessment. In the morning, someone was talking about the importance of costs, right? And I fully agree with that, right? So it's not just about estimating and interpreting how much employment has changed, how much income have changed, but we have to relate that information to the specific costs that were basically incurred by the different projects in order to have this particular size or this particular magnitude of the impacts, right? So that is an important lesson that we have to tap and we have to cover in the future. Very important lesson is about the attrition levels, right? There is a common understanding that when we offer training initiatives to women, we are going to have no shortage, but we're going to have an excess supply of women approaching to the projects. In reality, it doesn't happen that, because women basically face different barriers for that, right? So even when they sign up for the interventions, we are going to observe, right, that they are going to drop out over time, they are going to attrit from the intervention over time, and that's a problem, right? So how we basically prevent, minimize attrition levels is an important lesson learned, right, for scalability and sustainability of this type of intervention. Fourth number lesson is the underuse of administrative data. When you implement projects, right, we basically generate a lot of information. It's not about household service. It's not about just collecting information from leaders or collecting information from different stakeholders involved in the projects. It's about the data that you generated as part of your intervention, administrative data, institutional data. And that specific data have a lot of wealth in order to be taken into account when assessing, evaluating, interpreting the findings of our intervention, And the last lesson that we have learned from this intervention is that we need to put more effort on knowing how to measure social norms. In the morning, we have talked about a lot, in the afternoon as well, about social norms, right? How social norms, cultural factors, basically could become important barriers for women in the labor markets. But how we measure social norms is still an ongoing work, right? So we have to put more attention on what are the specific variables that we need for that if we want to basically measure the change in social norm before and after the interventions. We want to investigate basically the important dimensions of social norms that matter for women, mainly going into high-value sectors in the economy. Right? So for me, those are the important lessons learned for scalability purposes coming from these 3 interventions. Now, I expanded this work, right? And I basically do a review of the literature, right? Focusing on 30 very similar, close to interventions implemented in Africa in the past 15 years or so. Right? And you can see here the geographic distribution of these interventions. Mostly they are located in Kenya and Uganda. We have interventions in Egypt, Rwanda, South Africa, Tunisia, and all 11 African countries, right? And we have different types of training designs. We have 4 basic models that we have covered, right? The entrepreneurship, vocational training, the trade skills, the job search assistance, and the employment subsidies. We also know that 37 of these interventions that we assess, right, include soft skills, and 27% of them include internship, which basically become very important really for this type of interventions, right? The target population in 30% of the cases are only targeted for women, right? And in 57% of cases are targeted for youth, right? And the length of exposure to training really varies from 3 months to 12 months, right? But it gives us basically an information about the broad differences in terms of institutional details, institutional factors, right? Details of the interventions implemented in Africa in the past 15 years. Now, in terms of impacts, right? So we're going to focus here for this particular literature review in 2 outcomes of interest: employment and income, right? And we can see here for Africa, right, for this coming from out of these 30 interventions, right, we have in 33% of the cases high impacts, right, in terms of employment, which basically means above 5 percentage points of change in employment. And we have in 39% of the cases modest impacts, which are basically between 1 and 5 percentage points of change in employment. For income, the results are relatively bigger. The results are more in tune with what we have seen in other countries. In 63% of the cases, we have modest impacts, which means a change between 1 and 20%. And in 16% of the cases, we have high impacts, which basically means a change in over 20% of income before and after the participation in these training initiatives, right? So if we want to assess this, whether women and whether those interventions providing soft skills basically provide higher impacts, in terms of employment, not so, right? So in terms of employment, we observe that in general, the results are modest, right? We're talking about between 1 and 5 percentage points. And doesn't matter whether this intervention is driven to women or this intervention is driven to youth, right? It's going to be a sort of a moderate change in employment. For income, on the other hand, there is huge differences whether these interventions are provided to women only or whether these interventions provide soft skills, right? You can see here that for those interventions that target women, in 67% of the cases, we have high impacts, about 20% change in income. And for those interventions that focus on soft skills, we have that 67% of them basically have high impacts, right? Above 20% change in income, right? So bottom line of this discussion is that really, in terms of income, women benefit more from these interventions than males, right? And in terms of these interventions, providing soft skills matter in terms of changes in earnings power in the labor markets. So the returns from a type of intervention, right? You can see here 4 types of intervention: entrepreneurship, trade skills, job search assistance, and employment subsidies. So entrepreneurship training, vocational training, is the intervention basically that have the highest impacts in terms of employment and in terms of earnings. followed by trade skills, right? And that's very important. I think the key here is to relate that result, right, or higher impacts for entrepreneurship with this basic feature of the African labor markets, right, for Eastern and Southern Africa, right? This data comes from 2000 to 2022. You can see here that there's a gap, right, between females and male employment in self-employment, right? But you can see here, right, that around 85%, close to 90% of women basically work as self-employed, right? So if we put together this data, right, and we have this information coming from entrepreneurship interventions, you can suspect here that one way really to tackle participation of women, right, in the labor market is to focus a lot on entrepreneurship vocational training. So now, what model factors of work readiness programs are effective, right? So now I'm going to summarize this information, right? Coming from this theoretical framework that we have seen, coming from these 3 important projects from as part of growth intervention, and these 30 projects in Africa that were reviewed as part of this synthesis report. The first important in terms of design, the first important factor that matters is the market-driven demand for skills development, right? So here the idea is that when we design an intervention, we have to look into the market needs. We have to look into the market demand for those specific skills. It's not about looking into the supply side of the market, of the training market. It's not about knowing, oh, this institution offers this type of occupations, and this institution therefore can provide these skills to women going into the high level or high value sectors. It's the reverse. We have to focus on what is the actual labor demand for women going into that particular sectors of the economy, right? So an important study, for instance, for those who care about this market-driven demand for skills development is ADOHO 2014 for Liberia, that shows clearly that interventions that focus on market-driven skills are more effective than interventions that focus on the supply side. The second important factor of work readiness that are effective is the hands-on skills training, right? Here the idea is that just providing theoretical classes, sitting girls or males, doesn't matter really, for many hours in the classroom, offering some sort of skills, hard skills, is not enough, right? We have to complement these interventions with internships. We have to complement these interventions with a hands-on approach, right? So if we don't have the possibility of offering internships or on-the-job training, one possibility is basically to provide interactive learning models that consider workplace simulation and mentorship. An important study for Africa in this regard is Alfonsi 2020 for youth in Uganda, right? That shows the importance of how we can basically improve employability, how we can improve the earnings powers of women, right? For youth women, right? When we have a hands-on skills training strategy. Very important factor that affects in terms of design is the importance of soft skills training. I already talked about that, right? Providing communication skills, leadership, for instance, providing teamwork, confidence building, problem solving, right? Time management, matter for job entry, matter for job progression for girls, particularly when we talk about individuals willing to go into the high value sectors of the economy. Right? So we have to complement hard and soft skills that help women to adapt and navigate inside and across male-dominated occupations and industry. Bandeira and Onorati are 2 good examples that show us that this idea, right, this idea of providing soft skills matter in the measurement of employment and income for women in the labor markets. 5 factors that we care about in terms of design is the business and financial literacy training matters, right? So when we talk about women going into the high value sectors, right? So those women have to know really how the bank system works, how the interest rate works. What is the difference between active interest rate and passive interest rate? What's the difference between joint accounts and single accounts? Without that knowledge, it's very important, not only making decisions in the household, but making decisions outside the household in the labor force, right? So what this paper from Lachaud 2013 and Rosas 2018 for Zimbabwe and Sierra Leone show us that providing girls as part of these soft skills, right? Literacy, numerical literacy, and financial literacy matter. Number 7 or number 6, I lost account of that, is that we need to account for cost-effective interventions, right? We basically focus much in terms of effectiveness. How much have changed the income? How much have changed the employment? How much have changed these expectations, or these social norms, right? But we don't care much about the costs involved in achieving that changes, right? So if you offer, for instance, an intervention that lasts 12 months, right, and is very costly because of that, and compare that against an intervention that lasts 10 hours and is equally costly than the 12-month intervention, it's clear what the type of intervention that we need to enhance in Africa and elsewhere, right? Cost effectiveness matters. It's not only about effectiveness. In terms of implementation, right, what factor models work in terms of effectiveness? The implementation of flexible and accessible gender-sensitive approaches, right? So here I want to highlight again this issue of high levels of attrition observed in Africa and elsewhere when women participate on these training initiatives, right? The question is, how do we minimize these high levels of attrition for women in the labor markets, right? Basically, one way that was described in the literature, one way that seems to be effective is basically to provide gender-sensitive curricula, flexible scheduling of classes, right? And which might include online classes for women that have some particular constraints, right? So part-time classes, evening classes, online learning options are particularly important when we talk about flexible and accessible gender-sensitive approaches. Now, we need to nudge women participating in these interventions, right? And one way basically to improve, right, the level of participation of women is by providing small subsidy in terms of transportation costs, right? In some interventions, it has shown that in Franklin, for instance, 2017, that these small incentives that nudge women to participate in vocational training programs matter, right? In the sense that attrition rates are going to be minimized and going to be lower. What else matters in terms of post-training now? The job placement and information services. Once the training has finished, has concluded, right, we have to think about what is going to happen with these particular individuals that take part of our intervention. And for that, we need to think about what is the placement of those individuals in the labor markets. And for placement of individuals in the labor markets, what we need is information. We need to basically match supply and demand. For matching supply and demand, what we need is an efficient information system that basically provides women looking for jobs information about some job postings that are available for them. And it's not only about information, right? It's also about incorporating career counseling, job matching services, and networking for them. These different activities really might have a change, right, in terms of outcomes for individuals, particularly women, willing to join the high-value sectors of the economy. Credible certification. This is, I think, and that's my last point here, related to what factors matter. Sometimes we provide training to women, right? After the training has concluded, we really don't know what's going to happen with them. And part of the reason is because they don't have the signaling in the market that says that they are able to achieve or to perform these specific activities. So how we basically achieve certification is an open question for us, right? But have to be a close interaction with public entities, right? We have to provide a certification that allows us to, any employer, to basically convey information about women's abilities, right? HIC 2017 show a clear example that certification of private institutions that provide youth vocational training in Kenya improves the labor options. So I think for me, those are the important factors, models of factors that are important for the effectiveness of these interventions. I have a more discussion, but I don't have time to develop that. Related, it's a more broader policy perspective, right? What the strategies were at scale. So because I am out of time, I just want to go fast on that. I think it's important. I'm just going to go over the headline, just with the hope that we can talk later on about that. But I think it's important for this sustainability and the scalability of these interventions to have a supported legal framework regarding women's status in society and labor markets. With this supported legal system toward women, right, we cannot achieve much independently of the quality of the training interventions. The second point that I want to highlight here is the establishment of these long-term public and private relationships or partnerships that will reduce frictions between skills formation and work readiness. Third point for me is the strengthening of social protection policies. That's basically the focus of the morning session, right? When we talk about child care policies, right? We basically are dealing directly with this important point that matters for vocational training initiatives, right? I talk about pursuing women's financial inclusion. I talk about providing digital skills. Not much about that, but let me talk about the importance of digital skills for improving the digital literacy of women, that way to reduce information-driven frictions in the labor markets, right? And challenging social norms, right? It's basically about knowing how to measure social norms. It's about reducing, right, the barriers, the structural barriers coming from social norms by encouraging girls to participate in STEM fields, for instance, increasing the share of women in leadership positions, shifting the institutional culture within training centers from traditional gender-driven training allocations to a more gender-neutral, inclusive system. So, bottom line from this presentation is that the interventions that are part of growth have achieved the purpose. And the purpose basically is to improve the odds of women taking part of these interventions in terms of employability, in terms of earning power. There are some areas in which we can improve. And one of these areas in particular is the certification for the skills gained by women, the cost-effectiveness approach to these interventions, right? And going on to this broader level policy discussion regarding the conditions for scalability, conditions for sustainability of these initiatives. So thank you so much. That's all for me.
Thank you very much, Professor Jose Galdo, for that deep insight into the barriers that are facing women. What I retained very quickly, deep-rooted social norms and gender biases, where women believe or are told that STEM, for instance, is for men, unequal access to skills, education and networks, lack of mentorship and sponsorship opportunities for women. I also made the connection with the unpaid care work that we were talking about this morning, where women, of course, have more unpaid care work than men, and some workplace policies might not take that into account. Then hostile work environments. We talked about sexual and gender-based violence that would limit women's entry into these high-value spaces, or their policies are not present to protect them. And then lastly, limited representation of women in decision-making places. Those are just some of the things that I captured that could be barriers. But there are 3 projects that will tell us even more about these barriers. 3 projects that have done deep research into the issues, looking at increasing women's entry, retention, and advancement in the high-value sectors where they are underrepresented. So we are heading now into a marketplace like this morning. So we have the 3 projects. The first one is by Partnership for Economic Policy and International Food Policy Research Institute. Where is your poster? Who will be representing that group when we go visit? Yes, where is your poster? All right, their poster is at the back. And that project will be looking at gender-sensitive training and employer incentives to improve women's labor market outcomes. So she'll be at the back. The second project that we'll be looking at is presented to us by Build Her and Dalberg Research. Where is the team, please? Okay, all right. Where's your marketplace? All right. And you'll be speaking to us about advancing women's participation in Kenya's construction industry and giving us some lessons from that. And then the third one is by the Network of Ethiopian Women's Association, NEWA. All right. Where will you be located? Okay, on the right. And you'll be talking to us about enhancing employment prospects of young graduate women into high-value sectors in Ethiopia. So we'll have the marketplace for about 45 minutes, and then after that, very quickly for 20 minutes, we'll have a question and answer session that will be expertly steered by our moderator, Gladys Kashanja. Thank you. So we can wake up, and go to the different marketplaces, please. Yeah? The first one, the Partnership for Economic Policy, she's right behind. Bildher and Dahlberg Research, you'll be right here? It's online? Oh, it's projected. All right, so he's going to project it on the screen. And then NEWA will be on the right, over there. Enhancing employment prospects of young graduate women in high-value sectors in Ethiopia. Okay, so let us go. We don't have much time. Thank you.
Just have my presentation. But it's okay. It happens. the group of persons.
I'm retiring.
Oh, really? Hey, this year.
So I discovered late is too short.
Hey.
We can't keep running at the man. And I also don't sit at the
Oh, okay. We also are trying to adapt. Yeah. Oh, okay.
And then I've been working
I can invite you. All the best.
Should I speak with him separately, or are you guys like that? You're kind of okay. Because I'll be catching up. Okay, thanks. Okay, congrats on your award.
We have 10 more minutes. Please feel free to move around. 10 more minutes. There's a free marketplace here. a free market stall, and we only have 6 minutes. The Newa stall is free. Two more minutes. I thought I should warn you. 2 more minutes. Okay. I'm sorry, but we've come to the end of our session. We are running out of time. So if you'll indulge me, what we can do is we are going to go straight into the Q&A, but you're all free to get up and go get a cup of coffee as that is going on. But the market stalls, the market discussions, let's end them for now. I welcome everybody to sit back, please. Sit back. Huh? Oh, yeah, there's a bell. Market is over. Let's take our seats, and then we can take turns to go get a cup of coffee and come back for our next session, the Q&A.
And with that, I will have access
So let's sit down for the Q&A session. Let's take our seats for the Q&A session.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our seats. Let's get back into the plenary for the short Q&A around the marketplace we just had. I appeal to you, please, let's have our seats so that we can move forward. We still have a panel discussion to go through before we call it a day. Please, let's have you back in the plenary. You can come in with your snacks. You're welcome to come in with your tea and with your snacks. All right, it's time for us to have this conversation. The marketplace just came to an end, but a lot of questions. I see a lot of follow-up conversations around the same and even the synthesis of the same that was done earlier by Jose. Please, let's get back to the plenary so that we can engage on the same. If I could have at this moment the project representatives on stage with me. Representatives from PEP, representatives from Build Her Kenya and Dalberg Research, and from NEWA. Please, let's have you on stage. Let's make it to the stage so that we can have this quick conversation around the marketplace we just had. I do not see anyone from NEWA, any representative from NEWA to come and represent in this short Q&A. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a quick, short, sweet, and I see a lot of interest around the marketplace, tackling the continued labor market segregation and employment gender gaps. And I see the need for us to have more time in as far as handling this conversation going forward. And I'm glad that we'll be having a policy discussion on the same so that we can delve deeper and you can also further participate and engage with the conversation. So skills, the sub-theme was skills building and work readiness program. And this is a structured training. It refers to structured training initiatives designed to equip individuals with the necessary skills and knowledge to successfully enter the workforce, often focusing on both hard technical skills relevant to a specific job market, as well as soft skills like communication, problem solving, teamwork, that is really crucial for professional success in any role. So a lot has come from the marketplace. I am still missing one person. Yes, please, welcome, welcome. Please each take, let me have somebody closer to me, if you'd, yeah, please come closer. Yes, gentlemen, please come closer. And you can come with a microphone so that each of you can have theirs and it will be easier to go through. this conversation. So with the follow-up discussions that I've seen on the side after the marketplace, I think this is your opportunity to understand better the presentations that were done. And we again representation from NEWA and Delberg, and of course Build Her and PEP. So we'll start off. Any questions for PEP? As far as what their presentations were in the marketplace, any questions? When it comes to gender-sensitive training and employer incentives to improve women's labor market outcomes in Kenya. Any questions, please? And remember, it's not only questions, we are also focusing on your key takeaways, comments. Any are welcome.
So thanks very much. I really enjoyed the presentation by PEP, which I spent a lot of time in. I had one question and a comment. I wondered whether you could clarify whether you did in your set of questions, questions that are related to personality, that you seem to allude that, people or young students who have a forward-looking perception seem to be doing better. That's the first question. Second one is related to the issue of follow-up, whether you still want to retain this as a cohort. Really, it's a comment. And then you can follow them up over time to see whether these same outcomes can be observed over time. But very good work in terms of how you design the program.
And I guess if, as you take that question, the question is it perspective on the students or is it personality? I wonder.
It's personality. Yeah, we had a 10-point questions related to personality. So they were asking them things like they believe their future is determined by them. They believe they have control about their future. They believe that whatever happens to them is by fate. They believe that all happenings in their lives is by... So such questions, we had about 10 points on that. And then we used their response to these questions. So it was on a 5-point scale, 1 to 5. Agree, strongly, up to strongly disagree. Then from that, then we were able to generate a scale on locus of control. And this is what we were able to determine whether those who have more control, who believe they have higher locus of control, and those who don't have higher locus, or who don't have locus of control. And yeah, funds allowing, we would have wanted to give these students like 2 or 3 more years and then follow up to see, because I mean some of these take time. Even finding a job itself takes a while. So technically we follow them after a year, which is a short time, because even their certification take a while. So some of them were not yet completely cleared with the certification from the TVET institutions. So yeah, they were just trying to now start navigating the labor market. So the longer would have been better, but we worked within the time frame of the research project. Yeah.
All right. You did not introduce yourself. There's some who have not met you.
Okay. My name is Phyllis Machio. I'm a lecturer at the University of Nairobi, and I also work with the Partnership for Economic Policy as a researcher.
Excellent. Good to meet you. Okay. So any more questions? Rifat? Okay. Let's have a mic. There's a microphone on your table, Florence, isn't there? Okay. Could we be friendly neighbors and help her? Yes. Thank you.
The question goes to the same lady. What do you oversee as regards to scaling up that project?
So this project, we even have TVET representatives within us from the all the TVET, the either heads or the assistant principals from the 4 TVET institutions that we worked with are represented here. So we are in discussion. We worked closely with the Kenya Curriculum Development in Kenya to see how we can inbuild this soft skills training in the curriculum for TVETs and even higher institutions. So there's already something ongoing that the government is working on in terms of soft skills, trying to train the students beyond the hardcore stuff they do in class. So PEP, the curriculum development, promised to work together with us to see how we can look at their draft and see whether they capture most of the things we find interesting. So the bigger picture for us in terms of scaling up this is to have this incorporated into the curriculum so that they have, like Jose said, the longer period for these soft skills would be more important than just the snapshot that we did over a short time. So if this short time we were able to see something, then probably a longer exposure would really enable us to see something good, especially for young people who are mostly green, have no idea. Some of them in this generation don't know, have a lot of these soft skills. So this can really go a long way. Thank
Okay, all right. At this point, allow us to engage also with the next advancing women's participation in Kenya's construction industry, lessons learned from Build Her Kenya and Dalberg Research. Any questions there? I saw a really huge crowd here and follow-up questions. So if we can have a microphone passed on to Kevin.
Thank you very much. I think that all these initiatives are exceptional and truly innovative. The Dalberg initiative is a huge success in terms of the actual efforts they put in to achieve that impact in a very difficult sector. But I'd like to ask, and this is essentially to all of us, to all these presentations over here, the challenge we have is that we have many innovations like these, like the PEP, like the Dalberg initiative, etc., and so on. And yet, the demand is much greater, with almost 60% unemployment. How do we promote a more cohesive structure as far as enhancing this impact? And secondly, the sustainability of these initiatives have to go beyond programs. How do we ensure that there's a collective responsibility, not only by, there has to be an exit strategy for many of these programs so that stakeholders who are able to enjoy the productivity, innovation, and efficiency within the outcomes of the impact are able to take on such initiatives by way of supporting them. And finally, on the personal side of the individual, whether it's a construction worker or a person who's being skilled in the other programs, the importance of ensuring that this leads to greater levels of gainful employment and self-development is absolutely critical, because this is like a staircase, you keep on walking up.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to ask the three of you, what are your thoughts, in terms of this? Have you had that horizon? Have you, please share your insights in terms of what could take place.
I think I will think that there are three questions and there are three of you. I'll start off with the gentlemen who haven't spoken. So, Munene, perhaps you can take on the question on how do you enhance impact? Yeah, going forward, you can take that question. And then we'll have the next one, gainful employment. How do we ensure that, or rather, actually you can take care of enhancing impact and the sustainability of interventions, Monene. And then, of course, our brother from Ethiopia can talk about how do we ensure gainful employment going forward for those that are recipients of these programs. Okay, so let's start with the gentleman. Monene.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Shadrach Munene. I work for Dalberg Research, part of the Dalberg Group. We offer advisory services. In terms of Build Her program, and we actually have the co-founder of Build Her in-house, Tatu Gatere. Probably you can raise your hand, say hi to people, so you can follow up on what they are doing incredibly there. So in terms of impact and sustainability, for every program we design, it's always starts as the first level of consideration. What is exit strategy? One of the key recommendations that we've done from advisory level across all the programs that we've done using the OECD criteria is more of engage the government to pick up some of the key learnings and use them to design further interventions. The challenge becomes, at times the government may not have enough resources to pick up some of this. Some of the key areas that we've recommended of that we've worked with across different programs for different ecosystems like education, agriculture, and all that is always have the participant cost share in some way. That may not be happening currently for Build Her program, but there is something that is happening right now. They usually do take the participants or the students through saving modules or financial planning modules, and that brings the aspect of them even being able to fund their studies beyond. Not proven, but I'm sure that is a key exit strategy when the program ends. Like right now, the reason why Tatu is here is because the program is still continuing even past the 2023 mark that the project ended. I'm sure there are different ways to go around this in terms of sustainability and impact, but still taking these learnings across different sectors would be of much interest. I've worked across different.
So all these things that we are doing in the background to ensure that we empower young girls for the job market. So how do we ensure that we go through the full cycle and ensure they have gainful employment?
Thank you. I'm Talahun Girma.
It is on. We can hear you.
I'm Talahun Girma. I'm a member of my organization. Collaborates with NEWA for this action research, and this action research was it was not related with any specific development, but it was about to test within a local research on the impact of soft skills training and a job information service for employability of young graduate females. So this research was rather to test the literature, whether it works for our circumstance. So in our research, it was found that access to soft skills training and Job Information Center has a significant contribution for employability of young female graduates. In our case, it was a randomized trial, and we had 3 groups: soft skills training only, soft skills training plus Job Information Center, and the third group was just a control group. And we had baseline, midterm evaluation, and the final evaluation. We saw some difference, some impact at the mid-level, but in our final evaluation, we found that those who had access to soft skills training were almost twice employed compared with the control ones. And access to Job Information Center plus soft skills training, they were almost 2.5 times employed as compared with the control groups. We had about 1,800 young female graduates from 3 different cities, Addis Ababa, Jimma, and Hawassa. And the sustainability of this study result, well, thankful to the collaborators, Ministry of Women and Ministry of Labor and Skills were part of this assessment from the very beginning. And this time, almost all the TVETs are under the Ministry of Labor and Skills, and TVETs are providing soft skills training to all their trainees this time. And the Ministry of Education, the curriculum department, was also taking part at all the stages of this study, and I think they are working on it so that to proceed providing soft skills training to university graduates. And one of the aspects of this research was that the trial of this Job Information Center, we established those centers because one of our partner was the Catholic Church, and the premises, all the information centers were established within the Catholic Church premise. And in some part of, in one of the sites, the participants, especially the Muslim groups, were not willing to go to those job centers, and that was a lesson that we learned, where to place the Job Information Center. And in another center, it was there was a very big government construction project, and that information center was not accessible. But we have the third one, which
helps you go up. So it's not only just getting you a job, but also helping you climb the ladder. So also we were talking to the young people about self-employment. So we were trying to push the idea that they don't have to look for a job, that they just need to have something and start something, since especially the courses they do in TVET centers are practical courses. So we were encouraging them to go out there and start small with the skills that they have already acquired, rather than wait to be employed.
Okay, so you talk about the hard skills get you the job, but the soft skills help you keep the job and
grow the ladder.
So my question is, even as you do this, as you carried out this project, is self-awareness part and parcel of the training?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
It was part of the soft skills training.
All right.
Self-awareness. In fact, it was a whole session on self-awareness.
Excellent.
Yes.
I think this is critical and should also be in formal settings, not only in TVET. Okay, any more questions? Do we have any more questions, please? A closer microphone. I think there's one right here. Oh, no worry.
Thanks. No, those were 3 really excellent presentations. Just a comment for me. I'm always struck how we continue to divide out hard skills and soft skills, where for me, soft skills are often the hardest skills to acquire.
Mm-hmm.
So I would challenge this group. I genuinely have always believed that language matters, especially when you're trying to market yourself. So I would almost throw down the gauntlet for us as a challenge to really think about how we frame these things up, because it really comes down to people's marketability going forward, moving out of TVETs, et cetera, and actually trying to move into the job market. And when we harness them with these labels of things of hard skills and soft skills, I just don't find it very helpful. But just a bit of an observation.
So are you saying this is boardroom talk? We need to break it down into layman conversation?
I think so, or I often feel like even soft skills is a little bit gendered. That somehow soft skills are less important skills. And those who are in the job market, as you rightly pointed out, these are the skills that often get you up the ladder. So I think we need to start thinking about them in a different way, including in the way that we teach them. We call them something else to actually start attracting people into that. Because it often sounds like, well, if I get the technical bits under my belt, then I'm employable. But that's only half of the story.
Okay, I think that's a huge challenge to us.
Yeah, it is. Actually, it's a whole package. Because then once someone has the hard skills, but they can't even communicate, they cannot even go to an interview and stand and say, or they can't even present themselves well. I mean, it all starts from, it should have been part of us. We should have grown with them, but somehow it breaks somewhere. So some of these skills have to be inculcated, in fact, right from primary as you grow up, so that, there are people who excel in life, and you look back, they were not very good in school, but they were really good in some of these nice aspects, and somehow so there's something beyond the hard skills. There's something.
Okay.
So how we package that is the idea, but there's something.
All right, I have 2 more minutes. Anyone with a burning question? Anyone who would like to advance any of these conversations? I think we can leave it here so that we are able to roll over to the panel discussion. So please let's appreciate Noah, Pep, and Dalberg. Please appreciate them better. You've got some tea in you. Thank you very much. Okay, so we will quickly just start off with the panel discussion, and I think it's okay for me to say welcome back, because you had a short break even as you took your tea, and the conversation right now is equipping young women with skills to tackle labor market segregation and employment gender gaps. So this conversation is timely as Africa boasts of being the youngest and fastest growing continent in the world. However, such great potential is met, unfortunately, with a significant gender gap that robs young women of employment opportunities, especially in entering and advancing in high-paying and non-traditional sectors of the economy. So how can we change this narrative? That is the question we would like to address. So to help me put this to perspective, help me welcome to the podium the following panelists. We have met and interacted perhaps with Tatu, but would like to hear more from her. So Tatu Gatere, co-founder and CEO of Build Her Kenya. Please let's appreciate her. So, Tatu Gateri is an entrepreneur, architect, and CEO of Build Her, where she leads efforts to address Kenya's skilled labor shortage by empowering low-income women through technical training and employment support. Please, let's appreciate her one more time. There's a lot to her in as far as her profile and achievements are concerned, but please take time to engage with her online and offline after this discussion. On to the stage too, we have Kevit Desai, who is a former PS State Department of East African Community and State Department of Vocational and Technical Education Tibet in the Ministry of Education, Kenya. He's already on. Please appreciate him. All right. I think he is currently actually the chairperson board of trustee United States International University Africa, and previously he served as chairperson social and political pillar of the Vision 2030 board committee. As I said, principal secretary, State Department for East African Community and Ministry of East African Community and Regional Development and Northern Corridor, among others. Let's appreciate him one more time. And to a lady I've been looking for with my eyes, but I believe she's in the room, Caroline Njoki. Please, let's appreciate her as she comes on the podium. She's the Chief Technical Advisor for the International Labour Organization in Kenya. Please, let's appreciate her one more time. She's an accomplished policy expert specializing in employment, skills development, migration, and forced displacement. Since 2019, she served as the Chief Technical Advisor on Jobs and Skills Development at the ILO in Kenya, where she provides strategic guidance to the government and private sector on fostering job creation, skills development, lifelong learning, and entrepreneurship. As they catch up, please appreciate her one more time. And representing Ethiopia, we have Eshetu Hussein. Please appreciate him. Yes, he's from the Ministry of Labor and Skills in Ethiopia. I feel like you are really not helping me out in appreciating this, guys. Please, let's appreciate him one more time. He has worked in government offices for the last 20 years, from junior expert to department head as tax assessment expert, urban renovation process owner, policy document preparation, senior expert. I mean, the list goes on and on. Currently, he's working in FDRE, Ministry of Labor and Skills, as Enterprise Growth Stage Transformation and Job Centers Expansion Head. And he also is in charge of 3 different projects funded by World Bank, Italian Development Corporation, and Africa Development Bank, which are mainly focused on fostering job creation in rural areas. Again, let's appreciate the panelists one more time. Please keep clapping so that you can buy me time to sit down. Thank you very much. You're so very kind. So, I'll sit over here, though I feel like you're too far. So just to put in perspective, the objective of this policy panel is to reflect against the background of panelists' national and cultural contexts on the evidence presented by the Grow to East Africa projects, the barriers enablers of women's entry and retention in high-value non-traditional sectors, and the specific design and implementation features of effective skills building and work readiness programs being the focus of discussion. Now, the other objective is to also explore actionable recommendations for gender-responsive policy alignment, labor market reform, and capacity building for young women to enhance their entry and retention in high value and high productive sectors. So let's just jump right in. Again, we look at what the problem is, we focus on the solutions and the way forward. A lot of work is being done behind the scenes. Tatu, let me start with you. From your perspective at Build Her, what challenges have you encountered, especially in designing and implementing skills building programs for these women you train seeking to enter non-traditional sectors?
Well, first of all, we focused our program in a fast-growing sector that's also very unregulated and unformalized. So it's not just about integrating workers into the sector, let alone women. The sector itself has a lot of challenges. So Build Her trains low-income women from informal settlements in construction skills. We focus on construction finishes, which is painting, tiling, carpentry, joinery. areas that lack skilled labor currently. The challenge for us was, one, recruiting women from communities that don't see women transitioning to work, let alone construction, as a normal thing. So we spent about 3 years changing perceptions of women at community level. We had to hold a lot of focus group discussions, community forums, workshops, to talk to parents, husbands, kids, anybody and everybody about why women should integrate into work, and also the challenges that come up when women do so. For African families, when a woman is not home at 6 o'clock to cook ugali, that's a big issue. And her husband wants to throw her out. So we had a lot of preparation at the community level. Once we sorted that out, we turned and we said, yay, now we can just transition women. And we realized the market is not ready. Employers say women are good at detail work, but when you go to negotiate, they say, okay, give me one. And you're like, you have 1,000 workers on site and you want one. So that was a real battle, convincing employers to give women a chance, convincing employers to hire women in groups, because one woman on site is asking for harassment. You hire women in groups, you transition women in groups so they stay protected. Additionally, the TVET sector is very unwelcoming to women. And the way the courses are designed, it takes a lot of work to train fundis for work. Women have obligations, and I believe there was a presenter who said that women, do better with short courses. Yes, but the construction sector needs a lot of intensity. So we had to find a way to support women with transport, childcare, food, rent as they come to school. So you can imagine if I'm putting forward a proposal for investment into my program and I'm competing with a normal TVET, I have a lot of opportunity costs that I have to factor in just to get a woman in the door.
All right.
And the last thing I'll say is TVET is really focused on certification. We talk a lot about certification. Industry is focused on quality assurance, quality checks. They do not value certification as much. So the battle for TVETs is how to address that market gap, which requires tools and equipment that is often too expensive for TVETs. But you need those things to be able to make sure that the fundis, the workers, can show up on site and be productive. And so it's very hard to sustain our program.
Okay, and I would like to just hear, when they said they just needed one lady, what is the reason?
A lot of the time it's because they don't want to distract the men. Oh, the men are going to be affected if women show up on site. So we had a few conversations where we told contractors, maybe you should control your men because our women are very focused on work.
We will not even go there. So let's quickly move on to Kemet. Now, from a policy perspective, because policy is king, especially in ensuring sustainability, that you also put across a question on, and even scalability. What are the most significant barriers that prevent women from entering and advancing in high-paying sectors of the economy in East Africa, from your experience, and how has the current policy environment in Kenya mitigated or contributed to these barriers?
So indeed, a very exciting time, because amongst all these professionals and champions of gainful employment. But now looking back at my time in government and prior to that, championing technical vocational training and outcomes of gainful employment, I think that there's a lot to be mined here by yourselves as far as policy is concerned. As the previous speaker has said, there's a huge mismatch within the context of labor market requirements and what we provide as far as supply is concerned. It's precisely for that reason what you can mine on today is the policy on competency-based education and training. It was for a particular purpose. I'm not going to recite the whole policy here, but in one sentence, the policy, if implemented correctly, helps a young person to be trained to a standard that's measurable, a measurable standard that's defined by the productive sector. The deeper insight into this is that standards translate into trust. And it's trust that ensures you're able to have a fair partnership between these two diverse relationships. So by training to competency-based education and that standardized program, it enables a private sector person to feel adequate as far as their return investment is concerned, by way of ensuring that, you know, a person's able to cut a tile to a particular millimeter. But it also gives that reassuring possibility for the person, a young woman or a man, to ensure that his or her skills are of the highest value. So this is an important policy. It's an important policy, and was essentially was a consensus by the private sector at that time of what would it take to ensure that a partnership on equal footing be achieved. The second policy within the context of my work was the policy that was to develop a pathway, because one of the most important things is that once a person has started to earn money and has been recognized for that particular talent and skill, then, you know, the person wants to keep moving up a ladder. And so the policy on recognition of prior learning was all about that. It was about creating pathways, but based on units and based on successful systems and outcomes that were assessed by the private sector. So that could then transform one's imagination and possibilities by ensuring that they could have skills that are stackable, right? We've all come from some form of stackability, because yes, we all probably went to university, but then, you know, we kept on skilling ourselves and ensuring that we're aligned effectively to all the work environments that we're now involved in. And so that stackability had to reach technical vocational training, artisans, craftsmen, master craftsmen, technicians, and so on. Yet another policy to encourage the development of cooperation between the private sector took the shape and has now been enacted by way of the dual training policy. Back in 2015, prior to me joining government, we established the first model of dual training. And why? Because high value-added opportunities demand a cooperation. At that particular time, there was this emerging industry of Industry 3 and 4, which required multidisciplines to maintain high-end and highly productive machines. Mm-hmm. That meant, you know, that engineers had to come from abroad to service these equipments. But what we did in turn was to ensure that we create a cooperation between three entities, Nairobi Bottlers, a machine manufacturer, and Centurion Systems, that transferred high-end skills, which resulted in high-value opportunities. And that meant that young people could actually service these machines locally, but most importantly, that the training and learning could be done within the country. So the issue there, you know, and within the context of the current policy, is to ensure that we're able to promote micro-credentials in the most flexible way and create that pathway. But it has to be on standard. And this is what I think, you know, if I were to solve the unemployment crisis today, it would be about ensuring that we put a lot of effort, the enormous energy that exists in this room, on establishing effective relationships which are measurable. And then finally, ladies and gentlemen, the issue with respect to skills and competencies fits in very well within the East African community, because as far as the movement of people, high-end skills like doctors and engineers, etc., and so on, those skills essentially are recognized throughout the East African community and region. With almost 400 million people and possibly the fourth largest market after India, China, United States comes the AAC, there's tremendous opportunity by way of ensuring that young women and men can actually travel through these countries and be recognized for the skills and competencies that they have. So to illustrate further, a young person from Mombasa could turn up to Dar es Salaam as a level 3 undersea water welder and be judged on that qualification and skill and competency and standard. And that would enable them to, earn a livelihood within the context of that mobility. So these are some of the policies that really need to be essentially mined into, because there's a lot of framework and structure in there, but we have to appreciate that while these policies exist and they're quite modern by any standard, the challenge has always been, how do we bring the different institutions and entities together? There has to be greater levels of cooperation. And so I think personally that, we need to focus this discussion on 3 areas. The first is, how do we create clusters, economic clusters, which encourage B2B activity and ensure that there's less of a fragmentation within the economic sectors? And how do we ensure that high-value markets are isolated and supported? We have high-value markets like Industry 4, which brings in 2 features which have never existed in the past. One is the ubiquitous environment where Industry 4 hopes to cut across every single sector. The second is, its value proposition to the overall transformation as far as the application and adaptation, but now, going on to further areas of autonomy. And so I think that these are high-end opportunities that consist of artificial intelligence and other kinds of key technologies, which we cannot afford to miss, but depend on our ability to create the right environment for high-value capacities. And finally, it's to reinforce the issue of standards, because it's the only means and capacities to develop trust, and something that's truly measurable beyond simply just having a good regard to acquiring one lady into a factory, as opposed to understanding that the productivity and innovation value proposition is much higher if these standards were measurable and put forward. So these are some of the policies that were put in place, and I think that it couldn't be a more dynamic moment to actually mine and carve out scalability.
Okay, I hear standards equal credibility, and definitely goes a long way in ensuring that we're able to churn out the right workforce into the job market. So as we think about this, Caroline, from your experience working with government and private sector partners, do addressing gender segregation in the labor market, what are the most significant challenges in multi-sectorial collaborations to facilitate young women's entry and advancement, I guess I would say it, in high-paying sectors?
Thank you, Gladys, and good evening.
Good evening.
As I was walking in, I met that lady with her baby. And being Women's Month and Women's Week, I was very encouraged. But unfortunately, that is more the expectation. That is more the exception. Yes. The exception than the expectation, actually. And so I would like to first recognize the organizers of this event for providing such an opportunity for women to work.
Please, let's appreciate them. Again, as we say, charity begins at home.
That is correct.
Yes.
And thank you for the question, Gladys. And I find this to be, your question to be a perfect segue from Tatu's submission. And of course, Kev, it is always such a pleasure to listen to you. And coming from policy, there are those almost subtle elements that are not effectively addressed through policy. Whether it's the dual policy, for instance, which actually means to, or intends to create a cadre of very highly competent, not knowledgeable, but competent or workforce, or the recognition of prior learning. And some of the challenges that we have found in getting women into and keeping them in high-paying sectors stem from something that Tatu has talked about, cultural and societal norms, which is also how I've started my submission. And those are, I know it's so many years later, but we still struggle with what the expectation by society is for women, for what sectors women can or cannot thrive in. You know, we're talking, you know, he just mentioned Industry 4.0, now we're in Industry 5.0, you know, really high-paying sector, but you still, you know, you still find that the expectation is not that. It's a women's sector. Women, you know, maybe care work. And those are elements that even with very good intentions, unless this is continually addressed and it's not a one-off, then, you know, we'll still have a challenge, because then that feeds into the second point, and which is gender bias and discrimination, because those notions then determine perception, they play even in promotions, for instance. There are questions around, you know, is this going to be affected by women's family obligations, etc. And even though that may not appear on an interview question, you know, then there's that subconscious bias that can hinder promotions. Then there's the challenge around a lack of mentorship and role models. And they are there, and I know especially women in these sectors continue to shout and you know, curate some form of mentorship, but they are still really limited. And it helps a lot to be inspired by those that look like you know. So it's really up to us to also engage with the women who are in these high-paying sectors to see how they can extend that support to those behind them so that they can get some inspiration. There's workplace flexibility, and you will, you know, these challenges that I mentioned, they sound almost as if they belong in the same box, and it is because they do. Flexibility is key, and finding that work-life balance, you know, high-paying sectors, you also look at what characterizes them in terms of number of working hours, is it excessive travel, what's just expected, and are women able to really balance that with their family life? We do have economic and structural barriers accessing the training into these high-paying sectors. And I know in a country like Kenya, in the previous funding model, it was really much easier for young women, for instance, to access TVET courses. But it's not always this way. And beyond, for instance, TVET courses, is there always ease of access into financing the training that then would propel one into the technical. And I know we talked about soft skills just before this panel. That's critical, and of course that should be integrated so that we are not offering technical skills and then there's an expectation that someone else will offer soft skills. So the integration of that, but the access into that type of skilling training is still a challenge. There is resistance to change. You know, and that is what Tatu was trying to break, you know, that in this sector, it is mostly women, and so therefore, I mean, it's mostly a male sector, and there will be many reasons as to why it's considered. So it's physically, you know, it demands greater strength and all those sorts of things, but there are those roles that don't necessarily require physical strength, they are more mental. But there's still a lot of resistance to changes in terms of women accessing those sectors. And so as we work in our different sectors, the challenge is then how is it that we continue to have those conversations, not just amongst ourselves, but amongst those who are creating the barriers. And it's not antagonistic, but it's really speaking to the value that women and diversity, if I may add, bring into those sectors. Thank you.
Okay, and this is so critical because I was just thinking, even as we pass on the microphone to Eshetu, that specificity is so critical even as we go into these interventions, because they bring the right solutions for the issues we are having at hand. And I wonder, in the case of Ethiopia, what is the current state of data and evidence available to policymakers in Ethiopia to actually understand and address the challenge of gender segregation in the labor market?
Thank you very much. Before I go into respond to your question, I want to highlight how much my country is doing for empowering women. Starting from our constitution, still now we endorsed it this year, the SME policy. In this policy, there is articles who are going to address women, to empower women. Even though this has happened, we have a challenge to address women empowerment because there is weak enforcement of laws and percent of gender norms there. So limit access of finance to women there are. High rate of gender bias is there since the law enforcement are low. So low access to primary education, especially in rural area, still exists. So because of this, most of women are not empowered. And having said this, even though this has a challenge, some women are come to front. Especially in my country, more than 50% of women are ministers in our country. We have around 22 ministers, most of 10 or around 11 ministers are women. Even women are leading high profit company, like our Ethio Telecom is led by women. So the problem is addressing the vast area of my country. Having saying this, the policymaker in my country, Ethiopia, draw on to understand gender segregation in the labor market is now growing, but this is not uneven. There is a challenge, several gaps. We get data from our central service agency. There's an agency called Statistic Agency, and we get data from some ministers, like my minister, Ministry of Labor and Skills, collecting administrative data, Minister of Women and Social Affairs, and we can get data from international organizations, from UN or ILO or World Bank. Even our universities are giving data, and we have also institutions, research institutions. So getting this data, but it has a problem. Like for instance, the Ethiopian Central Statistics collects labor force data through household survey and national survey and socio-economic survey periodically, but it's not take periodically. This data sets provide gender disaggregation information like employment sectors, wage and participation rates. However, while they offers a micro level, we cannot get detailed data from this agency. The data sometimes lack the detailed occupational breakdowns to use. From the administrative records of certain government ministries, like as I mentioned before, we have compiled with the data, like labor inspection. Even we started a labor market information. We are now recorded the workforce using the digital system. So, but this is for the purpose of our, so these records can be regular.
Okay.
And also we get, the policymakers get data from internationally published organization. This organization collects data from our universities or our minister office and our central statistic agencies. So the problem is there, is also the problem here also. So regarding the availability of or unavailability of data, without any hesitation, it has significant impact on the ability to understand and address the challenge facing women in the labor market. So when data is available, it helps the policymakers to recognize key gender gaps. And where is it, there is no data or there is data limitation, or there is no data, it becomes difficult to reach, especially vulnerable women, or difficult to address their problems, you know. Yes. So even it is difficult to measure their success. So that's all what I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think even as we think about what the solutions are to what we're speaking about today, and have heard even in the synthesis of the same earlier on with Jose, just to remind you that you have an opportunity to pose your questions to the panelists, and also pose a question to Jose, because there's some who've said they would like to engage with him further on the information he shared with us earlier. So please keep, not at this point, keep them for just a few more minutes, and if you need to write them down so that you don't lose your trail of thought, please do so. We'll be engaging you in a moment. So as we cross over to solutions, Tatu, you talked about what you've been able to do, the challenges and the policies. We've talked about policies and the impact of the same. From your experience, how can existing programs and policies as they are today be adopted or expanded to better support women's entry and retention in high-paying sectors?
Thank you. I think for a workforce development organization like Build Her, our realities are based on the experiences of women. And I would suggest that that's the first thing we need to do as policymakers, program developers and employers, is to look at the situation from the person that you're trying to integrate into a certain sector. So for women, their problems, as I said, start with unpaid care work. Women are doing so much that they are not paid to do. When you say let's empower and transition women, then there has to be a culture shift. So us as trainings, as centers and TVETs, we have an obligation to kind of structure the conversation and help women dealing with how do you walk away from home, what kind of things do you tell your husband. So that's part of what Build Her trains, is that conversation that you have to have with your parents or your husband who previously relied on you for unpaid care work. How do you deal with that pressure? Because if women are not supported to deal with that pressure, they will not transition to work. The second thing I would say is, once a woman is trained, she has her unpaid care work barriers, then she goes through a training program. Hopefully it's structured to integrate women. Then you tell her now go on and look for work. For construction, we have started a conversation about how women access jobs at the gates and construction sites, because the first barrier to women, for women on construction sites, is they can't get past the security guard. A security guard sizes you up, he says, where are you going? What do you have? Do you have paperwork? Do you have this? Men are not asked the same questions. So there's a lot of advocacy that Build Her is doing around, if you're an architect, if you're an engineer, if you're a client, do you know that there are barriers to women accessing jobs if you do not structure a requirement of your team to give women access to ask for work? So again, the layer of intervention is very basic, but it's what they deal with. You know, a thing we're really happy about is the Building Code 2023 now requires separate toilets for men and women. This is something that we've been fighting about for years, just a separate toilet on site. And then everybody's like, yes, we made it this far. The second question for our government is, how are you going to enforce that? How are you going to measure that? How are you going to monitor that? So again, we are faced with this fact that policies alone are not helpful to our integration, targets. We need people to talk about how we are going to enforce them. So with separate toilets, Build Her again is doing a lot of advocacy work to talk about, our partners, our followers, making sure that if you start a construction project, are there separate toilets? So what are we advocating for as Build Her? It's the fact that it's not enough to train women alone. It's dealing with the whole ecosystem and being an ecosystem partner. As a TVET program, we have guidelines and policies for affordable housing. The State Department of Affordable Housing came to us and said, our contractors are saying they don't know how to integrate women. Nobody paid us. We sat down, we developed guidelines for them. We have guidelines for clients. We have guidelines for everybody. So it's, as a training center, understanding that your obligation is to the ecosystem if you're going to shift that perception. The other thing that we advocate for is PPE that's sized for women. We have actually connected a lot of our employer partners. We have over 100 employer partners hiring the over 700 women that we've trained. We connect our employer partners to PPE suppliers for women. So again, ensuring that that is available for the integration of women. We also have partnerships to strengthen apprenticeships. So Build Her, our program is 6 months training and then 6 months employment support. In those 6 months, we require women to complete 16 to 20 days of internship. So we don't have a dual program, but we discovered that we needed to force women to go to site to be turned down. By the way, that's what the internship is for. You have to go to site to be told go away. And when you're told 10 times, you have so much confidence, you're like, you can talk up yourself, and the guy is like, okay, you're so confident, come in. So after the 6 months, then they're so used to being turned down that they can transition to work. For us in the 6 months, again, it's a reality-based training. We do not link women to jobs in the first 6 months after training. Why? You link a man to a job. If he doesn't like it, he can walk off and get another job. You link a woman to a job, she doesn't even know how hard it was for you to secure that job. It takes us about 6 months to cultivate an employer relationship to hire women. And that partnership can be 5 women to 50 women, 6 months. So if a woman just walks off and loses that trust with that employer, you've lost that partnership. So we realized these ladies don't quite understand this battle. We require them to go out and look for work. And then after 6 months, that's a year now of the program, we link them to jobs, because then they understand, hey, that hustle is so hard. I'm not working off a site. So those apprenticeships and on-the-job learning, don't just pick and choose and take something that's working for men. You have to ask, what do women need? I'll say a few other things. Increasing entrepreneurship and access to subcontracting jobs. Women love entrepreneurship because it allows her to have a baby and then come back. That's really why she likes entrepreneurship. Yeah. So we discovered that most of the women who are staying in construction, so we've trained over 700 women, about 500 women are still in construction across Kenya. We've had women go to the US to look for work, by the way, across East Africa. We noticed the ones who stayed do subcontracting.
Oh, please, let's appreciate that. Thank you. It's not mean fit, yeah.
Yes, so encouraging entrepreneurship, because that's where women want to be, and then helping them with guidelines and more training and more partnerships and access to finance. We launched a SACCO last year to help women save. So it's just keep tackling this ecosystem that keeps women supported. And then our advocacy work, again, I raised in our group that the president took up women in construction because of a small program in Babadogo that trained 700 women. We changed the president's mind on integrating women in construction. So we realized our responsibility is to be as loud as we can about what we're doing, and we change opportunities even for other trade centers. But advocacy for women in a male-dominated trade is part of a TVET's job. So I think my final thought is, policy is at different levels. Policy is not just with government. Policy is not just with employers. Policy is a security gate on a construction site. Because if you make it a rule that women who come to look for work must be interviewed, that's a policy. So it's really understanding that your level is the realistic level of the worker that you're trying to integrate. Thank you.
Fantastic. I love to hear. Just in case you were wondering why we were clapping earlier, is because they placed women, or women have left the country and gone to the Western countries and actually secured themselves jobs with the training here. So when Kevin was talking about quality and it translating to actually work, real work, I guess we are now hearing that this is possible, and it goes beyond East Africa. So again, let's appreciate the work that Build Her is doing. And allow me to ask this question to you, Kevin, because we've talked about TVET programs in Kenya. You're very passionate about this. It's been a huge success for years in trying to bridge the gap in the labor market for both employers and employees. How can the government further support the development and implementation of skills-building programs that address the specific needs of women in high-paying sectors? We've had what Tatu has said, and what was even synthesized by Jose. What can be done in this sector?
Thank you. Thank you. I think that, I fully believe what and appreciate what Tatu has said, with respect to entrepreneurship. I myself, set up my own organization 35 years ago. It was a technology transfer organization, Centurion Systems, which, championed Industry 2, 3, and 4 as far as technology requirements were concerned. And I think that through that organization, I've seen, almost 100 initiatives start up by way of young women and men picking up skills and competencies, understanding the market, and then deliberately setting up their own one-woman or one-man band structure, or simply initiating some sort of small-scale business around a specific area. And I think that that is a catalyst. You need to find ways in which we're able to promote incubation or startup capacity in existing organizations that truly differentiate themselves as transferable. What we now see and what we can support by way of policy or the ability to create structures as far as infrastructure is concerned, content, capacity, is yet another area that could tremendously transform the way we promote gainful employment, but also greater levels of livelihood. And that is to look into the prospects of high-value markets, specifically areas that are transferable, like Industry 4, which really has a huge horizon ahead of it by way of not only addressing concerns of commerce with respect to productivity, innovation, efficiency, and diversification, but now autonomy, and by way of devices becoming more and more intelligent in themselves and collecting more data and becoming more variable in their decision making. Mm-hmm. But even if you look at new industries like artificial intelligence and so on, it's going to profoundly transfer the capability of young people to be part of high value addition opportunities. And it'll do this in a way in which local context comes of great value as far as productivity and innovation and efficiency to the commerce sector. So this could be yet another catalyzer for development. The ability for us to, and I've seen this in some of the other programs because I chair the Ujuzi Maniatani program for the Northern Rangelands Trust. And back in 2018, 2019, we set up the first mobile training initiative in view of the fact that most of our countries have a considerable acreage and land of ASALs, arid and semi-arid lands. Mm-hmm. And while I was Principal Secretary in Education, while we managed to build one TVET institution per constituency, in places like the north, you're almost 30 kilometers away. And so the ability to develop mobile training facilities to ensure that skills are accessible to last mile is yet another challenge and opportunity. And we've seen firsthand how individuals who are previously rustlers, cattle raiders and rustlers, as well as people involved in negative vices, have picked up a skill and then once again had the confidence to have alternatives to what the vices were, as far as repairing mobile phones or some sort of agricultural business, etc., and so on. So it's critical that we find ways in which we establish further policies, further structures to encourage mobile training. These trainings have also embedded a community culture. I was surprised, as PS, that the local population really are looking for solutions by way of even the encouragement that they give, to the trainers, etc., and so on of these programs. So these are fully integrated in terms of the values of the cultures and the communities at last mile. It just happens to be that there's no solution that comes to them directly. And I think finally yet another area that we must focus on is this issue of standards, the ability to define and develop standardization programs in partnership with the private sector that'll catalyze and address issues of equity, but it'll also put women on equal footing as far as gaining access to opportunities concerned. Because you can't challenge a standard. If a person comes
Mhm.
and rightly says that, you know, that I'm able to weld to a particular millimeter using a MIG welder, or I'm able to change the brakes of an aeroplane and be able to assess the, you know, the thickness of the disc, there's really no, you know, there's no question about that. The only thing now left is to assess. And if the person's able to do that, then, you know, there's no issue. And that's what I believe. I think that we need to push this conversation onto standardization, be able to ensure that industry is willing to come to the table, and of course it would be willing, because it's, after all, what industries and commerce thrives on are solutions towards productivity, innovation, diversification, and this indeed is a value proposition for their gains, but they just need to be absolutely certain that this is actually happening. So I think that these initiatives are critical. We need to focus on ensuring that organizations like Centurion and initiatives that now promote research into commercialization are put on a priority list. Because if I look back at 35 years ago, the reason that Centurion is actually surviving still, and despite me joining government and abandoning it, is because it was able to pioneer the ability to increase the life cycle of a circuit board, an electronic card. And that meant, you know, that our research, our innovation would be sustainable and less vulnerable to collapse. And so I think that, you know, all of this has to be integrated. There couldn't be a finer moment now by way of the enthusiasm towards commerce. And of course, the sheer need that, you know, we just don't have enough enterprises in this country and in East Africa. We need to have a deliberate, affirmative action that the next frontier, really, for all of us champions, is to create more enterprises that are high value. And this would really, in turn, transform the landscape. Thank you.
Yes, intentionality going forward, very critical. And Caroline, I think even as we talk about intentionality from where you sit at the ILO, how can the organization perhaps support governments and private sector partners? Because I hear a lot of collaboration is needed to realize a lot of what we're talking about, to develop and implement skill building programs that address the specific needs of women in high-paying sectors. Because I heard Jose really emphasize the importance of being specific, you know, targeting what the women need as opposed to assuming what they could need.
Thank you, Gladys. You know, I'll answer that question in this way. The effort is more towards integrating women into sectors. And so the challenge, one is, you know, being very clear about the impediments, the reasons as to why women are not being able to access, so really enter, and when they do, why they're not thriving in those sectors, and integrating that in whatever interventions are being planned. And because in so doing, then we go into this integration very aware. And just listening to Tatu, that's exactly what Build-Her is doing. And of course, there will be surprises along the way. But then they're not the very big surprises, like, oh, they cannot do this. You know, we're making steps towards greater, because it's not, you know, this is supposed to be sustainable. It is not just a piecemeal initiative here and there. And that is why having that ecosystem improvement approach is absolutely critical. Engaging with employers, private sector, if I can use that term, is absolutely critical. And as Kevin mentions, you know, it comes down to, at some point it comes down to the bottom line. How is this going to really affect my bottom line? And if it's too much effort, all right? So in our interventions, we're also trying to ensure that the integration of women into this is not too cumbersome as well for enterprises, because then that can, we may have 1 or 2 pilots, but then it's not tenable in the long run. And I'll give just it may look like a very basic example, but we had a training program for industrial welders, MIG, TIG, and we were very intentional. We knew that this is a sector where women do not get into. It's a sector, it's actually frowned upon, and probably if someone is looking to have a gate done, they will less likely have a female welder do that, because we don't see many of them, because we're also trying to increase the participation so that it's common. It's not, oh, there's a female welder, you know. And we were rolling these out in Garissa. We put out an application for young men and women to join, and we only got one girl. And cut the long story short, she was very successful in this program, and she has gone on to be an ambassador, and when more women also see that other women are excelling in this trade, they have acquired this skill very well, they're applying it, there are opportunities, then they are also inspired. And so the use of role models is also absolutely critical. And I don't want to belabor addressing care, the unpaid care work. It's stubborn, it stays. And from a policy perspective, I'm aware that, for instance, Kenya has a national policy on care work. It's going to require investment, and we need to see how we can enable women to really take up opportunities in the labor market and not feel like they are losing out. We don't have to choose between our children and pursuing careers, but that needs really appreciation that it is a challenge, and that investments need to be made, whether it is for more creches or it's women. It's not just children we take care of. We also take care of the sick, the elderly. So, and that's a big, actually, economic conversation that we need to have. What happens in the absence of these unpaid care work?
I hear you. These are competing needs, which are part and parcel of our everyday life. I am so curious to find out. Garissa, you have religious and traditional factors that could be barriers to why women would want to be engaging in such work. What was the why for this one lady? She
was brave. She was brave, but it was also feedback for us with this program. Remember what I said, that we need to go into it fully aware of what could be the barriers. Mm-hmm. We could have done it in a different way. We probably would have gone into this region with a role model, a woman who was in this sector and who was able to don a PPE the same way this girl who has to veil was supposed to. It's very simplistic, and we can almost ignore it. Yeah. But that really makes the difference between a young girl in Garissa enrolling for a TVET program that is in a traditionally perceived male field. Yeah.
I hear you. Okay, the same question posed to Eshetu, public-private partnerships. Are there any examples of such partnerships in Ethiopia?
Yes, we have working with private sectors, and we have partners. So working with partners can play a transformative role in developing and implementing skills. It's bridge the gaps between training and employment when we work with them. Even we are prepared curriculum with private sector, because the private sector aligns the training with the industry. So we have a program which is a youth fostering employment program. More than 70,000 is supported by World Bank. apprenticeships program. So that apprenticeship are provided by private sectors. So for 6 months, you know, here the women are privileged. More than 50% of the women are included in this project, and even 28% of them have baby. So without working with partnership, it's difficult to address the empowerment of women. So in general, I said project PPS, close gender gaps and development in economic growth. We have partners, for instance, we call EthioJobs. It's a renowned organization which give consultation and training and job placement. Last time we did a job fair. More than 3,000 graduates were connected with more than 400 companies. Even we have called Dot Ethiopia, who is giving trainings, especially job searching, digital skill, and so on. Even we have a company called Kfia.com, which is alleviates the finance problem of women. So we have a lot of private sector. We are working with together. Yeah, we are working together. We have done with them.
Okay, I'm curious to know, what is the retention rate when you talk about this jobs market, the job market, and of course the placement of these trainees? What is the retention? Because I hear from Tatu that you also have to be strategic in ensuring that the retention level is high in how you go about placing those that you train.
Retention, what do you mean? Please,
Retention, staying at the workplace, being able to go up the ladder, keep the job.
Yeah, if they get training before, they return to that. But unless otherwise they get like soft skill training or mind side training, is not retained there.
Okay.
But who have get trainings, they are retained and they are going their jobs and have earned money.
Okay. So an all-round approach.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we will talk about the way forward, and just looking at the questions, really, you have all answered them in different ways. And perhaps if there's anything you've left out, you can integrate even as you look at this final overarching question for all of you. As we conclude, what is one key takeaway or call to action that you'd like to leave with our audience based on the findings and insights shared today? We had from Jose, we've had, you have your own personal experience into this. What would you want to be the key takeaway? And I'll start off with Tatu. You want me to be, okay, I'll finish with you. Let me give you a break for now. Okay then, randomly, let me start off with Caroline.
I think I would say it's being deliberate on inclusion, and that includes in the policy spaces that we find ourselves in. You know, when we are around the table, let's always look at, does this go, I'm sorry, I have to use the word the extra mile, because it's not the extra mile, you know, but these provide a pathway towards inclusion of women. So in policy, and then in the translation of that in the programmatic work that we are engaged in. It's really, it won't just happen. It hasn't happened for so many years, so we've got to put our hands on deck.
Awesome. You can pass on the microphone to Shatu.
Okay, to me, as I said before, we are working with private sector. We need to we need to work more with private sector to empower women. Unless otherwise we are not working with them, we cannot work 1 inch. And also we have to rely on reliable data to formulate a policy. And then I take one thing from the marketplace. As my sister from Ethiopia said, government offices have the daycare. We have the daycare. If you come to my office, there is a daycare, but we are not thinking about for the community. So I think what do you call it? I say from Uganda or Rwanda is Kidogo model. I saw there they are working for community I take that one to work for community. We are working for civil servant only. Civil servant only, so I take this one.
Excellent.
Three
All right.
things.
Okay, thank you for that. And Kevin, you can take my question.
I think one of the takeaways is that we are challenged with promoting inclusive development. And I think that it's primarily because of the fragmentation of the different institutions and structures. So we need to emphasize on systems that promote collaboration and meaningful relationships, as well as the development of capacities, etc., and so on. Like, I'd like to ask the audience here, how many of you are from private sector? How many of you are from the commercial sector?
It's not rhetorical. He's actually asking this. Oh, there we go.
Right,
A
so we've
hand
got
there.
Edith,
All right.
and then we've got Andre, who doesn't want to put his hand up. But I believe they're going to talk, because they're really from the, the hard areas of private sector development and so on. And I believe that they're going to be talking about commercialization over dinner and how to open new enterprises, etc., and so on. So I do think that the catalysts here matter. It matters that we find ways in which we promote a more collaborative capacity between the public sector, the research sector, the TVET sector, and the private sector. And I think that, this really is timely, because many of our countries have the right policy environment, but it's simply the inability to see a value proposition of co-creating prosperity and co-creating a pathway for enterprise development.
Thank you. Tatu?
Yes, I thought it through. So I would say ecosystem and holistic thinking is the key for programs that are integrating women into the workforce, thinking about the women's lives at community level all the way to employer level, thinking about the ages of women that you interact with. Build Her trains women 18 to 60. The oldest woman in our program is 60 years old, and she personally came to me and said, why not me? All these programs are focusing on youth, but there is no social security. People who are aging have no support.
That's a reality.
So for us, we actually actively recruit, and when we did that, we had more retention, because guess what? The older women mentor the younger women when they want to quit. So that was a holistic approach. Thinking about the program, mental health, physical fitness, I actually agree with soft skills. You had made a comment about soft skills. Why is it separate? We actually stopped talking about soft skills. We talk about client management, job management, because it includes all that. And we realized it's not separate. If you send a woman to a job and she can't even connect with her client, she loses the opportunity. And then when it comes to the employer demand side, ecosystem thinking means engaging all employers. So we have developer partners who are now hiring 50 women on one site. And that was because we discovered talking to contractors wasn't enough, talking to architects wasn't enough. Who's the money person here? It's the developer. And the developer has an ability to say, we're working it into the contract that you must hire women.
Fantastic. Let's appreciate this effort. Absolutely, absolutely. I love what I'm hearing, and definitely a lot has been done, can be done. Here's your opportunity to ask any questions to the panelists. Any questions? Okay, I see a few, especially on this end. Let me start off from that side. Do you have a microphone with you? Excellent.
Yes, I do.
All right.
First of all, it's been a very interesting session. Thank you, Tatu, for what you're doing. But I got a bit worried when you said that sometimes it becomes very difficult for women to go to the construction site because of the fear of the brothers, of course, getting distracted and stumbling. But I thought that could be well addressed because, if they wear the what do you call the protective gear, changes everything, because they are not there to catwalk, they are there to work. So I think that can be sorted. Secondly, this one goes to Mr. Desai. I really love the TVET and embrace the TVETs. You talked about undersea welding or something like that, but we do have a shortage of qualified welders. Not just under sea, even on land. Like during the construction of the expressway, the SGR, welders had to be imported. And it got me thinking, and my question is, once they do the basic welding courses at TVETs, is there a way they can advance? And I think there is, because we have Caroline here from ILO. Is there a way you can sponsor promising students to go and do advanced welding out there? Because yes, we are starting at the TVET level, but we should not stop there. When the moderator asked about expanding and making it better, I thought even advancing could even make it much, much better. And lastly, it makes me sad that while the TVET model started so well, because I helped quite a number of students enroll in the TVET colleges, and what would excite me is that the fee, part of the fee would already be paid by government, and the balance they would get through HELB. I understand that that has been compromised, but I am not sure it's true. You could have the truth. Does the government still part pay the fee? So by the time you're done with applying for that TVET, some fee is already paid. But now that the HELB and the funding model has been changed, what's going to happen to those who are already going through the courses?
All right, definitely affects the retention. So allow us to just literally go popcorn style on this one to ensure that we're able to capture as much as we can. That last question, I believe, was to Kevin. Yeah. Yes, I would rather you do so that we're able to cover all. Let's keep it short.
Yes, I think that you're right, because as specializations and requirements and standards increase, you need a pathway to greater levels of capacity. It's why we have, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. And the important issue here is that not all those levels can be done, for example, in basic TVET institutions. Some of those levels need to be done in cooperation with industry. Like, we have many young women and men coming from TVET institutions, joining Centurion to pick up industry-based skills. What I'm saying is that it complements existing capacities, but instead what it helps us do is immediately achieve the standardized requirements by organizations like Siemens, Bosch, Mitsubishi, etc., and so on, who have a standardized requirement for technology transfer. Now, those obviously are not being taught at TVET institutions for obvious reasons, because technology is very dynamic, it's changing all the time. And so you do need the cooperation that exists in order to raise the levels. Now, this could be applied in welding and other areas, all the way up to undersea water welding. So I think that the level system is absolutely crucial. When we were when we started the TVET enrollment program, one of the biggest challenges we had in 2018 was the sheer number, the lack of numbers for these TVET institutions. We know that 1 million young people go into enroll into primary education. We have approximately 150,000 eligible for universities. We have 500,000 students eligible for TVET institutions. The balance drop out in between, but need pathways to once again join TVET and into the possibility and opportunity of universities. So we started off with a very low enrollment of around 70,000 at that time. But as we built more institutions, the enrollment increased to 500,000 students. It addressed the vice that we had, the issue with respect to the stigma, as far as, young people who go into TVETs are actually failures. But we addressed that, and so we had 500,000 students, and the capitation model was absolutely critical. I believe the capitation model still continues, but if it doesn't, it's a bit a bit of a shame because TVET institutions need funding. You know, they are really expensive institutions to run by way of equipment, upskilling the trainers, the constant engagement as far as research and innovation is required. And, you know, not surprisingly, at some of their innovation events, they're the biggest innovators, whether it's the herbal medicine, indigenous forms of medicine, all the way up to better farming methods, how to conserve water, etc., and so on. So this is a much needed investment, not only from the pathways it creates for young people, but the fact that, you know, these are potential new enterprises, new capacities to address our societal and economic problems. So I think that, you know, yes, indeed, capitation is important.
Okay, and I'm curious to know, even as we're talking about upskilling and how we have what it takes here, and perhaps we need to take it elsewhere to just make sure that we are up to standard in taking care of our own problems. The expressway has always been one of those discussion points that really left a bad taste in many people's mouths, especially in certain sectors. The engineering sector, the question always was, there are many certified engineers in this country. Why did we have to see foreigners come and take over this job? So I'd like to hear from Caroline.
Standards, you know, defining our country's occupational standards to be in line with international standards, and that's largely what it boils down to. You know, is if you pick 3 engineers for a certain task, are they all able to, at a bare minimum, understand the concepts and do the job in a way that can speak to similar training, which means exposure to similar curriculum, learning outcomes, etc. And that's going to be very critical. And I would like to also emphasize the place of work-based learning, or duopolicy, or cooperative training, has different names, because even in any normal progression, you know, pathway, you know, yes, you need the training, could be at a center, it could be wherever else, but the exposure to real work environment challenges delivery. That is part of the upskilling. The lady asked, you know, are we able to support people to have really advanced training? And the reality is that it is practically impossible for TVET institutions, even universities, to be at par when it comes to training equipment with industry, because industry is driven by productivity and the bottom line. But there can be this collaboration between the two, so that you know, at whatever level of progression, one has access to the most up-to-date technology and way of doing things. And that's more the progression than, I would say, just going on to acquire another degree or another qualification, because the work environment has got so many other elements that can only be felt while one is in that work environment.
Yes, and it levels out the playing field. I think it wasn't a question to you, it was a comment to what you said, so we can move on to the next question, I believe. All right.
Comment about women on Insight was an employer's comment, not the women. So when the women show up, they're working, but employers feel that they're distracting. The women always show up with PPE, they're in overalls. So the challenge even to date is that employers are so used to a male workforce, they just don't want to interrupt it in any way. And there's a battle to change that.
So it's just an excuse. Okay, next question from Uganda.
Thank you very much. Yes, I want also to appreciate the panelists. My name is Benson Tolamie. I'm the CEO of the Public Procurement Regulator in Uganda. And don't roast me for asking this question, because I'm a man. As a man, but I want to put it in perspective, because I have some misconceptions or there could be some misconceptions about other participants. There are many feelings that women have natural disruptions or barriers, like pregnancies, 9 months pregnancy, and at times those pregnancies can be really hell, childbirth. You have to go for maternity as a mandatory requirement. In Uganda, 3 months. And the private construction sector, and I want to get it from Tattoo, at times have these misgivings, having those disruptions in mind, that when you employ this woman, the workforce, the contribution will be disrupted.
Okay.
And especially where we don't have regulatory policy framework in place to enforce the private sector to implement these rules. And maybe in Kenya, what ratio would you put women to men in the construction industry?
Okay. We shall not roast you, though I'm stopping myself from answering it, so go ahead, Tattoo.
The proportion is 3% women in the construction sector for the skilled workers on site. It's about, I think, Shadrach, you were saying it's 7% for the engineer, 7.9, 7.3. Yeah. But keep in mind that internationally, it's about 10% of women in construction. Like in the US, the UK, it's 10%. So it's not like it's still a problem everywhere else. For does that answer that question? For pregnancy, we have a lot of employer partners who call us, and the challenge is usually, hey, we have a woman here who doesn't want to rest, and she's pregnant and she's showing. Can you please come help us talk to her? And it depends on the trade. So for instance, with furniture work, because of the varnishes, it's an earlier, you have to stop earlier because the varnishes can affect a woman. But we've had women work up to the 7th month on a construction site. And usually it's about a supervisor comfortable and talking to her. And for what we ask for employers is ask her to get a doctor's note and require her to get monthly checkups for her pregnancy. So it really depends. And you know, with women, one pregnancy can be okay, she's fine, and another one can be very brutal. So it's really about engaging women as adults who can advocate for themselves and having a conversation about what she's comfortable with, and then for an employer, ask for a doctor's note. And for our organization, as I said, ecosystem support, we actually go to employers and support them in thinking through that process.
Okay, so in the case of when you're working with varnishes, you've got to stop working earlier. What is the intervention in that case? Does that mean you drop off from employment, or are you moved to a different department?
So because with Fundi work, it's not everybody who could move to another department. If you're good at finishing, that's your skill. If you're good at joining, if you're good at painting, sanding, skimming. So in most cases, we advise women on how to save to prepare for that, because the industry doesn't offer any pregnancy support. There's no pay while you're pregnant. And then also with entrepreneurship, what side businesses can you start to make sure you have something to lean back on and then to start back when you're nursing.
Okay.
So it's really about helping her structure her savings and then ensuring that if the employer is happy with her work, commit to having a place for her when she comes back.
Okay, all right. And next. Please, let's keep our questions very targeted, very short.
Thank you. Very brief. I just wanted to know whether the girls and women who are employed in these agencies have been able to impact on those men who may not have gotten the awareness raising or the capacity building on the social cultural norms, so that they are able to appreciate these women at their place of work. Have you done some assessment to see on the impact of the girls' knowledge and skills on these others who may be new in the system, or could have missed the training, or could have had a change and so forth? Thank you.
So I guess how it started, how it's going now scenario.
We track a few things with women on sites. One is perceptions of men. Is your perception changing because now you've seen a woman do a skill you never thought possible? Second, we track job leadership. We've had women lead teams of men on, you see the Unity Homes adverts all over the place. Unity Homes does apartments and single residential homes. On that site, we had women work, but we had one woman who was supervising 60 men. So we try to track if you're supervising other men on women. We track if you're getting subcontracts, are you giving access to men for jobs? And we've seen that that is happening currently, yes.
Okay, so I have time for one more question. So one more question. I see that hand has been up for a while, so please pass on to that. And I'll give you an opportunity. She's our illustrator. Please, let's appreciate her. You'll get to experience her work, but let's also reel her into the conversation, short and sweet, so that we're able to wrap up this panel policy panel. And whatever other questions you have, we have a dinner after this. You can sit next to any of these panelists and continue the conversation, right? Okay, then. Let's start there, short and sweet.
Thank you very much. Two questions for Tatu. You repeatedly mentioned that your work mainly focuses on ecosystem influence. Have you had experience working with education sector in terms of addressing gender role stereotypes of the different activities? Also, David repeatedly mentioned that one of the avenues in order to address this is collaboration. Do you envision build her in other East African countries in the near future and also other African countries? Thank you.
Okay, so sit on those questions. Let's take the last one here.
Hi, my name is Celeste. I'm the illustrator like you've heard. For Tatu and actually for everyone, it's just a small comment, not really a question, about someone who talked about what happens when a lady gets pregnant and maybe they're not able to work. I think there's a common saying that goes, pregnancy is not a disease, right? When you're pregnant, you're not sick. So I think it's possible for a woman to still keep working up to a certain level where she's comfortable and the doctor advises. And in a site, I'm sure not all women will be pregnant at the same time, right? So if a lady has to go off work because of the pregnancy, I think there should be policy that she should be replaced by another woman to keep that gender balance going.
I agree.
Right, so that's just my two comments.
Very well said, very well said. So we can tackle the conversation. Yeah, start there.
Yeah, so actually we do advocate for that, is when they say, oh, come help us, we say, okay, but we're coming with one.
Awesome.
And then we usually try to do that. And I agree with you, this has been a problem, even for the NITA certification. So we are a NITA accredited testing center, the only testing center that is only for women in Kenya.
Awesome. Let's appreciate her. Let's appreciate it. I mean, in the scheme of things, this is a big deal. This is such a big deal. This is such a big deal, yes.
And we had a woman show up pregnant, and she was 9 months pregnant. We actually had so many discussions, and she said, we're not holding you back for my test. And she came and she did her test, and she passed, and she went to Chicago. So it's really about women knowing what they're comfortable with. For the gentleman's question, so the last question sorry, about Pole, okay. We have had interest not only from East Africa, from Eastern Europe, from America, from South Africa, and from East Africa. So we are actually the ones who've been saying, give us some time. We need to figure out what our scaling model is. And we have committed to have
It was about addressing the gender role stereotypes at the school level,
Oh, yes. So in 2023, we actually did a guideline for TVETs. For TVETs, especially construction TVETs, we did it with the Danida, the Danish government. Any TVET struggling to integrate women, we published our methodology for doing that. And it includes things like the colors of the class, security at the gate so women feel protected, opacity and transparency, that if women are in a room learning, it has to be visible from outside so women are not afraid.
Excellent. And to the last question, Kevin.
Thank you. So the way we could all be involved in transforming Tibet is a very critical structure called Sector Skills Advisory Committee. Within the context of the Sector Skills Advisory Committee, it's the body which essentially promotes the direction as far as the standards, the assessment criteria, the development of the curriculum, the formation of cooperative systems. Within the Sector Skills Advisory Committee, and with much profound regard for all of you, and especially those of you who are involved in research, you can include research as an agenda within to ensure that you provide compelling evidence of productivity and innovation and efficiency and diversification out of that capacity. Not only would you be able to then engage similar champions, but you'd then be able to address issues as far as gender inequality in sectors, and create this entire mechanism then helps you create that change within the skills program. Within the context of the East African community, we have I believe that ongoing efforts are still there to ensure that skills are recognizable. And so if we develop the occupational standard for welding in Kenya, that's transferable to Uganda and Tanzania and Rwanda. After all, it's an international standard. And so our collaborative efforts towards ensuring that we create a lot of capacity around Sector Skills Advisory Committee is the structure. It's the mechanism that helps us address many, many issues. Unfortunately, the capacity to convene is limited, and a lot has to be done there. But I think that research has to be a big part of this in order to ensure that it motivates involvement and stakeholder capacities.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you. Please, let's appreciate the panel. This has been a very informative conversation. I felt like we needed more time on this one, but I believe there will be other forums where we can be able to even get further deeper into these conversations, but really, really, really encouraged to hear what's happening behind the scenes and what is changing even as we move forward. And I think one thing that stands out to me is that there is a need to change perception when it comes to gender stereotypes in the workplace, whether in the formal or informal sector, and something that needs to be implemented right from early childhood education. I believe so. That little child, as they are starting off to figure out what life is about, teach them that they understand that no matter girl or boy, their potential is valid despite their gender. Simple as that. And I think it will make it easier for us to now do what needs to be done when they are now older and more set in their ways and get into the job market. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Eshetu, Caroline, Kevin, and Tatu. And at this point, I'll say see you tomorrow as we engage with the third marketplace addressing the effectiveness of government procurement programs in achieving women's economic empowerment, and a subsequent policy panel delving deeper on procurement as a catalyst for women's economic advancement, entrepreneurship, and empowerment. I've been your moderator, Gladys Gashanja. See you tomorrow. Over to the IDRC team for more direction.
Thank you, Gladys, and the panelists. Okay, hello. Today we have learnt a lot, haven't we? But in the interest of time, we are not going to do a recap. now, we'll do it tomorrow morning. So just some important communication. So we are going to have the dinner event at a facility called The Sage. It's a walking distance from here. And so we are requested to convene at the reception downstairs at 6:50. That's about in 10 minutes. And then we will walk together to the venue. Yeah, 7. Let's make it 7. Yeah, so at 7, we congregate at the reception downstairs, and then we walk together to the venue of the dinner event. Welcome, karibuni. Okay. Yes, and what is it called? Yeah, and for the dress code, excuse me. Yeah, I'm told in case you came with your African attire, you could don it to the dinner event. But in case you don't have any, can do. Yeah, that's for the dress code. Yeah. Yes, we will be walking to the, it's a walking distance from here. Yeah.
Implementing projects aiming at
20 minutes.
Distribution of women unpaid care work. The project engages 1,100 couples from 5 districts of Rwanda: Burera, Gicumbi, Musanze, Nyabihu, and Rwamagana, who are trained on positive masculinity, and particularly women are trained on entrepreneurship and financial education. The training will serve to address the beliefs that the society still have regarding domestic duties.
Hari imirimo twasangaga iharirwa abadamu, abagabo bakumva ko bitabareba: guteka, gukubura, gufurira abana, kubakarabya.
Ibijanye no guteka cyangwa koza ibyombo nta mugabo wabikora.
Ngiye bijyanye no kujya gushaka amafaranga gusa, kumva ko amafaranga mu gihe yabonye ukayazana mu rugo, kumva ko ibyaha birangiye.
Kajya avuga ati nko gukubura hano ntago bimureba, ese nkankirirwa Niger